The first thing Lin Feng did before leaving Heavenly Cloud Mountain was cut a bolt of lightning in half. The storm had gathered without warning. Black clouds rolled across the mountain peaks, swallowing the morning sun and turning the ancient courtyard dark. Wind tore through the bamboo forest. Rain struck the tiled roofs hard enough to shake loose years of dust. Lin Feng stood beneath the open sky with a wooden sword in his hand. He wore plain black trousers, a dark shirt, and a pair of cloth shoes that had been repaired so many times that the original stitching had almost disappeared. The sword was even less impressive. It had been carved from a peach tree behind the kitchen. Its edge was blunt. Its surface was covered in scratches. Yet when lightning descended toward the courtyard, Lin Feng raised it once. A thin line appeared across the darkness. The thunderbolt split around him. One half struck the eastern cliff. The other vanished into the clouds. The mountain shook. Stones tumbled into the ravine. The old man sitting beneath the courtyard roof did not lift his head from his tea. "You damaged the cliff again." Lin Feng looked toward the smoking mountainside. "It was already cracked." "It was cracked because you damaged it last month. That was an accident. You said the same thing when you cut the waterfall." "I repaired the waterfall. You redirected it through my bedroom." Lin Feng lowered the wooden sword. "That was also an accident." The old man finally looked at him. His hair was completely white, but his face carried no clear sign of age. His robes were faded gray. One sleeve had been patched with blue cloth, and the hand holding the teacup trembled just enough to make him appear ordinary. Lin Feng had once believed that appearance. He had stopped believing it when he was 8. "Master," Lin Feng said, "you called me here before sunrise. Was it only to complain about the cliff?" The old man took another sip of tea. "No." He pointed at the stone table beside him. 7 jade tokens rested upon it. They were identical in shape, each no longer than a finger. Their surfaces appeared smooth at first glance, but when lightning flashed above the courtyard, different symbols briefly shone within them. A crescent moon, a spear, a lotus, a sword, an eye, a geometric formation, a 7-pointed star. Lin Feng walked beneath the roof. The storm continued beyond the courtyard, but not a single drop of rain crossed the invisible boundaries surrounding the old man. "What are they?" "Trouble." Lin Feng studied the 7 tokens. "Whose trouble?" "Yours." The old man placed his teacup down. "You are leaving the mountain." Lin Feng looked at him. "When?" "No." The answer came too quickly. For several breaths, the only sound was rain striking the courtyard stones. Lin Feng had lived on Heavenly Cloud Mountain for 18 years. He had climbed every cliff, slept in every cave, fought every spirit beast foolish enough to enter the boundary, and memorized every formation hidden beneath its forests. His 7 senior sisters had once lived there with him. One by one, they had descended the mountain. The eldest had left when he was 6. The last had departed when he was 14. They had promised to return. None of them had. Occasional letters had arrived during the first few years. Then, even those had stopped. Lin Feng had never asked Master why. If they were alive, they had their reasons. If they were in danger, he would eventually find them. He simply had not expected that day to arrive with a cup of tea and 7 pieces of jade. "Why now?" he asked. "Because you are finally prepared. For the world below, no." The old man glanced toward the ruined cliff. "The world below should the ruined cliff prepare for you." Lin Feng ignored that. He touched the first token. The jade was cold. The crescent moon symbol appeared beneath his fingertip, then faded. "These belong to my senior sisters." "They do. What am I supposed to do with them?" "Find each of them. Place the correct token in her hand. Complete the trial within it." "What trial?" "If I told you, it would not be a trial." Lin Feng picked up the second token. His spiritual sense entered the jade and met a barrier so complete that it felt like pressing against an entire mountain. He increased the pressure. A crack appeared in the stone table. The old man tapped Lin Feng's wrist with one finger. His spiritual sense scattered instantly. "If you break one," the old man said, "I will make you carve its replacement by hand." Lin Feng looked at him. "You know I cannot carve spatial jade. You will learn." Lin Feng released the token. "What is sealed inside them?" 7 inheritances. 7 parts of a message. 7 answers you will need before the end. The end of what? The old man lifted his teacup again. "That is the 8th answer." Lin Feng waited. Master drank his tea. The rain weakened. Nothing else came. "You could simply explain everything," Lin Feng said. "I could. That would save time." "It would. You're not going to." No. Lin Feng collected the tokens. Master had prepared a dark wooden box lined with red silk. It was the sort of box normally used to store precious medicine. A faded cloth bag set beside it. Lin Feng opened the bag. Inside were 2 changes of clothing, a bundle of dried meat, 3 old books, a handwritten address, and several pieces of paper currency. He counted the money. Is this enough? I have no idea. You went down the mountain 4 years ago. I was robbed. Lin Feng looked at him. Someone robbed you? The man tried. What happened? He reconsidered his life. Lin Feng placed the knife. Money back into the bag. The handwritten address belonged to a hotel in Jiangzhou City. Below it was one name, Su Qingyu. Lin Feng's fingers paused. He remembered a girl with a high ponytail and a wooden sword. She had been 12 when he first arrived on the mountain. She had carried him through the snow because he was too weak to walk. She had cooked for him despite being unable to make anything except burnt rice. She had left Heavenly Cloud Mountain wearing a simple black robe and promising to return before his next birthday. 16 birthdays had passed. Eldest senior sister is in Jiangzhou. She was the last time I checked. When was that? 3 years ago. Lin Feng folded the address. Your information is not very current. You are young. You can walk around and ask. Master reached into his sleeve and threw him a small object. Lin Feng caught it. A black phone rested in his palm. The screen was cracked. This is dead. Charge it. With what? Electricity. I know what electricity is. Good. You are already adapting. Lin Feng examined the phone. There are no numbers saved. There is one. He pressed the side button. The device remained dark. Master, charge it first. Lin Feng put it away. The old man rose. He was shorter than Lin Feng remembered. Or perhaps Lin Feng had simply grown taller without noticing. Do not expose everything you can do, Master said. The world below mistakes visibility for strength. Let them see only what they force you to show. Lin Feng tied the bag over his shoulder. And if someone harms my senior sisters, then use your judgment. That is not a restriction. I did not intend it to be. The old man turned toward the courtyard. The storm clouds were already separating. Sunlight passed through them in pale golden beams. Your senior sisters have done well, he said. Too well in some ways. They have accumulated power, responsibility, and enemies. Do not assume that because they appear strong, they no longer need family. Lin Feng looked at the 7 tokens. Why did none of them return? You may ask them. Did you forbid it? The old man did not answer. That silence was enough. Lin Feng tightened his grip on the wooden box. You sent them away. I did. And now you are sending me to gather them. Yes. For the heavenly gate? The old man's expression changed for the first time. Only slightly. But Lin Feng noticed. The name had been carved beneath the 7 tokens inside the box. Lin Feng had seen it before closing the lid. Heavenly gate, he repeated. What is it? A door? To where? To a place that should remain closed. Lin Feng waited for more. Master stepped forward and adjusted the strap of the cloth bag on his shoulder. His movements were slow, almost reluctant. For 18 years, the old man said, I taught you how to defeat enemies stronger than yourself. There are no enemies stronger than me. That confidence is why I worry. It is not confidence. We tested it. Master's mouth twitched. I also taught you medicine, formations, alchemy, strategy, and restraint. You taught me to cook. You still burn rice. So did eldest senior sister. She had other strengths. The old man withdrew his hand. The world below contains battles that cannot be solved by cutting something in half. Try to remember that before you divide an important city. Lin Feng glanced at the distant mountain path. I will bring them home. Master's eyes rested on him for a long moment. Perhaps home is no longer this mountain. Lin Feng did not understand what he meant. He bowed deeply. When he straightened, the old man had already turned away. Lin Feng walked across the courtyard, passed beneath the ancient stone gate and began descending the mountain. He did not look back until he reached the final ridge. Master stood beneath the pine tree above the temple, one hand behind his back. From that distance, he looked like a solitary gray mark against the enormous mountain. Lin Feng raised one hand. The old man did the same. Then the path curved. Heavenly Cloud Mountain disappeared behind the trees. Master remained on the ridge until Lin Feng's presence vanished beyond the outer formation. Only then did he lower his hand. A shadow moved beneath the pine tree, not cast by any person. It rose from the ground like black smoke and formed the vague outline of a kneeling figure. The youngest disciple has left, the shadow said. The old man's earlier warmth disappeared. His gaze turned toward the eastern horizon. So have I. The mountain formations trembled. The courtyard, temple, bamboo forest and ancient stone gate began fading beneath layers of white mist. The shadow bowed lower. Will he understand? He will. And if the consortium reaches him first? The old man looked at the cliff Lin Feng had split. Then I pity the consortium. By the time Lin Feng reached the village below the mountain, Heavenly Cloud Mountain had vanished from the world. He would not discover that until much later. For now, his greatest problem was a bus. He stood beside the road while the vehicle approached in a cloud of dust. It was larger than the trucks he had occasionally seen from the mountain, painted blue and white, with an illuminated number above the windscreen. The bus stopped. Its doors opened. The driver looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng looked at the driver. "Are you getting on?" the driver asked. "Does this go to Jiangzhou?" "It goes to the county station. You transfer there." Lin Feng stepped aboard. The driver held out his hand. "Fare." Lin Feng gave him one of Master's paper notes. The driver stared at it. "This is 100. Is that not enough?" "It's too much." The driver examined Lin Feng's cloth bag and worn shoes. "Do you have anything smaller?" Lin Feng searched the bag. Dried meat, books, the wooden box. 3 spirit-gathering pills. A piece of 1,000-year cold jade. A small gold ingot Master had apparently placed beneath the clothing. He held up the gold. The driver stared at him. "Sit down. I have not paid. Sit down before you create paperwork." Lin Feng chose an empty seat near the window. The bus moved. He watched terrace fields, electrical towers, and concrete houses pass outside. The world changed faster than he expected. Mountain paths became paved roads. Small villages became crowded towns. Motorcycles, cars, and delivery trucks moved in every direction. People stared at glowing screens in their hands. A child across the aisle stared at Lin Feng instead. The boy was perhaps 6 years old. He wore a yellow cap and held a toy sword. Lin Feng looked at the sword. The child hid it behind his mother. Lin Feng turned back to the window. Several minutes later, the toy sword touched his shoulder. "Are you a martial arts master?" the child whispered. His mother looked embarrassed. "Xiaobao, don't disturb him." Lin Feng considered the question. "Yes." The mother gave him a suspicious glance. The child's eyes widened. "Can you fly? Not inside the bus. Can you break a rock?" "Yes." "Can you beat a tiger?" "Yes." "Can you beat my mother?" The bus went silent around them. Lin Feng looked at the woman. She stared back. "No," he said. The child frowned. "Why? Your mother appears dangerous." Several passengers laughed. The woman tried not to smile. When the bus reached the county station, she showed Lin Feng how to purchase a ticket to Jiangzhou. She also explained that his cracked phone could be charged at a shop inside the terminal. Lin Feng offered her a spirit-gathering pill in thanks. She looked at the small green pill resting in his palm. "What is this?" "It strengthens the body and removes minor illnesses." Her smile became cautious. "You should keep it." Lin Feng nodded and put it away. Perhaps medicine was not commonly accepted from strangers in the modern world. That was reasonable. He bought a train ticket with the smaller notes returned by the bus driver and charged the phone at a convenience shop. When the screen finally lit, it showed one saved contact, Little Moon. Lin Feng stared at the name. Eldest senior sister had once been called Qingyu. Clear Moon. Master had saved the most powerful businesswoman in Jiangzhou as Little Moon. He pressed the call button. The line rang once, then disconnected. He tried again. The phone informed him that the number no longer existed. 3-year-old information, Lin Feng murmured. At least the hotel address remained. The train carried him toward Jiangzhou. By evening, towers of glass and steel filled the horizon. Lin Feng stood beside the window as the city appeared. Roads crossed above one another in great concrete layers. Lights spread farther than he could see. Giant screens displayed faces several stories tall. Aircraft moved through the distant sky. He had expected noise. He had not expected scale. Heavenly Cloud Mountain was larger than the city, but it had never felt crowded. Jiangzhou felt as though 10,000 lives were pressing against one another, each moving toward a different destination. Lin Feng extended his spiritual perception. He sensed ordinary people, tired workers, families eating together, students hurrying between stations, a few martial practitioners with weak internal energy, 3 cultivators hiding their auras near the eastern district. And beneath it all, something faint and old pulsed through the ground. A formation. Massive. Broken. Buried below the modern city. His attention sharpened. The pulse disappeared. Interesting. A woman beside him moved away after hearing him speak to himself. Lin Feng withdrew his spiritual perception. Master had told him not to expose too much. Searching an entire city on arrival probably counted. At Jiangzhou Central Station, Lin Feng followed the crowd outside, and encountered his second major problem: taxis. Dozens waited along the road. Several drivers called toward arriving passengers. Lin Feng approached the nearest one and showed him the handwritten address. The driver's eyes moved from the address to Lin Feng's clothing. Jade Crown Hotel? Yes, that's across the city. Evening traffic. 300. Lin Feng had no idea whether that was reasonable. He entered the car. The driver smiled and placed Lin Feng's bag in the boot. They drove for 40 minutes. Lin Feng watched the navigation screen. The same shopping center appeared outside the window twice. You passed this place earlier, he said. Road diversion. There was no diversion. Local roads are complicated. Lin Feng looked at the driver's reflection. The man's heartbeat accelerated. Lin Feng did not argue. When they reached the hotel, the meter displayed 860. The driver cleared his throat. Extra tolls. Lin Feng handed him 900. The driver counted it quickly, then drove away. Lin Feng stood beneath the entrance of the Jade Crown Hotel. A black marble facade rose above him. Golden lights illuminated a covered driveway filled with luxury cars. Uniformed staff opened doors for arriving guests. Inside the departing taxi, the driver laughed and shook his head. A country boy with money and no common sense. He did not see Lin Feng glance at the retreating vehicle. He also did not know that the extra money would return to Lin Feng before midnight, along with an apology. Lin Feng entered the hotel. The lobby was wider than Heavenly Cloud Mountain's main courtyard. Crystal lights hung above polished floors. A fountain occupied the center. Guests moved between leather seating areas while soft music played from hidden speakers. Lin Feng looked at the handwritten address. Jade Crown Hotel, Cloud Pavilion. 7 o'clock. He had arrived 20 minutes early. At the reception desk, a young employee smiled professionally. Good evening, sir. May I assist you? I am looking for Su Qingyu. The employee's smile paused. Chairwoman Su. Yes. Do you have an appointment? Lin Feng showed her the paper. The employee read the handwritten address. There was no company seal, invitation number, or contact information. Only a name. This is not an official invitation. It was written by my master. May I have your name? Lin Feng. She searched the system. Nothing appeared. Chairwoman Su is attending a private event in the Cloud Pavilion tonight. Entries restricted. I only need to speak with her. I'm afraid that will not be possible without confirmation. Lin Feng nodded. The woman had been polite. He moved aside and attempted to call the disconnected number again. A man near the lobby entrance noticed him. The man wore a white designer suit and a silver watch. 2 bodyguards followed behind him. A young woman in a glittering dress held his arm. He watched Lin Feng's unsuccessful call, then looked at the handwritten paper. Another one? He asked the receptionist. The employee stood straighter. Good evening, young Master Gu. Gu Ziming approached the desk. Chairwoman Su's admirers are becoming less convincing. The woman beside him covered a laugh. Lin Feng looked at him. Gu Ziming gestured toward the paper. You came here to see Su Qingyu. Yes. Do you know who she is? My eldest senior sister. Silence spread across the reception area. The woman beside Gu Ziming laughed first. Senior sister? Gu Ziming studied Lin Feng's plain clothing. His amusement increased. Which university? Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Is that a school? No. The receptionist lowered her voice. Sir, perhaps you should wait outside while we confirm your information. Gu Ziming raised one hand. No need. Let him stay. He turned to Lin Feng. I am curious. What did you plan to say when you saw her? Lin Feng considered it. I have not decided. Perhaps you should ask for money. That is usually what people like you want. People like me? Men who invent relationships with wealthy women. Lin Feng placed the phone into his pocket. You misunderstand. Then, explain. I do not need to. The amusement left Gu Ziming's face. People normally rush to justify themselves when he questioned them. This mountain-dressed stranger had looked at him as though the conversation were already becoming tiring. The woman on his arm noticed the change. Young Master Gu is speaking to you, she said. You should show some respect. Lin Feng looked at her. Why? Do you have any idea who he is? No. Gu Ziming smiled again. No. But there was no warmth in it. My father is chairman of Tianhe Capital. Our family owns a major stake in this hotel. We are also the principal partners attending Chairwoman Su's banquet tonight. Lin Feng nodded. I see. That is all. What else should there be? The woman stared at him. Gu Ziming stepped closer. Your little act may impress people in whatever village you came from, but Jiangzhou has rules. You do not enter places like this. Speak the names of people above your position, then pretend ignorance when questioned. Lin Feng looked past him toward the lifts. Are you finished? One of the bodyguards moved forward. The receptionist quickly intervened. Young Master Gu, we will handle this situation. Gu Ziming ignored her. Search his bag. The bodyguard reached for Lin Feng's shoulder. Lin Feng did not move. The man's hand stopped 3 inches away. His expression changed. He pushed harder. Nothing visible blocked him, yet his arm refused to advance. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead. What are you doing? Gu Ziming demanded. The bodyguard gritted his teeth. I can't touch him. The second bodyguard stepped forward. Lin Feng glanced at both men. Their knees weakened at the same moment. They stumbled backward. Several guests turned toward the disturbance. Gu Ziming's face darkened. You used some kind of trick. Lin Feng shifted the cloth bag on his shoulder. I came to speak with my senior sister. I do not want trouble. You already created it. No, Lin Feng's voice remained calm. You did. Gu Ziming took out his phone. Call security. The receptionist hesitated. Sir. The receptionist hesitated. He hasn't harmed anyone. He attempted to enter a restricted event using a false identity. I did not attempt to enter, Lin Feng said. I asked. Gu Ziming ignored him. Within a minute, 6 security officers entered the lobby. Their manager bowed to Gu Ziming. Young Master Gu, remove him. The manager approached Lin Feng. Sir, please leave peacefully. Lin Feng looked at the clock above the reception desk. 7 minutes remained before the appointed time. I will wait until 7. You cannot wait here. Why? This is private property. Lin Feng considered the explanation. That is reasonable. He turned toward the entrance. Gu Ziming had expected resistance. The easy compliance somehow irritated him more. Stop. Lin Feng paused. Gu Ziming pointed toward the cloth bag. Check what he stole. The receptionist looked alarmed. Young Master Gu, there is no evidence he stole anything. He entered a hotel owned by my family and behaved suspiciously. That is evidence enough. Lin Feng turned back. His gaze settled on Gu Ziming. I said I did not want trouble, and I said you already created it. Lin Feng placed the bag on the floor. The nearest security guard reached for it. Before his fingers touched the cloth, the hotel's main doors opened. A line of black vehicles had stopped beneath the entrance. Hotel staff rushed outside. The lobby manager descended the staircase so quickly that he nearly missed the final step. Su Qingyue entered. Conversation disappeared. She wore a fitted black suit with a silver clasp at the waist. Her long black hair had been drawn into a high ponytail. There was no unnecessary jewelry, no dramatic entrance, and no visible display of authority. None was needed. Every employee in the lobby recognized her. Most of Jiangzhou did. Qingyue Global Holdings controlled property, shipping, technology, medical investment, and international trade throughout the region. Its founder had built the company in less than 12 years. She was 32. She had never married. Countless wealthy families had attempted to approach her. None had succeeded. Gu Ziming's expression transformed. He stepped forward with a welcoming smile. Chairwoman Su. I was just about to go upstairs. Su Qingyue did not look at him. She had stopped 3 steps inside the lobby. Her eyes were fixed on Lin Feng. For one breath, her composed expression remained unchanged. Then the folder in her hand fell to the floor. The sound was soft. It seemed louder than the fountain. Lin Feng looked at the woman before him. The 12-year-old girl from the mountain had once tied her hair with a strip of red cloth. She had been stubborn, impatient, and unable to cook. The woman standing in the hotel had become someone entire rooms feared disappointing, but her eyes were the same. Eldest senior sister, Lin Feng said. Su Qingyue crossed the lobby. She did not walk with the measured calm expected of Chairwoman Su. She ran. Her arms closed around him before anyone could react. Lin Feng stood still. He had expected questions. Perhaps anger. He had not expected her shoulders to tremble. You took too long, she said. Her voice was quiet. Her voice was quiet. Lin Feng looked over her shoulder at the silent lobby. Master only told me to leave this morning. Su Qingyue pulled back. Her eyes searched his face as though confirming each detail. You grew taller. You did too. I was already taller than you when I left. You are not taller now. A laugh escaped her despite the wetness in her eyes. She touched his hair, then his shoulders, then his face. Are you hurt? No. Did you eat? Yes. Where's your luggage? Lin Feng pointed at the cloth bag on the floor. Su Qingyue looked at it. Her expression became still. That is all Master gave you? There is dried meat. Her gaze moved toward the security guards, then Gu Ziming. The warmth vanished from her face. What happened? The receptionist immediately bowed. Chairwoman Su, this gentleman asked to meet you. We could not confirm his appointment. Young Master Gu believed he was using a false identity. Gu Ziming forced a smile. It was a misunderstanding. He arrived without an invitation and claimed to be your junior brother. Naturally. No one believed him. You ordered my staff to search his belongings? Gu Ziming's smile weakened. I was protecting the hotel. This hotel does not belong to your family. Tianhe Capital owns 12%, 11.4. Gu Ziming's face tightened. So Qingyue looked at the hotel manager. From this moment, Qingyi Group will suspend every hospitality partnership involving Gu family representatives. Chairwoman Su, Gu Ziming said. Surely this does not require a business reaction. You accused my junior brother of theft. I said it was a misunderstanding. You ordered 6 men to remove him. He refused to explain himself. He does not owe you an explanation. Gu Ziming's composure cracked. My father is waiting upstairs to discuss the East Harbor Agreement. Canceling our partnerships over a stranger would be irresponsible. Su Qingyu stepped beside Lin Feng. He is not a stranger. Gu Ziming glanced between them. You cannot truly expect the entire business circle to accept that this man is your relative simply because you say so. Lin Feng picked up his bag. Su Qingyu took it from him before he could place it over his shoulder. The lobby watched the chairwoman of Qingyi Global Holdings carry a worn cloth bag. She turned to Gu Ziming. I do not require the business circle's permission to recognize my family. Then she looked at the security manager. The taxi that brought him here. Find it. The manager blinked. Chairwoman Su. Lin Feng said, the driver overcharged me. Su Qingyu's expression became colder. How much? 860. The receptionist looked startled. The journey from the station should have cost less than 100. Su Qingyu took out her phone. Lin Feng touched her wrist. It is not important. It is important. He may need the money. He stole it from you. He drove me here. He drove you around the same shopping center twice. Lin Feng looked at her. How did you know? There are cameras across the city. That seems excessive. It is normal. Modern society is strange. Su Qingyu's mouth softened. You have been here less than an hour. And I've already learned several things. What things? People charge differently. Based on clothing. Her gaze returned to Gu Ziming. And some speak too much when their fathers are wealthy. Several hotel employees lowered their heads to hide their reactions. Su Qingyu took Lin Feng's arm. Come upstairs. What about the banquet? You are the reason I agreed to attend. Lin Feng glanced at the clock. 7 o'clock. Exactly on time. As they entered the private lift, Gu Ziming remained in the lobby. The doors closed between them. His expression changed completely. Call my father, he said. The woman beside him hesitated. Shouldn't we apologize? Gu Ziming looked at her. She immediately released his arm. Inside the lift, Su Qingyu pressed the button for the top floor. For several seconds neither spoke. Then she hit Lin Feng on the shoulder. The blow would have broken an ordinary man's collarbone. Lin Feng did not move. You said you would write. I did. I received 3 letters in 16 years. I sent 7. Master probably burned the others. That sounds possible. She hit him again. You could have come down earlier. Master would have come down earlier. Master would not allow it. You could have escaped. He placed 9 formations around the mountain. You broke 12 of his formations when you were 15. He added better ones. Su Qingyu stared at him. Then she pulled him into another embrace. This time, her control broke completely. I thought I would never see you again. Lin Feng raised one hand and rested it awkwardly against her back. You are seeing me now. You really have not changed. I have changed a great deal. You still comfort people. Like a piece of wood. I do not know what that means. It means your other senior sisters failed to teach you anything useful. You were the eldest. Then it is Master's fault. The lift doors opened. A private corridor led toward the Cloud Pavilion. Su Qingyu wiped her eyes before anyone could see them. By the time she entered the banquet hall, Chairwoman Su had returned. Lin Feng walked beside her. The room held more than 50 guests. Yangzhou's wealthiest investors, executives, and family representatives sat around tables overlooking the illuminated city. At the far end, an older man in a dark blue suit rose slowly. Gu Zhenhao, chairman of Tianhe Capital. Gu Ziming entered through another door moments later. His father saw his expression. Then he saw Lin Feng beside Su Qingyu. Qingyue, Gu Zhenghao said. We have been waiting. Su Qingyu's gaze sharpened. My name is Chairwoman Su. A few guests exchanged looks. Gu Zhenghao maintained his smile. Of course. Please sit. We were beginning to worry that the East Harbor signing would be delayed. It will not be delayed. Good. It has been cancelled. The room changed. Gu Zhenghao's smile remained, but only through effort. Perhaps we should discuss this privately. We are already in a private hall. Su Qingyu led Lin Feng toward the central table. Gu Ziming moved beside his father and whispered several words. Gu Zhenghao's eyes settled on Lin Feng. Unlike his son, he did not immediately display contempt. He examined Lin Feng's posture, clothing and expression. May I ask who this gentleman is? My junior brother. I was not aware that Chairwoman Su had studied under a formal teacher. There are many things you do not know about me. That is understandable. Gu Zhenghao gestured to an empty seat. Then your junior brother is welcome to observe. Lin Feng sat beside Su Qingyu. The table had been arranged with dishes he could not identify. Each plate contained very little food. He looked around. Is this the entire meal? Su Qingyu almost smiled. There are more courses. Why not bring them together? That is not how formal banquets work. It seems inefficient. The executive on his other side stared at him. Lin Feng picked up a piece of roasted fish. It was good. Not worth the size of the building, but good. While the next dish arrived, he observed the room. Most guests were ordinary people. 3 had practiced basic martial arts. 1 waiter carried a blade beneath his sleeve. A thin elderly man seated behind Gu Zhenghao possessed the cultivation of the early heaven realm. In Jiangsu, that likely made him dangerous. The old man had not touched his food. His attention remained on Su Qingyu, more precisely, on the jade pendant beneath her collar. Lin Feng recognized the pendant. He had carved it when he was 10. The formation inside was crude by his current standards, but it protected the wearer from poison and 1 fatal attack. Su Qingyu had kept it for 16 years. Chairwoman Su, Gu Zhenghao said. The East Harbor project cannot proceed without Tianhe Capital's financing. It can, not under the present banking restrictions. Qingyu Group has other sources that withdrew this afternoon. A document appeared on the screen behind. Him. 3 international funds had suspended financing. Several guests reacted quietly. Su Qingyu showed no surprise. You arranged this? I prepared for uncertainty. You threatened our partners. I reminded them that stability matters. Gu Zhenghao folded his hands. East Harbor is the largest infrastructure project in Jiangsu's history. If it fails, Qingyu Group will lose billions. Thousands of workers will be affected. Your shareholders understand this. Around the room, several board members avoided Su Qingyu's gaze. Gu Zhenghao continued. Tianhe Capital remains willing to provide full financing under the terms already discussed. 40% of East Harbor ownership. 35. A controlling position after your affiliated companies are included. Joint control. And your second condition? Gu Zhenghao looked toward his son. Gu Ziming straightened. A union between our families would remove uncertainty. Lin Feng placed his chopsticks down. Su Qingyu noticed. Her hand touched his beneath the table. A small warning. Let me handle it. Lin Feng looked at her. She gave him the slightest nod. He picked up his chopsticks again. Gu Zhenghao watched the exchange. My son is educated. Capable and sincere, he said. The Gu and Su families together would dominate Jiangsu for generations. I have rejected this before. Circumstances have changed. No, your board may not share your confidence. One of the older directors cleared his throat. Chairwoman Su, perhaps we should consider every option. East Harbor employs nearly 6,000 people. We cannot allow personal feelings to endanger the project. Su Qingyu looked at him. Director Cao? You signed the original project after reviewing the independent financing plan. That financing is gone. It disappeared after someone leaked confidential information. Director Cao's face stiffened. Gu Zhenghao sighed. Accusations will not solve this. Lin Feng looked at the man. Your left hand is shaking. Director Cao froze. Everyone turned toward him. It is not, he said. It stopped after I mentioned it. Director Cao placed both hands on the table. Gu Zhenghao's voice cooled. This is a business meeting. Your junior brother should avoid interrupting matters he does not understand. Lin Feng looked at Su Qingyu. May I speak? Several people nearly laughed. Su Qingyu said, You do not need my permission. You asked me to let you handle it. Her eyes warmed briefly. I changed my mind. Lin Feng turned toward Director Kiao. You have a needle behind your right ear. The director's hand rose instinctively. The thin old man behind Gu Zhenghao moved for the first time. Do not touch it, Lin Feng said. Director Cao stopped. What are you talking about? A black needle entered the acupoint 3 days ago. It releases a small amount of medicine whenever your pulse rises. That medicine increases fear and weakens judgment. The room became silent. Gu Zhenghao's expression did not change. The old cultivator's eyes narrowed. Director Chio gave a strained laugh. This is ridiculous. You have not slept properly for 3 nights. Your mouth tastes bitter. Your right arm becomes numb after midnight. You hear a low ringing when you think about East Harbor. Director Seao's face lost color. How do you know that? Lin Feng extended his hand. The black needle tore free from behind the director's ear. It crossed the table and landed between 2 plates. No one had seen him move. Director Cao stared at the needle. A trace of dark liquid coated its tip. Suqing gas became lethal. What is it? Fear-binding poison, Lin Feng said. Poorly made. The old man behind Gu Zhenghao stood. Young man, careless accusations can have consequences. Lin Feng looked at him. You placed it. The old man's internal energy surged. Several lights flickered. Most people in the room did not understand what had happened, but they felt the pressure. Breathing became difficult. Glasses trembled against the tables. Gu Zhenghao remained seated. Master, he is a respected medical practitioner and martial expert, he said. You should apologize. Bai Lian would have been angry to hear the man called a medical practitioner. Lin Feng picked up the black needle. You used corpse root powder, dream grass, and diluted serpent venom. The mixture would control fear for 7 days before damaging his heart. Master He's expression changed. Those ingredients had not been visible. Even another medical expert would have needed hours of testing to identify them. Who taught you medicine? He demanded. My 3rd senior sister? Name her. Bai Lian. A spoon fell somewhere behind Lin Feng. One of the guests stood abruptly. Divine Dr. Bai. Lin Feng looked at him. That is what people call her. The man's face became strange. Divine Dr. Bai is the head of the Divine Medical Pavilion. National leaders wait months for an appointment. Lin Feng considered that. She used to steal herbs from Master's garden. No one knew how to respond. Master, he recovered first. Anyone can claim a connection to Divine Dr. Bai. Lin Feng rolled the needle between his fingers. You prepared the poison incorrectly. Dream grass should be added after the serpent venom cools. You mixed it while hot, which created the ringing in his ears. Master, he stared at him. You are lying. You also held the needle with your left hand. There is poison beneath your thumbnail. The old man instinctively curled his fingers. Gu Zhenghao stood. Enough. Lin Feng looked at him. Did you know? That question is insulting. It is simple. Gu Ziming struck the table. You come into our banquet wearing rags, create absurd stories. Then interrogate my father? Lin Feng's eyes moved to him. I warned you in the lobby. Gu Ziming laughed. Your senior sister may protect you inside her company, but this room contains people whose influence reaches across the country. Do you think a few tricks make you untouchable? No. Gu Ziming smiled. Then you understand. I am untouchable without the tricks. Su Qingyu lowered her gaze to hide a smile. Gu Ziming's face reddened. Master, he stepped around the table. Arrogance without strength is a disease. Lin Feng looked at him. You are at the early heaven realm. The old man stopped. The guests who understood cultivation became pale. Cultivation realms were guarded secrets. Even martial experts often required extended observation to judge another person's level. Lin Feng had identified Master He with one glance. You know the realms, Master, he said. Ah, yes. Then you should know how to respect your elders. Age and cultivation are not the same as worth. Master, he raised one hand. The lights dimmed. The lights dimmed. Wow. Internal energy gathered around his palm, distorting the air. Su Qingyu arose. Master He, if you attack him, Tiana capital will cease to exist before sunrise. Gu Zhenghao looked at her. You would begin a financial war over one insult. No. Her voice was calm. I would begin it because you brought a cultivator into my banquet, poisoned my director, and threatened my family. Gu Zhenghao's expression hardened. You have no proof. The needle is proof. A needle produced by your junior brother. Director Kiao suddenly stood. I will undergo an examination. Gu Zhenghao looked at him. The fear-controlling Director Xiao had already weakened after the needle's removal. Anger replaced it. I will also provide every message I received from Tianhe Capital during the past week. Two other directors shifted uneasily. The balance in the room changed. Master He noticed it. He moved. His palm crossed the distance toward Lin Feng's chest. The strike contained enough force to shatter reinforced concrete. Lin Feng remained seated. He raised one chopstick. Its wooden tip touched the center of Master He's palm. The old man stopped. Every trace of gathered energy vanished. His sleeve tore from wrist to shoulder. The floor beneath his feet cracked. Master He's face became white. He tried to withdraw his hand. He could not. Lin Feng held him in place with a chopstick. You have blocked 3 of your own meridians to force advancement, Lin Feng said. That is why you have remained in the early heaven realm for 12 years. Master He stared at him. How do you know? That? Your energy is uneven. Who are you? Lin Feng. The answer meant nothing to the room. Master He's fear deepened anyway. Lin Feng moved the chopstick half an inch. A wave of force passed through Master He's arm. The old man flew backward. He crossed the banquet hall, struck an empty wall and collapsed beneath a decorative painting. No blood, no broken bones, but every sealed meridian in his body had been opened simultaneously. His cultivation scattered. Master He tried to rise. His limbs refused. What did you do? I returned your body to the condition it should have reached after your failed breakthrough. My cultivation, you built it on damaged foundations. You destroyed me, no doubt. I prevented you from dying within 6 months. Master He's anger faltered. He examined his own pulse. The hidden pain that had tormented his heart for years was gone. So was most of his power. He looked at Lin Feng with a mixture of hatred and disbelief. Lin Feng placed the chopstick down. You may rebuild properly. Whether you deserve to depends on what you do next. The banquet hall remained silent. Gu Ximing's confidence had disappeared. Gu Zhenghao stared at Master He on the floor. The old cultivator had served the Gu family for 20 years. He had defeated assassins, intimidated rivals, and ended conflicts without leaving evidence. A 22-year-old had dismantled him while sitting at dinner. Gu Zhenghao looked toward the exits. Su Qingyu noticed. The banquet is not finished. He turned back. You cannot detain us. I do not need to. The screen behind him changed. Documents appeared. Bank transfers, private communications, names of offshore companies, recorded conversations. Gu Zhenghao's face drained of color. Su Qingyu looked at the assembled guests. Tianhe Capital spent 6 months acquiring shares through shell companies. They sabotaged East Harbor financing, bribed 2 directors, and attempted to force a transfer of control through marriage. Gu Ximing stared at the screen. How did you obtain this? I did not. I did not. A woman's distorted voice filled the hall. My junior brother entered Jiangzhou tonight, and people are already making trouble for him. Eldest sister, your city is disappointing. Lin Feng recognized the tone. Playful. Amused. Dangerous. 5th senior sister? He asked. The voice paused. The distortion disappeared for one word. Found you. Then the call ended. Su Qingyu's eyes narrowed at the screen. She has been watching? For how long? Probably years. Why did she not contact me? Because Tang Yu believes secrecy is a personality. The screen displayed a final file. Tianhe Capital's hidden ownership structure led through several intermediary organizations to one unfamiliar name. Heavenly Gate Consortium. The first jade token inside Lin Feng's wooden box became warm. He looked down. The crescent moon symbol glowed through the lid. Su Qingyu felt it too. Her jade pendant answered with a soft, silver light. Gu Zhenghao saw the reaction. For the first time, his fear became something deeper than business defeat. He knew the name. Lin Feng noticed. You have heard of the Heavenly Gate Consortium. Gu Zhenghao stepped backward. I do not know what you are talking about. His heartbeat betrayed him. Su Qingyu's security team entered the hall. Behind them came investigators from Jiangzhou's Financial Crimes Division. The hotel manager followed, accompanied by the taxi driver who had brought Lin Feng from the station. The man's earlier confidence had vanished. He held a stack of money in both hands. I'm sorry, he said. I made a mistake. Lin Feng counted out the correct fare and returned the rest. The driver stared at him. You're not reporting me. You returned. Chairwoman Su's people found me. You still returned. The driver lowered his head. I won't do it again. Then do not. Su Qingyu watched without interrupting. The first token grew warmer. Responsibility was not control. It was not punishing everyone who made a mistake. It was knowing which consequences protected others and which merely satisfied anger. Lin Feng turned to the hotel manager. "Do not have him dismissed from the taxi platform." Su Qingyu asked. "Why?" "Hai has a daughter's medicine receipt in his car." The driver looked up sharply. Lin Feng had seen it beside the navigation screen. "That does not excuse theft," Su Qingyu said. "No, he should repay anyone else he cheated. Then he should be allowed to work." The driver's eyes reddened. Su Qingyu studied Lin Feng for a moment. Then she nodded to the manager. "Arrange it." The token pulsed. A thin crack of golden light appeared along its surface. Gu Zhenghao was escorted toward the doors. He stopped beside Lin Feng. "You think this ends here?" Lin Feng looked at him. "Tianhe Capital will be investigated. Your illegal holdings will be frozen. Director Cao will testify. Master, he can identify the poison." Gu Zhenghao's mouth tightened. "You have no understanding of the people behind us. The consortium." Gu Zhenghao said nothing. Lin Feng continued. "Tell them I am looking for my senior sisters." The older man's eyes narrowed. "Is that a threat?" "No." Lin Feng's expression remained calm. "It is an opportunity to stay out of my way." Gu Zhenghao left beneath guard. Gu Caiming followed him, stripped of the confidence he had carried into the hotel. No one in the hall attempted to stop them. The business representatives who had supported Tianhe Capital began approaching Su Qingyu with explanations. She raised one hand. "Tomorrow." One word had ended every conversation. The guests departed. Director Kiao remained long enough for Lin Feng to remove the remaining poison from his body. He bowed twice before leaving, once to Su Qingyu, and once to Lin Feng. Master, he was the last. He managed to stand with assistance. "Why did you save me?" he asked. "I did not save you. You corrected my meridians. You attacked first. I removed your ability to continue. You could have killed me." "Yes." "Master," he lowered his head. "I will testify. That is your decision." The old man looked at the black needle on the table. "I knew Tianhe Capital intended to pressure the out project. I did not know the poison would eventually kill Director Xiao." Lin Feng's gaze hardened. "You knew enough." Master, he accepted the judgment. He left with the investigators. When the doors finally closed, only Lin Feng and Su Qingyu remained in the enormous hall. Half-finished dishes covered the tables. The city shone beyond the windows. Su Qingyu sat beside him. "You arrived less than 2 hours ago." "Yes, you caused a hotel investigation, destroyed a financing conspiracy, defeated a Heaven Realm cultivator, found Fifth Sister's trail and dismantled one of Tianhe Capital's hidden networks. I did not cause the investigation." She leaned her head against his shoulder. "You truly have not changed." Lin Feng opened the wooden box. The first jade token floated upward. The crescent moon shone clearly within it. Su Qingyu's pendant rose from beneath her collar as though drawn by an invisible thread. The 2 pieces of jade touched. Silver light filled the hall. A landscape appeared around them, not physically. It unfolded within their spiritual perception. Heavenly Cloud Mountain stood beneath a night sky. Master sat alone in the courtyard. His voice crossed the vision. "Qingyu." Su Qingyu stopped breathing. "Master?" she whispered. The recorded figure did not react. This message had been sealed long ago. You were the first to leave, because you were the first capable of carrying responsibility without asking for recognition. Su Qingyu's fingers tightened around Lin Feng's sleeve. "You will build something powerful. Others will rely upon you. In time, you may begin to believe that protecting them means carrying every burden alone." The vision shifted. Images of Qingyu Group appeared. Factories, ships, hospitals, thousands of employees. "You are wrong." Su Qingyu closed her eyes. "You have 7 family members. Responsibility shared willingly is not weakness." The vision turned toward Lin Feng. "Fenger, the first inheritance is not a weapon." Ancient characters appeared in his mind. Heavenly Meridian Network. A formation method capable of linking the spiritual energy, senses, and vitality of trusted allies. It did not increase his individual strength. It allowed him to distribute power without overwhelming weaker cultivators. To protect a group rather than one person. To lead rather than stand alone. The technique entered his memory in complete detail. "Do not attempt to solve every problem with your own hands." Master's message continued. "The heavenly gate was sealed by many people. It cannot be protected by one." Darkness appeared behind the mountain. A colossal outline stood beyond the clouds. 2 doors, ancient, cracked, bound by 7 chains of light. One chain had already broken. "The consortium has begun searching for the living key." Lin Feng's expression changed. Su Qingyu looked at him. The vision trembled. If you are seeing this message, the first seal has recognized both of you. Find the others. Trust them before the enemy teaches you the cost of hesitation. The image faded. The token split open. Inside rested a fragment of dark metal engraved with one incomplete character. Gate. The hall returned. Su Qingyue remained against Lin Feng's shoulder. For a while neither spoke. Master recorded that before I left the mountain, she said. Lin Feng nodded. He planned everything years ago. He always did. He knew about Qingyu Group, or he knew what kind of person you would become. So Qingyu held the metal fragment. What did he mean by living key? I do not know. You are thinking that it is you. Yes. So am I? Lin Feng closed the wooden box. We need the other tokens. Su Qingyu looked at him. You only arrived today. The enemy has already infiltrated your company. They failed. This time, her expression tightened. He touched the jade pendant at her neck. You kept this. You made it for me. It is poorly constructed. I know. I can replace it. No. The defensive pattern is uneven. No, the spiritual channel is nearly exhausted. Repair it. That would be easier if I replaced it. Su Qingyu closed her hand around the pendant. Touch it and I will have you thrown out of my house. Lin Feng looked at her. You own the house. I own several. How many do you need? She stood and took his bag. You are about to learn why Master should never have allowed me into the business world. They left the hotel through a private entrance. A black car waited outside. Lin Feng examined it before entering. This vehicle costs more than the village below the mountain. Probably. That seems unnecessary. It is armored. Against what? Bullets? I can stop bullets? I know. Then why armor it? To stop bullets? I know. Then why armor it? To stop bullets when you are not inside. Lin Feng accepted that logic. The car moved through Jiangzhou. Su Qingyu made 3 calls during the journey. She stabilized East Harbor financing, suspended the compromised directors, ordered an internal review of every Qingyu Group branch connected to Tianhe Capital. She did not sound angry. That made the people receiving the calls more afraid. Lin Feng listened. You have become powerful. Su Qingyu ended the final call. Not compared to you. That is not what I meant. She looked out at the city lights. Power in the business world is borrowed. Employees, investors, governments, customers. They allow you to act because they believe you can protect their interests. That sounds more difficult than cultivation. It is. I defeated Master He with a chopstick. And tomorrow I must explain to 6,000 employees why their project is still safe. Lin Feng considered the difference. The first inheritance settled more deeply within his mind. Responsibility shared willingly. Then I will help. Su Qingyu turned toward him. With East Harbor, with whatever you need. For the first time since the hotel, her composure nearly broke again. She looked away before he could see too much. You should be careful saying things like that. Why? Your senior sisters may misunderstand. What would they misunderstand? You will discover it eventually. The car entered a private estate, overlooking the river. Security gates opened automatically. The house beyond them was made of glass, stone, and dark wood, surrounded by gardens arranged around a small artificial lake. Lin Feng extended his spiritual perception. There are 27 security cameras. 32. 5 are hidden. All of them are hidden. Not well. Su Qingyu sighed. Sixth sister designed the system? Then she wanted me to find them. That is possible. Inside, the house was quiet. Too quiet for its size. A housekeeper and 2 staff members waited in the entrance hall. Su Qingyu dismissed them for the night. She carried Lin Feng's bag upstairs herself. You have 12 bedrooms, he said. 14. You live alone. Yes? Why? She opened the door to a room overlooking the river. I expected people to visit. Lin Feng looked at her. Did they? No. The answer was simple. It carried 16 years of distance. Su Qingyu placed his bag beside the bed. The room had already been prepared. Fresh clothing filled the wardrobe. Shoes in several sizes lined the shelves. A framed wooden sword hung above the desk. Lin Feng recognized it. Eldest senior sister had used it on the mountain. You prepared this before knowing I was coming. I prepare many things. How long has the room been here? She adjusted the edge of the blanket. 8 years. Lin Feng looked around again. The clothes had been replaced as he grew older. Someone had guessed his size. Someone had continued preparing for a guest who never arrived. Senior sister, you should rest. Thank you. Her hand stopped. Lin Feng rarely spoke those words carelessly. She turned. He opened his arms. Su Qingyu stared at him. You hugged me twice, he said. It appears to be the modern method of reunion. She laughed and stepped into his embrace. For a moment, the chairwoman, the business leader, and the woman feared throughout Jiangzhou disappeared. She was simply the eldest disciple who had once carried a small boy through the snow. You are home, she whispered. Lin Feng looked through the window toward the distant city. Master had said home might no longer be the mountain. He was beginning to understand. Far away, beneath another part of Jiangzhou, a room without windows came to life. A black screen displayed images from the Jade Crown Hotel. Lin Feng entering the lobby. Su Qingyu embracing him. Master he flying across the banquet hall. The crescent moon token releasing its light. Several figures sat around a circular table. Their faces remained hidden. At the head of the room, a man in a perfectly tailored gray suit watched the recording twice. Only his profile was visible. Young, calm, refined, Qin Wudian. A subordinate stood behind him. Tianhe Capital's branch has been compromised. Gu Zhenghao may reveal secondary holdings. Remove access before investigators reach them. Yes. What about Gu Zhenghao? He failed. That was not my question. The subordinate lowered his head. We will handle him. Qin Wutian paused the A. Recording on Lin Feng's face, the youngest disciple. Our records suggested he had never left Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Hey? Has now. Should we eliminate him before he reunites with the others? One of the shadowed figures answered first. Master first. He was only an early Heaven Realm cultivator. The boy's victory proves little. Qin Wutian looked toward the speaker. He identified the poison, exposed a financial operation, located the consortium's ownership structure and opened the first token within 2 hours of entering Jiangzhou. The room became quiet. That proves enough. What are your orders? Do not attack him directly. Several figures shifted. Qin Wutian resumed the recording. Find out what he values. Find out what the tokens require. Find out whether his sisters are his strength or his weakness. And if he continues searching, Qin Wutian watched Su Qingyu take Lin Feng's arm. Then we will decide which reunion becomes his last, at the Riverside Estate. Lin Feng opened his eyes. He had sensed something, not a direct presence. An intention carried through the city's damaged formation. Hostile, distant, brief. He walked onto the balcony. Jiangzhou stretched beneath the night. The buried formation pulsed again. This time, he saw the direction. Northeast, military district. His cracked phone rang behind him. Lin Feng returned inside. The screen displayed an unknown number. He answered. No one spoke for 2 seconds. Then a cold female voice said, Little junior brother. Lin Feng recognized her immediately. Second senior sister. The line went silent again. When Han Shu finally spoke, her voice had changed. You really came down. I did. Are you with eldest sister? Yes. Good. A distant alarm sounded behind her. Men shouted orders. Metal struck concrete. Something roared. Lin Feng walked back toward the balcony. What happened? We captured a cultivator carrying the Heavenly Gate insignia. His expression sharpened. Han Shui continued. He allowed himself to be captured. Why? To bring something inside the base. The roar came again. Louder. The call distorted. Second senior sister. I need your help. Below the estate, headlights appeared beyond the security gates. 3 military vehicles approached at speed. Su Qingyue emerged from her room already dressed, her phone in one hand. What happened? Lin Feng closed the wooden box containing the remaining 6 tokens. Second senior sister found us. The military convoy stopped outside. Armed officers exited and formed 2 lines. A colonel approached the house. He looked toward the open balcony, saw Lin Feng, and raised one hand in formal salute. Mr. Lin, Commander Han requests your immediate assistance. Lin Feng placed the wooden box inside his bag. Su Qingyue picked up her jacket. You are not going without me. You have a company crisis. I have deputy directors. This may be dangerous. She looked at him. I waited 16 years for you to come down the mountain. You are not disappearing on your first night. Lin Feng considered arguing. The first heavenly token warmed in his bag. Responsibility shared willingly. He nodded. Then we go together. They descended the stairs. The estate doors opened. Beyond them waited soldiers, armored vehicles, and the second path left by Master. Lin Feng stepped into the night. Behind him, the lights of Su Qingyue's empty house remained on. Ahead, Jiangzhou's hidden world was beginning to awaken. 8 hours later, Lin Feng woke to the sound of 3 women arguing outside his door. He needs clothing suitable for the gathering, Su Qingyu said. He needs clothing that allows movement, Han Shu replied. He needs breakfast before either of you dress him like a project, Bai Lian said. Lin Feng opened the door. The corridor fell quiet. Su Qingyu held 2 garment bags. Han Shui carried a black combat jacket. Bai Lian balanced a tray containing rice porridge, steamed buns and medicinal tea. You were listening, Su Qingyu said. You were standing outside my door. We did not want to wake you. You were discussing my trousers. Han Shui held up the jacket. This is reinforced against blades? And no, small caliber ammunition. I do not require reinforcement. It is still practical. Su Qingyu opened one garment bag. This was tailored overnight. Lin Feng examined the dark suit inside. It has no sleeves suitable for fighting. It is a formal sleeve suitable for fighting. It is a formal jacket. Then it is unsuitable for fighting. The 100 Families gathering is not supposed to be a battlefield. Han Shui looked at her. It becomes one almost every year. That explains why your definition of formal clothing is military equipment. Bai Lian pushed the tray into Lin Feng's hands. He ate first. They can continue pretending this argument concerns clothing. Lin Feng carried the tray into the office. A new phone rested on the desk. Its screen was intact. 7 contacts had already been saved. Only 3 had numbers. Eldest senior sister, second senior sister, third senior sister. The other 4 entries contained no contact information. Under 5th senior sister's name, someone had added a note. She will call when she feels like it. Lin Feng looked towards Su Qingyu. She accessed the phone. It was sealed inside the box when it arrived. Su Qingyu said. Han Shui examined the device. There are no signs of tampering. That means she tampered with it well. Bai Lian replied. Lin Feng picked up a steamed bun. A message appeared. Unknown sender. Wear the black shirt. 4th sister hates formal suits. Another message followed. Also, the blue tie eldest sister selected makes you look like a corporate hostage. Su Qingyu took the phone. Tang Yu? The reply appeared before she finished typing. Good morning, eldest sister. Su Qingyu entered a message. Stop accessing his devices. The answer arrived immediately. No. Han Shui reached for the phone. Tang Yue sent one final message. Commander Han, your military encryption still uses a predictable rotation every 47 seconds. Han Shui stared at the screen. The unknown contact disappeared from the conversation list. She is becoming intolerable, Han Shui said. She was intolerable at 12, Su Qingyu replied. She placed sound talismans beneath Master's floorboards. She said she was monitoring his Master's floorboards. She said she was monitoring his health. She was recording him talking in his sleep. Lin Feng drank the medicinal tea. What did Master say? The 3 women looked at him. No one ever found out, Bai Lian said. Lin Feng suspected they had. He chose Han Shui's combat jacket and Su Qingyu's black shirt. The formal trousers were rejected after he discovered that the pockets could not comfortably hold talismans. Su Qingyu objected until Bai Lian reminded her that Lin Feng had attended a billion-pound business dispute in cloth shoes, and still won. By the time they left the hospital, 3 black vehicles waited outside. Su Qingyu intended to travel by private aircraft. Han Shui had arranged a military flight. Bai Lian had scheduled a medical transport because Han Shui was still technically under observation. The argument lasted until Lin Feng asked how far the gathering was. 3 hours by road, Han Shui said. Then we drive. Su Qingyu looked toward the vehicles. Which car? Lin Feng chose the first one. It belonged to Bai Lian's medical pavilion. The other 2 sisters looked dissatisfied for different reasons. Bai Lian handed him another steamed bun. The journey took them beyond Jiangzhougu's northern districts and into a mountain range hidden behind layers of cloud. Ordinary navigation systems showed a protected ecological reserve. The road ended at a stone wall. Han Shui placed a metal insignia against an ancient carving. The wall opened without sound. Beyond it, a second road climbed between forested peaks. Modern lights had been embedded beneath stone lanterns. Surveillance cameras watched from old pavilions. Cultivators in traditional robes passed vehicles, carrying biometric security tags. Lin Feng looked through the window. The Martial Alliance modernized the outer formation. 6th sister helped, Han Shui said. The cameras are still visible. They are decoys. Lin Feng pointed toward a pine tree. The real camera is there. Han? Shui paused. That is also a decoy. The formation eye behind it is real. Su Qingyu looked at her. You wonder why I should stop challenging him. I am verifying security. You are losing. I am gathering data. Bai Lian gave Lin Feng another bun. The mountain headquarters appeared beyond the next ridge. Ancient halls spread across several peaks connected by bridges and cable lifts. A modern conference center stood beneath a stone arena large enough to seat thousands. Hotels and private courtyards occupied the lower slopes. Between them stretched a market where spirit herbs, weapons, talismans and cultivation resources were traded openly. For the first time since descending the mountain, Lin Feng saw more cultivators than ordinary people. Most remained within the earth and mystic realms. A smaller number had reached Heaven Realm. Several King Realm presences rested inside the main halls. Above them all a silver sword in tent covered the mountain like winter moonlight. Lin Feng looked toward the highest peak. Fourth senior sister knows we arrived. Han Shu followed his gaze. She knew before we crossed the outer formation. Su Qingyu checked the time. Making people climb increases character, Bai Lian said. She once made me climb a cliff because I criticized her sword stance. Lin Feng said. Did it improve your character? No. I reached the top first and corrected her stance again. Their vehicle stopped outside the guest compound. Representatives from several martial families had gathered near the entrance. Conversation weakened when Su Qingyu stepped out. It stopped completely when Han Shu and Bai Lian followed. Lin Feng emerged last. The attention shifted. Whispers moved through the courtyard. That is him? He looks ordinary. His aura is almost non-existent. Perhaps the reports were exaggerated. He relies on his senior sisters. A young man in a white martial coat stood near the main stairs. A gold sword emblem marked his collar. He was surrounded by disciples carrying the same family crest. His cultivation had reached the late mystic realm. Impressive for someone below 30. He looked at Lin Feng's plain black jacket. You are Lin Feng of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Yes. The young man waited for a formal introduction. None came. I am Pei Shao, first heir of the Pei Sword family. Lin Feng nodded. Pei Shao's smile tightened. The Pei family has guarded the martial alliance for 4 generations. That sounds tiring. Several nearby disciples laughed before realizing they should not. Pei Shao's eyes cooled. The 100 families gathering is not a social visit. Every person entering the inner mountain must pass the stone stair trial. Han Shu looked toward the ordinary stairs behind him. That restriction was removed 6 years ago. It was reinstated this morning. By whose authority? The Council of 40 Elders. Su Qingyu glanced at the families watching. They prepared it for him. Pei Shao did not deny it. The Martial Alliance cannot accept every outsider simply because powerful women speak on his behalf. Han Shui's presence sharpened. Lin Feng raised one hand. She stopped. What does the trial require? He asked. Pei Shao pointed toward the stairs. 999 stone steps climbed toward the inner gate. Ancient inscriptions covered their edges. Each step increases spiritual pressure. The trial measures foundation, will, and cultivation. Those unable to reach the top have no right to enter the gathering. Bai Lian looked at the families already inside. Did all of them climb? Their qualifications are established. As so, the test applies only to little junior brother. Pei Shao smiled. If his reputation is deserved, the distinction should not matter. Lin Feng stepped onto the first stair. Nothing happened. Pei Shao's smile deepened. The formation begins after the 10th step, Lin Feng continued. At the 10th step, the inscriptions lit. Spiritual pressure descended. It was equivalent to the weight of a small boulder. Lin Feng kept walking. At the 100th step, the pressure reached the level of a mystic realm cultivator. At the 300th, the surrounding stone trembled. Disciples gathered below. Several elders appeared along the upper railings. Pei Shao watched carefully. Lin Feng's pace did not change. At the 500th step, the formation recognized that ordinary pressure was ineffective. Its ancient core awakened. The mountain air thickened. A heaven realm force descended. Lin Feng continued walking with one hand in his jacket pocket. Su Qingyu looked at Pei Shao. Is the trial supposed to damage the stairs? The first crack appeared beneath Lin Feng's foot. Pei Shao's confidence weakened. The formation has survived for centuries. At the 700th step, the pressure reached King Realm. Lin Feng paused. Several spectators leaned forward. Pei Shao smiled again. Lin Feng looked down at the cracked inscription. Then he crouched. What is he doing? A disciple asked. Lin Feng placed 2 fingers against the stone. The pressure vanished. Every inscription on the staircase lit at once. A low sound moved through the mountain. Not an explosion. A sigh. The ancient formation had been forcing spiritual energy through 3 damaged channels. One more activation at full strength would have shattered the central staircase. Lin Feng redirected the flow. Cracks closed. Faded inscriptions became clear. The formation's scattered pressure settled into balanced layers. He stood and continued. The final 200 steps no longer resisted him. They supported him. At the top, the stone gate opened before he reached it. An ancient voice emerged from the formation. Foundation complete. The elders along the railing became silent. Pei Xiao looked toward the repaired staircase. The stone stair trial had not recognized anyone with those words in nearly 200 years. Lin Feng turned back. My senior sisters do not need to climb. Pei Xiao recovered enough to answer. The trial applies to all unregistered guests. They are not unregistered. Chairwoman Su is not recognized as a member of the hidden martial world. Lin Feng touched the repaired formation. Silver light traveled down the stairs. The pressure disappeared completely. It is closed for maintenance. Su Qingyu climbed without difficulty. Bai Lian followed. Han Shui stopped beside Pai Xiao. You reinstated an obsolete trial without inspecting its condition. His face darkened. It was approved by the elders. You nearly destroyed part of the mountain to embarrass one person. The formation could not harm him. You did not know that when you activated it, she continued upward. Pei Xiao remained below with the spectators. The first confrontation had ended without a strike. That made the humiliation more difficult to answer. At the inner gate, an elderly steward awaited them. He bowed to the three women. Then to Lin Feng. Alliance leader Luo has ordered that Mr. Lin be given unrestricted access to the gathering. Pei Xiao reached the top in time to hear. She approved him without council review. The steward looked at him. The Alliance leader's leaders. Exact words were, anyone who disagrees may challenge her. No elder volunteered. Lin Feng studied the mountain. Where is she? Watching. From where? The steward glanced toward the highest peak. That depends upon whether she wishes to be found. Lin Feng extended his spiritual perception. A silver sword intent touched it. Then, disappeared. Fourth senior sister was hiding her presence while deliberately leaving a trail. She had not changed. The steward led them through the spirit market, while preparations for the gathering continued. Merchants occupied rows of traditional stalls beneath modern payment displays. Spirit stones rested beside card readers. Ancient pills sat within refrigerated cases. Appraisers examined weapons through both spiritual perception and portable scanners. Lin Feng stopped at a herb stall. Bundles of purple root grass had been arranged beneath a sign. 100-year meridian herb. One bundle cost more than an ordinary family earned in several years. The merchant noticed his attention. Sir has a good eye. These herbs were harvested from a sealed valley and contain unusually pure energy. Lin Feng picked up one root. The merchant leaned forward. Do not squeeze it. The medicinal essence is delicate. This is 12 years old. The merchant's smile paused. Impossible. It grew beside heated stone. The color darkened early. You can determine age by appearance. By the growth rings. Purple root grass has no visible rings. Lin Feng split the end with one fingernail. 12 pale layers appeared. Several customers moved closer. The merchant's expression changed. Age is not the only measure of quality. It was soaked in spirit water to increase weight. That is a serious accusation. Lin Feng placed the root on the table. A clear drop emerged. It carried the bitter scent of mineral dye. A woman beside him immediately returned the bundle she had intended to purchase. The merchant raised his voice. This stall is certified by the Pei family. Pei Xiao had followed them into the market. He stepped forward. Our appraisers inspected every product before the gathering. Then your appraisers missed this, Lin Feng said. Pai Xiao examined the root. The color and energy are consistent with century-grade herbs. The energy came from the water. The Pei family's reputation is not something you may question casually. Lin Feng looked at him. Why does everyone here speak about reputation when the evidence is in front of them? The market quieted. Pei Xiao's jaw tightened. An elderly appraiser wearing the Pei crest pushed through the crowd. He inspected the root, then released spiritual energy into it. The herb glowed purple. Authentic, he declared. Lin Feng watched the energy move through the false channels. You used the same inspection method on every bundle? Yes, that is why you missed the problem. The appraiser's face hardened. Young man, I have evaluated spirit herbs longer than you have been alive. You fill them with energy and judge how much returns. That is a recognized method. The spirit water returns your energy. The herb does not. The appraiser looked down. Lin Feng picked up a second root and placed it beside the first. Use half as much energy. The old man did. The glow remained equally bright. His expression shifted. A true medicinal herb would respond according to the energy supplied. The soaked root merely activated the artificial water channels. The woman who had nearly purchased it looked toward the merchant. How many people have you deceived? The merchant backed away. I received the stock from an approved supplier. Pei Xiao seized his collar. Who? The merchant's eyes moved toward the bay. Upper market, a black-clothed man was already leaving. Han Shu stepped into his path. He turned. Su Qingyi's security team blocked the opposite end. The man reached beneath his coat. Bai Lian flicked a needle. His arm went numb before he touched the hidden talisman. Lin Feng approached. A small gate emblem had been branded beneath the man's wrist. The surrounding martial families saw it. Han Shui removed the talisman. It matched those recovered from the military base. Pei Xiao stared at the emblem. The consortium infiltrated the gathering. Lin Feng looked at the rows of herbs. They supplied more than purple root grass. Bai Lian began examining nearby medicine. Within minutes, she identified 3 batches contaminated with the same spirit water. The products came from different merchants. All had passed P family inspection. The water did more than falsify age. It left a trace inside the meridians of anyone who consumed it. A trace designed to react to the ancient formation beneath the mountain. Han Shui looked toward the main arena. They are marking participants. Lin Feng extended his spiritual perception below the market. Formation lines spread beneath every major gathering hall. Most belonged to the Martial Alliance's defensive network. A second pattern had been woven through them, thin, patient, nearly invisible. The gathering is part of the formation, he said. Pai Xiao's face tightened. My family oversees market security. Then someone used your access. The young heir looked toward the captured supplier. Anger replaced embarrassment. Take him to the council chamber, Han Shu said. He enters national custody. This is Martial Alliance territory. He is connected to an attack on a military base. Pei Xiao stepped closer. You do not command here. No, Han Shui said. Your alliance leader does. A silver sword fell from the J. A silver sword fell from the sky. Its point struck the ground between them. The market stones cracked in a perfect circle. Every cultivator nearby lowered their head. A woman descended along the sword's path. Silver hair moved behind her like moonlit silk. She wore a fitted blue jacket over dark trousers, with no ceremonial robe or visible insignia beyond the sword at her side. She landed beside the weapon. Her eyes passed over the contaminated medicine, the captured supplier, and Pei Xiao. Then they settled on Lin Feng. For several breaths, she said nothing. Lin Feng looked back. You took your time, Luo Yunniao said. I arrived yesterday. You remained in Jiangzhougu. 2nd and 3rd senior sisters needed help. You could have visited me first. You did not call. I sent an invitation. It said, the hidden martial world wished to test me. That was the council's wording. You added the sentence beneath it. Her mouth curved. I wanted to know whether you still recognized my sword intent. You pressed too hard on the final character. The final character. Smile disappeared. You have not seen my calligraphy in 16 years. It remains uneven. Luo Yunio drew her sword. The market emptied around them. She crossed the distance in one silver flash. Her blade stopped against Lin Feng's fingers. He had caught it 2 inches from his shoulder. The sword intent surrounding the market shattered into harmless light. Luo Yunio increased her force. The ground beneath her feet sank. Lin Feng did not move. You improved, he said. Only improved? Considerably. That still sounds insulting. It was praise. Luo Yunio released the sword. Lin Feng let go. She struck him with the hilt instead. The impact would have sent a Heaven Realm cultivator through a wall. Lin Feng's head moved less than an inch. Then Luo Yunio threw both arms around him. Her sword fell. The Martial Alliance watched its undefeated leader cling to the mountain disciple she had just attacked. You became annoying, she said against his shoulder. I was already annoying. You were smaller. That is not the same. She pulled back and gripped his face. Her silver eyes examined him carefully. Did Master mistreat you? He trained me. That was not my question. He made me rebuild the Eastern Cliff 3 times. You broke it. The 3rd collapse was his fault. Probably blamed you. Did. Luo Yunniao looked toward the other sisters. You found him and waited until now to bring him? He was occupied, Bai Lian said. You could have informed me. Han Shu folded her arms. You sent an invitation instead of calling. A formal gathering required formal communication. Su Qingyi looked at the sword embedded in the market stones. You attacked him before saying hello. That was communication. The 4 women faced one another. Lin Feng picked up Luo Yunio's fallen sword. Pai Xiao and the gathered disciples remained silent. Luo Yunio finally looked at the captured supplier. What happened? Lin Feng handed her the contaminated herb. She listened without interrupting as Bai Lion explained the spirit water, and Han Shui described the gate insignia. Her earlier warmth vanished. "Seal the market," Luo Yuniao ordered. "No medicine, food, or spirit water leaves until Third Sister clears it." The Pei appraiser bowed. "Alliance leader, alliance leader. The gathering begins in 1 hour. Then people can cultivate while hungry." An elder approached from the upper path. He wore the Pi family's gold sword emblem and carried the pressure of a late King Realm cultivator. "Alliance leader, alliance leader. Closing the market based on one supplier's crime will damage every family present." Luo Yuniao looked at him. "Elder Pei Tiane." He bowed slightly. "The council should review the evidence before disrupting the gathering." "The evidence is in my mind." "And one batch of false herbs does not prove an attack on the alliance." Lin Feng pointed toward the formation lines beneath the market. "The spirit water marks anyone who consumes it." Pei Tiane examined him. "So this is the mountain salt. This is So this is the mountain Yes. You entered our territory less than an hour ago, and now claim to understand formations hidden beneath it. I understood the staircase before reaching the top." Several disciples lowered their eyes. Pai Tiane had already heard. The stone stair trial was built by our ancestors. They should have included maintenance instructions. Luo Yuniao covered a smile. Pai Tiane's gaze cooled. Young talent often mistakes quick perception for complete knowledge. Lin Feng looked beneath the elder's sleeve. A faint trace of black spirit water moved through his wrist. "You consumed one of the marked pills." The market became still. Pai Tiane withdrew his hand. "I have consumed hundreds of spiritual medicines." The marked one entered your body within the past 7 days? You expect the council to accept your judgment without proof? Bai Liao stepped forward. "I can examine." Stepped forward. "Him." Pei Tiane looked at her. "The divine doctor's reputation is respected, but you are his senior sister." Then choose any physician present. Several medical practitioners looked away. None wanted to offend the Pei family. Luo Yuniao pulled a small knife from her belt. "We do not require a physician." Pei Tiane's expression changed. She cut her own fingertip. A drop of blood fell onto the contaminated root. Nothing happened. She held out the knife. "Your turn." The elder did not take it. "If the spirit water is within your meridians," Lin Feng said, "your blood will cause the root to produce black lines." Pei Tiane looked at the gathered families. Refusing would appear worse than the result. He took the knife and cut his finger. His blood struck the herb. Black veins spread through the purple root. The crowd recoiled. Pai Tiane stared at it. "This proves I was deceived, nothing more." "Possibly," Lin Feng said. The elder looked toward him. "You do not accuse me." "Not without evidence." Pai Tianhe had expected arrogance. The restraint forced him to adjust. Luo Yuniao said, "You will remain under observation until Third Sister removes the mark. I'm a council elder. That is why you should cooperate." The Pei families. Representatives will not accept confinement based on an outsider's theory. Luo Yuniao's sword. Intent descended. "I am not an outsider." Pei Tiane met her gaze. For one moment, the conflict beneath the gathering became visible. The alliance leader controlled the mountain through strength. The council controlled its laws, resources, and relationships. Neither side had fully trusted the other for years. Pei Tiane bowed. "I will cooperate until the council convenes." He turned away. Lin Feng watched him leave. The elder's heartbeat remained stable. Too stable for someone who had just discovered foreign formation energy inside his body. Luo Yuniao noticed Lin Feng's gaze. "You think he knew?" "I think he was prepared to discover it publicly." "Why allow himself to be marked?" "To appear like another victim." Pai Shao heard them. His face changed. "He is my grandfather." Luo Yuniao looked at him. "Then discover whether your loyalty is to your family name or the truth." Pei Shao clenched his hands. He said nothing. The gathering opened in the main arena under tightened security. Every family entered after Bai Lion inspected their medicine, and Lin Feng examined the formation marks at the gates. More than 3,000 cultivators occupied the stone seating. Banners representing 112 families and sects hung from the upper levels. The central arena had been carved into the mountain itself. Ancient formation pillars stood at 8 points around it. Lin Feng recognized 7 defensive channels. The 8th had been added later. It descended beneath the arena toward an earth node similar to the one below the military base. Luo Yuniao sat in the central position reserved for the alliance leader. Lin Feng and his sisters occupied seats beside her. The council elders sat opposite. Pei Tianhe had submitted to Bai Lian's treatment, but the black mark inside his meridians had resisted removal. It had embedded itself too deeply. You can destroy it, Bai Lian had told Lin Feng privately. Yes, but it may be attached to his cultivation foundation. If he's innocent, destroying it could cripple him. If he is guilty, he may have placed it there willingly. They had chosen to wait. The opening ceremony began. A council representative recited the history of the martial alliance. Lin Feng listened until the speech reached its 23rd minute. How long does this continue? He asked. Luo Yuniao kept her gaze on the arena. He prepared 50 pages. Why? He enjoys hearing his own voice. Can you stop him? I am considering drawing my sword. Su Qingyu, I am considering drawing my sword. Su Qingyu leaned closer. That would improve the schedule. The speaker finally reached the announcement of the 100 Families trial. Young cultivators below 30 would compete across 3 disciplines: martial combat, weapon control, formation comprehension. The winners would earn access to the Alliance's sealed archives and the right to participate in decisions concerning ancient ruins. The representative looked toward Lin Feng. This year the council has approved an additional participant. Murmurs spread. Lin Feng of Heavenly Cloud Mountain has entered the hidden world without registration, lineage verification, or recognized achievement within the Alliance. Han Shu's eyes cooled. Luo Yuniao lifted one hand. Let him finish. The representative continued. Reports from Jiangzhou claim he defeated a Heaven Realm cultivator, interfered with military formations, and exposed forbidden medical techniques. The council believes such claims should be verified. Lin Feng looked at Luo Yuniao. Did you agree to this? I agreed to let them ask. Did you agree that I would participate? I assumed you would. Why? Her silver eyes brightened. Because I want to watch. The representative's voice carried across the arena. If Lin Feng completes the 100 Families trial, the council will recognize his standing within the martial alliance. If he refuses, he must leave the inner mountain until formal verification is complete. Su Qingyu looked toward the council seats. They want him to perform for their approval. Pei Tianhe sat with folded hands. Several elders watched Lin Feng expectantly. Luo Yuniao said quietly, You can refuse. I will overturn the ruling. That would weaken your authority. My authority does not depend upon their comfort. No. But they prepared this publicly. She looked at him. You understand more politics than you pretend. Eldest senior sister explained companies in the car. Su Qingyu appeared satisfied. Lin Feng stood. I will enter. The arena reacted with immediate noise. The council representative raised his hand. As an unranked participant. You will begin in the preliminary stage. How many matches? As many as necessary. Luo Yuniao's gaze sharpened. That is not a number. Pei Tianhe answered from the council seats. The trial uses challenge succession. Any qualified participant may test him. If he remains standing when no challengers remain, he advances. Han Shu looked across the hundreds of young cultivators below. They intend to exhaust him. Luo Yuniao smiled. They intend to exhaust themselves. Lin Feng entered the arena. The first challenger arrived before the formation barrier closed. A broad young man from the Iron Mountain sect carried a heavy staff. He bowed formally. Zhu Kang. Late Earth Realm. Lin Feng, you should state your realm. I do not know what the modern world calls it. The arena laughed. Zhou Kang's expression became serious. Then I will discover it. He attacked. The staff struck the ground with enough force to break stone. Lin Feng moved half a step. The weapon missed. Zhou Kang swept horizontally. Lin Feng touched the center of the staff. The young man's grip opened. His weapon rotated out of his hands and landed upright behind him. Zhou Kang stopped. He looked at his empty palms. Lin Feng pointed toward his right shoulder. You release force too early. Zhou Kang followed the motion. If you delay until the final third of the swing, the staff will not pull your balance forward. The young man tried the movement without his weapon. Understanding entered his face. He bowed. I concede. The audience became quieter. The second challenger used twin blades. Lin Feng redirected both with his sleeves and corrected the cultivator's footwork. The third controlled fire. Lin Feng extinguished the technique by closing one disrupted meridian point, then reopened it before the young woman could panic. The fourth attempted a poison mist. Bai Lian sighed from the viewing platform. Lin Feng caught the mist inside the challenger's own sleeve and explained why mixing two incompatible toxins would have damaged his lungs within a year. The fifth challenger did not attack. She bowed. My sword foundation is unstable. May I ask for instruction? Pai Tiana's expression darkened. The trial was becoming a lesson. Lin Feng adjusted the angle of her wrist. She completed one strike. Sword light crossed the arena and cut a clean line through a distant target. Her sect elders rose in surprise. She bowed deeply and left. More challengers came. Some wanted recognition. Some wished to test the rumors. Others had been encouraged by families opposing Luo Yuniao. Lin Feng defeated all of them without causing a serious injury. By the 20th match, no one laughed at his lack of stated realm. By the 30th, challengers began asking questions after losing. By the 40th, several families were taking notes. Pei Xiao entered at match 47. The arena changed. He carried a long sword inherited from the Pai family. Golden patterns moved across its blade. His grandfather watched from the council platform. Pai Xiao bowed. This challenge is not personal. Lin Feng looked at him. It appears personal. You embarrassed my family at the gate and in the market. You embarrassed your family at the gate. The merchant embarrassed it in the market. Several spectators failed to hide their laughter. Pai Xiao drew his sword. The Pei family's Golden River art has never lost to an unregistered cultivator. Then you may improve the record by losing to a registered one later. Pei Xiao attacked. Golden sword light filled the arena. Unlike the earlier challengers, he did not rely only upon cultivation. His technique layered each strike upon the last, creating an accelerating current of force. The first 9 attacks tested distance. The next 18 sealed escape paths. By the 36th, the entire arena had become a river of golden blades. Lin Feng remained at its center. He had not drawn a weapon. Pei Xiao's control was better than his behavior suggested. The problem lay beneath the technique. Every cycle forced energy through the same narrow meridian. At full strength, the final strike would damage his right arm. Stop after the 48th movement, Lin Feng said. Pai Xiao continued. The complete art has 64. Your body can manage 48. My family has practiced this for centuries. Your ancestors developed it with different meridian channels. Pei Xiao's sword reached the 50th movement. Pain crossed his face. He hit it and accelerated. Golden light became a storm. Luo Yuniao leaned forward. His arm will break. Pei Tiane did not move. Lin Feng stepped through the sword river. Every blade of energy missed him by less than an inch. At the 56th movement, he reached Pei Xiao. 2 fingers touched the young man's elbow. The Golden River art stopped. The accumulated sword force lost its path. Lin Feng raised one hand. Hundreds of golden blades turned upward. They struck the arena barrier and spread across it like sunlight. Pei Xiao's sword fell. His arm trembled. Lin Feng pressed 3 points along the damaged meridian. The pain eased. You knew, Pei Xiao said. Yes? Then why help me? Because breaking your arm would prove nothing. Pei Xiao looked toward his grandfather. Pai Tiana's face remained unreadable. Did the Pei family know the technique no longer matched our meridians? Lin Feng said nothing. The answer belonged to his family. Pai Xiao bowed. I concede. When he left the arena, he did not return to the Pei seats. He stood alone near the lower passage. No challenger entered after him. The council representative waited. Lin Feng has completed the combat succession. Scattered applause became a wave. The formation pillars around the arena absorbed the sound, movement, and released spiritual energy. Lin Feng felt the hidden 8th channel deepen. The trial was feeding the earth node. He looked toward the council platform. Pei Tiana's black mark pulsed in rhythm with it. The second discipline involved weapon control. Participants directed flying swords through an obstacle formation. Lin Feng entered without a proper weapon. A council elder objected. You cannot use an unregistered artifact. I have no artifact. Then you cannot compete. Luo Yuniao threw her sword from the viewing platform. It crossed the arena and stopped before Lin Feng. Every Martial Alliance disciple recognized it. Moon severing. The Alliance leader's personal weapon. Luo Yuniao rested her chin on one hand. Use mine. The council elder turned toward her. Alliance leader, the sword itself may influence the result. It rejects everyone except me. Lin Feng took the hilt. Moon severing released a clear ring. Its silver light softened instantly. Luo Yuniao's smile disappeared. The sword had resisted even her closest disciples. In Lin Feng's hand, it behaved like an obedient branch. You changed the balance, he said. I improved it. The point is too heavy. It increases penetration. It slows recovery. My recovery is faster than yours was at 14. You still remember losing? I did not lose. You fell into the lake. Master ended the match, because you were underwater. The audience looked between them. The feared Alliance leader had argued about that match for 16 years. Lin Feng guided the sword into the obstacle formation. Other participants used complex seals. He released the hilt. Moon severing traveled once around the arena. Every obstacle split, not destroyed, separated precisely along its formation joints. The sword returned to his hand. The entire course deactivated. The supervising elders stared at the cleanly divided targets. The objective was to pass through them. The route was inefficient. Luo Yuniao crossed her arms. You criticized my sword. Then used it to damage Alliance property. You gave it to me. Han Shu looked at Suqingyu. He learned that answer from you. Good. The third discipline began beneath the arena. Participants entered a chamber containing fragments of ancient formations. They had 2 hours to identify the function of one formation and restore its damaged lines. Lin Feng stepped inside. The stone door closed behind him. The fragment placed before him was not random. It belonged to the buried 8th channel. Someone had inserted it deliberately. Its visible lines resembled a defensive barrier. Its hidden function was different. It gathered blood and spiritual energy from the arena above. The marked medicine had prepared participants' meridians. The combat trial had activated the gathering process. The formation test would open the final channel. Lin Feng touched the stone. A foreign consciousness waited inside. It spoke without sound. Living key. He withdrew his hand. The chamber darkened. Black lines spread across the walls. The door sealed. Above the arena, every marked cultivator felt pain at the same moment. Bai Lian stood. No. Black veins appeared beneath hundreds of wrists. The 8 formation pillars activated. 7 released silver defensive light. The 8th turned black. Pei Tianhe rose from the council platform. His late king realm aura expanded. The mark inside his body opened. Power surged upward from the earth node. King realm. Saint realm. The arena barrier reversed. Instead of protecting the audience from the fighters, it imprisoned every person inside. Luo Yunia drew her spare sword. Pei Tianhe. The elder looked toward his grandson. Return to the family seats. Pei Shao remained in the lower passage. You knew the medicine was marked. You knew sacrifice was required. You allowed our own disciples to consume it. The Pei family has weakened for 3 generations. The alliance follows a woman with no bloodline. While ancient clans surrender authority to governments and corporations, Luo Yuniao stepped from the platform. The alliance follows me because I defeated every elder who challenged me. You mistake victory for legitimacy. Pei Tianhe's borrowed power continued climbing. The black formation connected him to every marked cultivator. The Heavenly Gate Consortium offered restoration. Ancient inheritances, stronger bloodlines. A world where martial families no longer hide beneath modern law. Han Shu's hand moved toward her weapon. Pei Tianhe smiled. Commander Han, your government cannot enter this barrier. Su Qingyu checked her phone. Every signal had failed. Bai Lian looked across the suffering cultivators. The marks are draining their vitality. Pei Tianhe raised both hands. The weak sustain the strong. That has always been the law of cultivation. Luo Yuniao's silver hair lifted beneath the pressure. No, that has always been the excuse of cowards. She crossed the arena. Her sword struck Pei Tianhe's barrier. Silver and black light collided. The mountain shook. Pei Tianhe moved one hand, borrowed Saint Realm power through Luo Yuniao across the platform. She landed on her feet. Blood appeared at the corner of her mouth. Her sword intent intensified. Fourth sister, Bai Lian said. Do not use full strength. The formation will absorb it. I know. Luo Yuniao attacked again. Pei Tianhe's barrier consumed part of every strike. The marks across the audience dark. He had made himself the central anchor. Any attack against him drew more power from the people trapped inside. Pei Shao tried to climb toward his grandfather. Black lines bound his legs. Pei Tianhe looked down at him. You will understand when the Pei family stands above the alliance. You altered the Golden River art. The elder's expression remained calm. Our ancestors required stronger meridians. You knew the current technique was damaging us. Pain creates worthy successors. You allowed generations of our family to cripple themselves to preserve the appearance of strength. The weak branches should break. Pei Shao drew his sword. The black lines tightened. His right arm failed. He dropped to one knee. Pei Tianhe looked away. Luo Yuniao saw it. She changed direction and cut the lines around Pei Shao instead of attacking the elder. The sword token inside Lin Feng's wooden box burned. Within the sealed chamber below, he felt her choice. The trial was not asking whether Luo Yuniao possessed strength. The mountain already knew she did. It asked what strength was for. The black consciousness entered the chamber again. Open the gate. Images appeared around Lin Feng, his senior sisters trapped inside the arena. Bai Lian trying to protect hundreds of marked cultivators, Han Shu striking the barrier. Su Qingyue standing without cultivation among families whose spiritual energy was being drained. Luo Yuniao fighting a Saint Realm enemy, whose power increased each time she attacked. The formation showed one solution: offer blood, accept the oath. Open the earth node. Power sufficient to break the barrier would enter his body. The consortium had prepared the choice exactly as Master warned. Lin Feng placed his palm against the floor. No. The foreign consciousness pressed harder. Without power they die. They are not without power. He activated the Heavenly Meridian Network. The sealed chamber blocked external spiritual force. It could not block relationships already recognized by the tokens. Silver threads spread upward. They found Su Qingyu first. Her responsibility held the network steady. Han Shu felt it next. Her command expanded across the trapped families. Bai Lian's life weave entered every marked meridian she could reach. Luo Yuniao felt the three inheritances connect through her. Lin Feng's voice entered their minds. Fourth senior sister. She blocked Pei Tiana's strike. You took too long. The formation sealed the chamber. Break it. I can. But the arena will collapse if I force it. Then do not force it. Luo Yuniao looked toward the 8 pillars. The sword token floated from the box within Lin Feng's sealed chamber. Its blue light traveled through the network. Master's voice crossed the mountain. Yuniao. The arena vanished from their shared perception. Heavenly Cloud Mountain appeared beneath a clear winter sky. A younger Luo Yuniao stood on a frozen lake, sword drawn towards 6 older disciples. All 6 lay on the ice. She alone remained standing. Master sat on the shore, eating roasted chestnuts. You were the 4th to leave because strength came naturally to you. The younger girl lifted her chin. I defeated them. You did. I can protect the sect, can you? She looked offended. Master threw a chestnut shell onto the ice. It landed beside one of the defeated disciples. You believe protection means defeating every threat personally. The scene changed. Luo Yuniao stood alone before an endless army. Her sword cut hundreds down. Thousands followed. You will become strong enough that others stop offering help. The present Luo Yuniao's fingers tightened around her sword. You will encourage them by treating assistance as interference. Lin Feng felt her resistance. Master's recorded voice softened. Strength that leaves everyone behind protects only pride. The endless army vanished. 7 figures stood around Luo Yuniao. Their shadows connected. A sword is not strongest because it cuts everything. Ancient characters appeared within Lin Feng's mind. Heavenly Sword Boundary. The 4th inheritance joined the previous 3. The Meridian Network connected willing allies. The command seal aligned their intent. The life weave preserved their vitality. The sword boundary gave those connections an edge. It could separate corruption from what it had infected. Cut hostile formation lines without cutting the people used as anchors. Create a defensive domain from shared resolve rather than stolen power. A sword is strongest when it knows what must remain unbroken. Master looked toward Lin Feng. The 4th guardian must choose whether to stand above the formation or become part of it. The vision faded. The sword token opened. A 4th metal fragment appeared within the sealed chamber. It carried one new character. 7. The joined message now read, Blood Oath. 7 witnesses. Lin Feng understood. The 7 senior sisters were not simply people the consortium could use against him. They were required participants in the final decision. The gate would recognize their presence. Their consent, corruption, or sacrifice would determine what his blood oath became. The consortium needed all 8 disciples. The black consciousness sensed his understanding. The sealed chamber began collapsing. Lin Feng raised one hand. The heavenly sword boundary opened. Silver blue light passed through the stone without breaking it. It traveled along every corrupted formation line beneath the arena. Luo Yuniao saw them. Hundreds of black threads connected Pei Tiane to the marked cultivators. One central thread descended toward the earth node. Lin Feng's voice reached her. Do not attack him. She smiled, despite the blood at her mouth. You are giving me orders now. 2nd senior sister is giving orders. Han Shui's presence entered the network. 4th sister, cut the anchors in the sequence I mark. Luo Yuniao looked toward the military commander. I outrank you in the alliance, not in this formation, Su Qingyu added. Argue later. Bai Lian held the life weave across the audience. The marks are reaching their hearts. Luo Yuniao lowered her sword. For years, every crisis within the martial alliance had ended the same way. She stepped forward. Everyone else stepped back. This time she allowed the network to hold her. Han Shu marked the first line. Luo Yuniao cut. The black thread separated from a young disciple without touching his meridians. Bai Lian immediately repaired the damage. Su Qingyue directed unmarked families toward the weakened sections of the barrier, organizing people who had spent their lives refusing orders from ordinary society. Support the injured, an elder objected. You possess no cultivation. I possess eyes. Move. He moved. Han Shu marked 3 more lines. Luo Yuniao cut them in one sweep. Pai Tiana felt his borrowed power decrease. What did you do? Luo Yuniao did not answer. She stopped fighting him. That frightened him more. He released a black sword wave toward the audience. The heavenly sword boundary rose. Not from Luo Yuniao alone. Every willing cultivator connected through Lin Feng's network contributed a fraction of intent. The silver-blue barrier absorbed the strike. No vitality was stolen. No one was weakened beyond what they chose to give. Pai Tiana's expression changed. This formation belongs to the heavenly gate. A voice answered from beneath the arena. No. Lin Feng stepped through the stone floor. The sealed chamber opened around him without debris. The formation lines parted as he rose into the arena. This is what it was supposed to become. The crowd saw him. The black barrier trembled. Pai Tiana gathered all remaining power. His aura crossed Saint Realm and approached Emperor Realm. The marked cultivators cried out. Bai Lian tightened the life weave. Little junior brother, I know. Lin Feng did not attack Pai Tiana. He touched the arena floor. The sword boundary traveled through the mountain. Every corrupted line became visible. Fourth senior sister, Luo Yuniao, appeared beside him. Try to keep up. Han Shu marked the sequence. The two moved. Lin Feng used no weapon. His fingers cut formation lines too small for ordinary perception. Luo Yuniao's sword severed the larger anchors surrounding the pillars. 1, 3, 7, 12. Each broken connection reduced Pai Tiana's borrowed realm. Emperor pressure fell back to Saint, then King. He roared and struck the central pillar. The earth node opened beneath him. Black light rose. A colossal gate shadow appeared above the arena. The audience saw 2 cracked doors bound by chains. One chain had already broken. The second strained. Pai Tiana offered his blood. I accept the oath. The gate did not respond. He stared upward. I carry the consortium seal. The ancient shadow remained closed. Lin Feng looked at him. You are not the key. Then I will use your blood. Pai Tianhe crossed the arena. His remaining cultivation burned through his meridians. The force behind his palm could have destroyed the central platform. Lin Feng caught his wrist. Pai Tianhe's movement ended. Unlike Master He or Dr. Xu, the elder understood immediately. The difference between them was not small. It was absolute. His borrowed strength. Family techniques and prepared formation had never placed him near Lin Feng's level. You could have stopped me from the beginning, Pai Tianhe said. Yes, then why wait? Because hundreds of people were connected to you. You risked them to preserve your image of mercy. No. Lin Feng tightened his grip. The last black lines became visible beneath Pai Tiana's skin. I waited until they could survive your defeat. He touched the elder's chest. The sword boundary entered. It cut the corrupted formation away from Pai Tiana's true meridians. The borrowed cultivation vanished. Every stolen fragment of vitality returned through Bai Lian's life weave. Pai Tiana aged beneath the weight of his own choices. His hair whitened. His skin loosened. His realm fell from saint to king, then heaven, then mystic. The black mark near his heart resisted. Lin Feng stopped. The mark had been accepted willingly. Removing it entirely would destroy Pai Tiana's foundation. The elder looked at him. Do it. You understand the consequence? I will not live as a cripple. Luo Yuniao stood beside Lin Feng. That decision is not yours alone. Pai Tiana laughed weakly. You speak of choice after taking my cultivation? You stole cultivation from this entire mountain. I did what was necessary for the Pai family. Pai Shao reached them. His damaged arm hung at his side. No. Pai Tiana looked toward his grandson. Pai Shao placed the Golden River sword on the ground. You did what was necessary for yourself. The family will fall without strength. Then we build it honestly. You are too weak. Yes. Pai Shao's voice remained steady. But I would rather be weak than become you. The black mark inside Pai Tiana pulsed. The consortium attempted to erase it. Lin Feng placed 2 fingers against the elder's heart. The mark stopped. Pei Tiana's eyes widened. "They are trying to kill you," Lin Feng said. The elder looked toward the fading gate shadow. For the first time, certainty left his face. The organization he had served did not view him as an ally. "Only a discarded formation anchor. Preserve the mark," Han Shu said. "It may contain information." Pei Tianhe closed his eyes. "I will testify." Pei Shao looked at him. The elder did not ask forgiveness. No one offered it. Luo Yuniao ordered the council guards to take him into secure custody. This time, no Pei representative objected. The black gate shadow remained above the arena. The corrupted 8th channel had been severed, but the Earth node was still awake. Lin Feng joined the 4th metal fragment to the first 3. The words became clearer. Blood oath. 7 witnesses. 1 living key. The fragments released a map of the hidden Earth nodes. 7 points surrounded a central location. Jiangzhou's business district. The military base. The medical district. The Martial Alliance mountain. 3 distant nodes remained dark. The 7th flickered irregularly. A final central node lay beneath the capital. The Heavenly Gate's true chamber. Luo Yuniao studied the map. "Each of us built our power over one of the nodes." Su Qingyu looked toward the Jiangzhou point. "Without knowing," Han Shui said. "Master sent us to those locations deliberately." Bai Lion examined the remaining dark nodes. 5th and 6th sisters may already be guarding theirs. "The 7th node is unstable," Lin Feng said. Luo Yuniao looked toward him. Qing'er, Mu Qing'er, the 7th senior sister, the one whose public face appeared across cities, while her true location remained unknown even to her family. Su Qingyu's phone regained signal. Hundreds of alerts arrived at once. Among them was a message from Tang Yu. "Congratulations on surviving 4th sister's greeting." Luo Yuniao took the phone. "Where are you?" A reply appeared. "Busy. Where is Qing'er?" The typing indicator remained for several seconds, then disappeared. No answer came. Han Shui opened the Alliance network through a terminal. Every external communication during the formation activation was copied to a hidden relay. "Location?" Luo Yuniao asked. "Unknown." A new voice entered the arena. "Perhaps I can help." A young man descended from the council platform. He wore a perfectly tailored gray suit rather than martial robes. His posture was relaxed, his expression composed. Several elders greeted him with visible respect. Qin Wudian. Publicly, he represented the Qin family, one of the oldest and wealthiest lineages connected to the Martial Alliance. His cultivation appeared to rest at the King Realm. Lin Feng knew immediately that it did not. The aura was too complete, too carefully ordinary. Qin Wutian stopped at a respectful distance. "Lin Feng of Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Qin Wutian, you know me." People spoke your name while you approached. Qin Wutian smiled. Most cultivators meeting him for the first time either displayed caution or admiration. Lin Feng had merely listened. The Qin family maintained several information channels beyond the Alliance, Qin Wudian said. "We may be able to trace the relay used during the attack." Han Shui looked at him. "Why offer?" "Because Pai Tianhe attempted to sacrifice representatives from every family present, including mine." "Your people were not marked," Lin Feng said. The arena quieted around them. Qin Wutian's expression did not change. "Our physicians rejected the contaminated medicine before the market closed." Why?" "My family travels with its own supplies." A reasonable answer. His heartbeat did not move. Lin Feng looked toward the Qin family seats. Every representative remained calm, too calm, even after seeing the Heavenly Gate's shadow. "You knew something would happen," Lin Feng said. Qin Wutian held his gaze. "I expected political conflict. Not this. You left the arena before the final formation test. I was called to a council consultation." "By whom?" Elder Pei Tianhe, now restrained, lifted his head. Confusion crossed his face. Qin Wutian looked toward him. The confusion vanished under fear. Lin Feng saw it. So did Han Shui. But the elder said, "I requested young Master Qin's advice regarding the market closure." Qin Wutian nodded. The timing was fortunate. Su Qingyi stepped closer to Lin Feng. She had negotiated with executives, politicians, and heirs who built identities from controlled expressions. Qin Wutian's control was better than any of theirs. "Very fortunate," she said. He acknowledged her with a slight bow. "Chairwoman Su, you invested in Tianhe Capital through 3 offshore funds." The watching families became silent again. Qin Wutian smiled. "The Qin family invests broadly. All 3 funds withdrew before Tianhe Capital's investigation became public. Our analysts are cautious. Your analysts also sold Changsheng pharmaceutical bonds 2 days before its trials were Exposed. Then I should increase their bonuses. Su Qingyue's eyes cooled. Qin Wutian remained courteous. No defensiveness, no arrogance. He had prepared explanations for connections no one was expected to discover. Luo Yunao rested one hand on her sword. Did you know Pei Tianhe served the consortium? No. Would you submit to examination? Yes. The immediate agreement prevented confrontation. Bai Lian checked his pulse. Han Shui examined his clothing and belongings. Luo Yunao placed a sword-intense seal over his meridians. Lin Feng watched. Qin Wutian carried no black mark, hidden talisman, or corrupted energy. His cultivation remained stable beneath every test. Either he was innocent, or he understood their methods well enough to stand before them clean. Bai Lian released his wrist. No formation residue. Qin Wutian adjusted his cuff. May I continue helping? Han Shu said. Provide the relay information to the military investigation team. Of course. He turned toward Lin Feng. You handled the formation intelligently. It was poorly designed. Pei Tian believed it could force you to open the Earth node. He was wrong. He was. Qin Wutian looked toward the map formed by the 4 fragments. What will you do when the next attempt is designed by someone who understands you? Lin Feng met his gaze. Learn. The answer interested Qin Wutian. Most powerful people promised victory. Lin Feng promised adaptation. You may be the first person worthy of master's preparation. Jin Wutian said. The word passed quietly. Master. Lin Feng's attention sharpened. Which master? Qin Wutian's smile remained. Your master. The man who created the tokens. How do you know he created them? The Alliance records mention 7 jade seals connected to Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Luo Yunao said. Those records are restricted. The Qin family helped preserve them. Another reasonable answer. Another fact selected too carefully. Qin Wutian bowed. I look forward to speaking again when circumstances are less chaotic. Lin Feng watched him leave. Han Shu waited until he passed beyond the listening range of ordinary cultivators. He lied. Yes, Su Qingyu said. About which part? Bai Lian asked. Lin Feng looked toward the fading black gate above the arena. Not enough to prove. Luo Yunao's sword intent followed Qin Wutian down the passage. He wants us to know he is dangerous. Han Shui disagreed. He wants us to suspect him without evidence. That forces us to spend resources watching him. Su Qingyu looked at Lin Feng. And if we accuse him too early, he becomes the victim of an overpowered outsider entering the alliance. Qin Wutian had lost nothing by appearing. He had measured their coordination, discovered 4 token abilities, and left them uncertain whether his mistakes were accidental. Lin Feng closed the wooden box. He watched the trial. Luo Yunao looked toward the sealed formation chamber below. From where? I do not know. That answer bothered her more than an accusation would have. The 100 families gathering did not resume. The council entered emergency session. Marked cultivators were transferred to Bai Lian's temporary treatment halls. Han Shui's investigators took custody of the captured supplier, Pei Tianhe, and 3 council officials connected to the contaminated medicine. Su Qingyi reviewed every company supplying the alliance. Within 2 hours, she found 11 financial links leading through subsidiaries previously connected to Tianhe Capital and Changsheng Pharmaceutical. The consortium had not infiltrated one family. It had constructed an ecosystem around the entire hidden world. Food, medicine, transport, communication, debt. The people who claimed independence from modern society had become dependent upon companies they barely understood. Luo Yunao stood before the council as the evidence appeared across the main screen. You spent years accusing me of weakening tradition, she said. Meanwhile, you purchased poisoned medicine because the supplier used an ancient family seal, no elder answered. You demanded that Lin Feng prove himself. Her sword rested across the table. He repaired our trial, exposed our market, instructed our disciples, and prevented this mountain from becoming a gate altar. Pei family's seats remained empty. Other elders lowered their heads. Luo Yunao looked toward the council representative who had announced the challenge succession. Is his standing verified? The man rose. By unanimous decision. Lin Feng of Heavenly Cloud Mountain is recognized as an honored Grandmaster of the Martial Alliance. Lin Feng sat beside Su Qingyu. What does that require? Luo Yunao glanced at him. Very little, the representative hesitated. Grandmasters are expected to accept formal challenges. Advise younger cultivators, attend annual councils, and contribute to Alliance defense. That is not very little. You may ignore most meetings, Su Qingyu said. He will, Han Shu added. Send security notices through me. Bai Lian said. He will not accept challenges while resting. The council watched the three women establish restrictions around its newest grandmaster. Luo Yuniao looked offended. I am his senior sister too. Su Qingyue faced her. You invited him into a tournament after one night without sleep. He slept 8 hours. He fought 47 matches. He did not exert himself. That is not desert himself. Point. Lin Feng opened the new phone. Tang Yu had already compromised. A message waited. Fourth sister is about to volunteer your services to repair every formation on the mountain. Luo Yuniao reached for the phone. The message disappeared. Lin Feng looked at her. Are there damaged formations? Several. How many? Several dozen. Su Qingyu closed her eyes. Luo Yuniao continued before anyone objected. Most are minor. The staircase almost collapsed. That was under Pei's supervision. The arena nearly became a gate. That was sabotage. The outer cameras are visible. That is Sixth Sister's fault. Han Shui said, You blamed her earlier too. She is not here to defend herself. A voice emerged from the council chamber speakers. I am now. Shen Ruoxi's calm voice filled the room. Luo Yuniao looked toward the ceiling. Sixth Sister. The outer cameras are intentionally visible because they draw attention away from the formation sensors. Little junior brother found those too. A pause followed. I know. Lin Feng looked too. Toward the speaker. You have been watching? I received alerts when you entered the outer formation. Why did you not call? I was confirming whether the system had identified you correctly. For 3 hours? You triggered 46 anomalies. Your system misclassified normal spiritual perception. It classified you as a regional natural disaster. Several elders looked toward Lin Feng. Shen Ruoxi continued. That category was technically accurate. Luo Yuniao crossed her arms. Where are you? Working. On what? The consortium's relay. Fifth Sister sent partial coordinates. Han Shui stood. Where? A map appeared on the screen. Han Shui stood. The relay signal had passed through 7 cities before disappearing near the coast. One location flashed briefly. Starlight Entertainment's largest broadcasting center. Mu Qinger's company. The 7th Senior Sister's public domain. Su Qingyue called the number saved under Mu Qinger's contact. The line did not connect. Bai Lian tried another. Disconnected. Luo Yuniao looked toward the map. She performs publicly every week. How could she disappear without the media noticing? Shen Roxy answered. Recorded appearances. Controlled footage. Contractual statements issued through management. How long? Lin Feng asked. At least 6 months. The council chamber became silent. 7 Senior Sister had vanished half a year earlier. The public had continued seeing her. Someone had maintained the illusion. Why did none of us know? Luo Yuniao asked. Tang Yu's voice joined the connection. Because Qinger asked me not to tell you. Han Shu's gaze sharpened. Fifth Sister, you sound well. You concealed a disappearance involving the consortium. I concealed an infiltration. Lin Feng looked toward the speaker. 7th Senior Sister entered willingly? Yes. Where? You do not know anymore. Su Qingyu's voice became cold. You allowed her to enter an enemy organization alone. No, Do. I helped her prepare. That is worse. She discovered the entertainment network was being used to distribute formation signals through broadcasts. Millions of ordinary people were exposed in tiny amounts. She believed the source could lead to the final node. And you let her go, Han Shui said. She would have gone without me. That does not absolve you. I am not asking to be absolved. Tang Yu's playful tone had disappeared. The last message from her arrived 19 days ago. What did it say? Lin Feng asked. The speakers remained silent for one breath. Then Tang Yu answered. Do not, little junior brother, open the 7th token. The wooden box in Lin Feng's hands became cold. The 7th token bore a 7-pointed star. Its surface, silent since he left the mountain, released one weak pulse, then stopped. Luo Yuniao looked at the remaining tokens. Why would Qinger warn us against opening hers? Because she discovered something inside the trial, Tang Yu said. Or because someone wanted us to believe she did. Han Shui said, send every message. Send every message. Route and contact record. I already sent them to 6th Sister. Send them to me. You will receive them after I remove the traps. You should have involved us 19 days ago. Yes, Tang Yu did not defend herself. That ended the argument more effectively than any joke. Lin Feng touched the 7th token. No image appeared. No voice. Only a distant sensation, a stage beneath bright lights. Applause from thousands of people. Behind it, someone silently calling his name. He withdrew his hand. The token returned stillness. 5th Senior Sister, he said. I am the next safe contact point. I am working on it. Do not disappear too. Her answer came softly. I will try. The connection ended. Shen Ruoxi remained on the line. The consortium knows 4 tokens have opened. After today, they also know the inheritances can combine. They designed the attack to discover that, Han Shui said. Likely. Su Qingyu looked at the Alliance supply map. They lost Pei Tianhe, the Earth Node, and every marked asset on this mountain. Shen Ruoxi replied. Those may have been acceptable losses. Luo Yuniao's hand tightened around her sword. They sacrificed an entire operation to observe little junior brother. Lin Feng remembered Qin Wutian's question. What will you do when the next attempt is designed by someone who understands you? He was here for the tokens, Lin Feng said. Han Shui looked toward the passage Qin Wutian had used. To see how they opened, to see what they made together. The first 3 trials had emerged from crises already in motion. The 4th had been different. The consortium had built the entire situation around the inheritances Lin Feng possessed. They had forced him to reveal how responsibility, command, and healing combined. Now they knew the network required willing connections. They knew its range. They knew its limits. Qin Wutian had not failed to capture an Earth node. He had completed an experiment. Far below the mountain, a small black mirror shattered inside a sealed passage. The image of the arena disappeared from its surface. Qin Wutian stood alone before it. He had left the Martial Alliance through an ordinary guest route. No one had followed the second path hidden beneath the ridge. A man in black waited near the exit. Pei Tianhe has been captured. He had already served his purpose. The mountain node is lost. It was never stable enough to open the gate. The youngest disciple recovered the 4th fragment. Ash disciple recovered the 4th fragment. Expected. The man lowered his head. We underestimated the connection between the disciples. Qin Wutian looked at the final image preserved in a second mirror. Lin Feng standing within the heavenly sword boundary. 4 senior sisters surrounding him. Thousands of cultivators linked without losing their own will. No, Qin Wutian said. We estimated it correctly. Then why allow him to strengthen the alliance? Because isolated enemies hide their weaknesses. He touched the image. When people unite, they reveal what holds them together. The network had centered on trust, family, willing sacrifice. Those qualities gave it strength. They also created pressure points. The direct approach will not work, the man said. It was never going to. What are your orders? Qin Wutian turned toward the passage leading away from the mountain. Stop attacking Lin Feng. The man looked up. Stop attacking his sisters. Then how do we prevent the remaining tokens from opening? We do not. Qin Wutian's voice remained calm. We remove the people beneath them. Their employees, their patients, soldiers, disciples, allies. Every person who believes their protection is reliable. The man understood. Force them to divide. Make every domain require its guardian at the same time. And the youngest disciple, he will try to save everyone. Qin Wutian stepped into the thigh. Darkness. When he discovers that strength cannot reach every place at once, we will offer him the only door large enough. Above the mountain. The council session ended near midnight. Lin Feng stood on the highest terrace with Luo Yuniao. The gathering halls below had become treatment centers, investigation rooms, and temporary command posts. She handed him Moon Severing. You should keep it. It is your sword. It likes you. It is a weapon. It behaved better for you than it does for my elders. That is because they are afraid of it. They should be. Lin Feng offered the hilt. They should be. Lin Feng offered the hilt. Back. Dot. Luo Yuniao refused to take it. You came down with a wooden sword? I left it on the mountain. You cut lightning with that sword. It was useful. You need something stronger? I caught your blade with my fingers. That is not the point. That is... Looked at her. She looked away first. When you were small, I promised I would give you a proper sword after descending the mountain. I do not remember. You were 6. I remember most things from when I was 6. You had a fever. I remember the fever. Luo Yuniao's eyes narrowed. You are becoming difficult deliberately. I learned from you. She pushed Moon Severing against his chest. Take it until we find something suitable. Lin Feng accepted the sword. The weapon released a quiet silver note. Luo Yuniao appeared pleased despite herself. Below them, Su Qingyue coordinated transport back to Jiangzhou. Han Shui wanted to remain until Pei Tianhe's interrogation. Bai Lian refused to let her because the poison removed from her heart had not fully cleared. Their argument carried faintly up the mountain. They missed you, Lin Feng said. Luo Yuniao watched the lights below. I know. Why did you not contact them? The alliance was unstable. Every year, another family tested whether I deserved the position. So, you remained here. If I left too often, the council would divide into factions. It divided anyway. Yes, she rested both hands on the terrace rail. I kept thinking I would settle everything first. Then I would visit eldest sister, challenge second sister. Steal medicine from third sister's pavilion. You could have called? I dislike calls. You sent an invitation. That was different. It was a written call. She looked at him. You are very talkative after leaving the mountain. Modern society requires communication. Who taught you that? Eldest senior sister. That explains the criticism. Lin Feng stood beside her. You chose to cut Pei Xiao free. He was not responsible for his grandfather. You did that before the token opened. I did not need a token to tell me. No. Luo Yuniao's expression softened. For years she had equated leadership with remaining undefeated. The mountain had praised her strength while quietly depending upon her isolation. Today, she had allowed others into the formation. Nothing beneath her authority had weakened. The alliance had survived because she stopped trying to become its only sword. When this is finished, she said, I will visit Jiangzhou. Eldest senior sister has 14 bedrooms. Why? She expected visitors. Luo Yuniao looked down towards Su Qingyue. Did anyone visit? No. Her silver eyes lowered. Then I will, Lin Feng nodded. Good, the fourth token warmed inside the wooden box. Not because another trial had begun, because its lesson had been accepted after the battle ended. A siren sounded below. Han Shui's voice came through the terrace speakers. All senior personnel to the command hall. Luo Yuniao sighed. You attract trouble. I was standing still. They entered the command hall together. 7 screens displayed simultaneous emergency reports. A Qingyi Group cargo terminal had suffered an unexplained systems failure. A military transport carrying evidence from the base had vanished from surveillance. 3 former Changsheng patients had been abducted from guarded recovery facilities. The Martial Alliance's Eastern Archive had caught fire despite containing no open flame. None of the attacks directly targeted the 4 sisters. Every attack struck someone relying upon them. So Qingyi looked at the timestamps. All 4 incidents had begun within the same minute. Han Shu's expression hardened. They coordinated across every domain. Bai Lian reached for her medical case. Luo Yuniao drew her sword. Lin Feng looked at the 7 screens. Qin Wutian had not waited until tomorrow. The next stage had already begun. Su Qingyi's phone rang. An executive shouted through the speaker. Han Shu received a military alert. Bai Lian's hospital sent another patient disappearance report. Luo Yuniao's disciples called from the burning archive. 4 responsibilities pulled in 4 directions. The remaining 3 heavenly tokens began glowing at once. An eye. A geometric formation. A 7-pointed star. Lin Feng closed the wooden box around them. The consortium had finished testing their unity. Now it intended to test how far that unity could stretch. Outside, bells sounded across the Martial Alliance mountain. Not tournament bells. War bells. Lin Feng lifted moon severing. Senior sisters. The 4 women looked toward him. We divide the work. Han Shu activated the shared command channel. Su Qingyue opened the transport network. Bai Lian identified the endangered patients. Luo Yuniao called every loyal sect into formation. No one rushed alone. No one waited to be protected. The heavenly meridian network spread between them before they left the hall. Far away, hidden behind the systems they controlled, enemies began moving. The war had finally begun. The first decision took less than 10 seconds. Eldest sister. Take 4th sister to the cargo terminal, Lin Feng said. The archive fire and systems failure are connected through Qingyu Group's logistics network. Su Qingyu brought up the terminal layout. Agreed. 2nd sister. Recover the evidence transport. The convoy did not vanish. Its surveillance identity was replaced. Han Shui was already issuing orders. 3rd sister. Protect the former Changsheng patients. The abductors need living meridians, not hostages. Bai Lian closed her medical case. And you. Lin Feng studied the 7 reports. The incidents appeared separate because each belonged to a different organization. Beneath them, the same rhythm repeated. A communication failure, a delayed emergency response, a compromised internal employee, a formation fluctuation 6 seconds after the first alarm. The attacks were not 4 operations. They were 4 signals. I will remain connected until we know what they are building. Luo Yuniao looked at him. You are staying here. For now, you own my sword. I will return it. That was not my concern. Lin Feng activated the heavenly Meridian network. Silver threads extended through the command hall. Su Qingyue accepted the connection first. Han Shu followed without hesitation. Bai Lan rested 2 fingers against the thread until her healing energy settled into its rhythm. Luo Yunio crossed her arms. You connected me last. You resisted. I was testing it. You were offended. I can do both. The 4 inheritances formed a stable circuit. Responsibility gave it structure. Command gave it direction. Life preserved everyone inside it. The sword boundary protected the connections from corruption. The network expanded through devices, formation relays, and willing personnel across the mountain. It could not cross unlimited distance without anchors. The 4 sisters became those anchors. Do not fight the first enemy you see, Lin Feng said. The incidents are designed to keep you occupied. Su Qingyu walked toward the exit. I rarely fight the first enemy I see. Luo Yuniao followed her. Yuniao followed her. Freeze their companies. It produces fewer broken buildings. Less satisfying, more permanent. Han Shu turned toward the military landing pad. Dai will report every change through the command seal. Bai Lian stopped beside Lin Feng. You have beside Lin Feng? Been awake for less than 2 hours. I slept 8, after remaining awake for nearly 2 days. There is no time. There is always time to damage yourself. People are remarkably efficient at it. She placed 2 pills into his hand. Take 1 now. The second if your spiritual sense begins dividing. I have no symptoms. That is what damaged patients say before symptoms become undeniable. Lin Feng swallowed the first pill. Bai Lian nodded and left. Within 3 minutes, military aircraft rose from the mountain. Su Qingyu and Luo Yuniao traveled toward Jiangzhou's eastern cargo terminal. Han Shui followed the missing convoy's final verified route. Bai Lian redirected medical teams toward the abducted patients. Lin Feng remained inside the command hall with the map of 7 Earth nodes floating before him. 3 unopened tokens glowed inside the wooden box. The eye pulsed whenever false information entered the network. The geometric formation responded whenever the enemy altered infrastructure. The 7-pointed star remained weak and irregular. A warning, or a call. Shen Ruox's voice emerged from the speakers. You assigned yourself the least mobile position. I assign myself the center. Those statements are not contradictory. Where are you? Celestial Research Institute. Are you safe? A pause. Define safe. Lin Feng looked toward the 6th token. Are enemies inside the building? Not currently. Is the building under attack? Technically? Ethnically. The building is attacking itself. The geometric token brightened. What happened? 3 minutes before the simultaneous incidents. An unauthorized update entered the municipal formation network through Qingyu Group's cargo routing software. Su Qingyu heard through the shared connection. Our routing system is isolated from cultivation infrastructure. It was changed. Someone used the public electrical grid as an intermediary. Lin Feng remembered the formation at the military base. Resentment. Blood and electrical current. Yes. Shen Ruoxi's voice remained calm. The consortium has been combining modern infrastructure with ancient gate fragments. The individual systems appear harmless. When activated together, they form something neither technological security nor traditional formation detection recognizes. What is the target? I am calculating. How long? 6 minutes. Take 4. I dislike inaccurate deadlines. So do I. Then allow 6. Lin Feng looked at the 4 attack sites. You have 3. Shen Ruoxi disconnected. Tan Yu's voice replaced hers. She likes you. Lin Feng looked toward the speakers. 5th senior sister. You recognize me quickly. You accessed the channel without permission. That could describe several people. Where are you? Closer. Then everyone thinks. Are you responsible for the altered surveillance? No. Don't. I am offended that someone else copied my technique poorly. Han Shu's voice entered the shared network. Stop talking in riddles and send the convoy's real location. If I send it through your military system, the person monitoring your search will move the evidence. Then speak. The convoy entered East River Tunnel at 2216. The vehicles seen leaving belonged to a replacement unit using copied transponders. Your people were diverted toward the northern highway. Han Shu changed course immediately. Where is the real convoy? Beneath the old freight station. That station was demolished. The surface was. Who authorized the original tunnel network? Tianhe Capital financed the redevelopment. Su Qingyue answered from her aircraft. And Qingyu Group purchased the freight land afterward. Tang Yu sounded amused. Everyone is connected. Lin Feng watched the eye token. It glowed, then dimmed. Tang Yu had told the truth. Not all of it. What did the convoy carry besides military evidence? He asked. Silence. Han Shui's tone sharpened. Fifth sister? A prisoner? You knew. I knew someone had been placed aboard after the official manifest closed. Who? One of my agents. The network changed. Tang Yu's playfulness vanished beneath the weight of the admission. Han Shui's voice became dangerously quiet. You inserted an unauthorized operative into a national security transport. He had access to the consortium's internal communications. You risked my soldiers. I gave him instructions to remain contained. The convoy disappeared. I noticed. You should have told me before it moved. IS. The I token pulsed harder. Information could prevent danger. Concealed information could create it. Lin Feng placed 2 fingers on the token. Is your agent loyal? Tang Yu answered immediately. To me, that was not my question. The silence lasted longer. I believe so. Belief is not certainty. No? Did he know the convoy route? Yes. Did he know about the simultaneous attacks? No. Then either he was followed or he chose the freight station. Tang Yu's next breath entered the channel softly. I'm already there. A gunshot sounded through the speakers. The connection broke. 5th senior sister. No answer came. Han Shui's aircraft accelerated beyond its approved speed. I'm 7 minutes away. Lin Feng looked at the map. The old freight station sat beneath the path between the cargo terminal and Jiangzhou's medical district. All 4 attacks pointed toward it. Do not enter from the main tunnel, he said. I know. The replacement convoy is bait. I know. 5th sister may be bait too. Han Shui... I know. Lin Feng felt her control hold. I know. Lin Feng felt her control. Before the token trial, she would have entered alone. Now she directed 3 teams toward separate access shafts and ordered surveillance units to protect the surrounding streets rather than following her underground. The lesson remained active after the reward. That mattered more than the inheritance itself. At the Eastern Cargo Terminal, Suqingyu's aircraft landed on a private logistics pad. Smoke rose from Warehouse 9. Automated cranes had stopped across the harbor. Thousands of shipping containers stood beneath emergency lights, while cargo vessels waited offshore. The terminal director rushed towards Suqingyu. Chairwoman Su, the routing system assigned every container to conflicting destinations. Hazardous materials were moved beside passenger cargo. 2 cranes attempted to load the same position. Were there injuries? 3 workers were trapped before the emergency shutdown. They have been recovered. Luo Yu now looked toward the burning warehouse. The fire contains formation energy. The archive reported the same, Su Qingyu said. Then why are we at the cargo terminal? Because the fire wants us to enter the NTC warehouse. Luo Yunio smiled. You are learning. I have avoided obvious traps since before you learned to read. I could read it 4. You cut the book in half because you disliked the ending. It was a bad ending. Su Qingyu opened the terminal's maintenance network. Every container had been assigned a new identification number. The altered routes appeared random. She sorted them by original owner. Tianhe Capital subsidiaries, Kangsheng Laboratories, Marshall Alliance suppliers, military contractors, Starlight Entertainment equipment. The containers formed the consortium's entire damage network. Someone was moving evidence from every defeated operation into one place. Warehouse 9 is not burning records, Su Qingyu said. It is destroying empty duplicates. Luo Yunao extended her sword sense beneath the terminal. 300. Containers contain formation traces. Can you identify which are active, not without opening them? That will take hours. It will take me 1 strike. It will destroy the cargo. Only the unnecessary parts. Su Qingyu looked toward thousands of workers, ships, and international contracts surrounding them. Everything here is necessary to someone. Luo Yunio rested one hand on Moon Severing's absent scabbard. You gave my sword away. I did not give it away. You told him to keep it. Temporarily. Your definition of temporary is suspicious. Su Qingyu connected to Lin Feng. Little junior brother, I need the sword boundary. Silver blue light traveled through the network. It entered Luo Yunio's spare blade. Lin Feng saw through their shared perception. Containers became lines. Ownership records became paths. Formation traces became knots. Su Qingyu supplied the data. Luo Yunio supplied the edge. Together, they cut through false identifiers without damaging the containers themselves. 300 suspicious units reduced to 27, reduced to 7. Every selected container belonged to a different domain represented by one of the sisters. The 7th carried no official owner. Its registration number had been deleted from every port system. Su Qingyu pointed toward it. That one, Luo Yunyao's sword left its sheath. The container doors separated cleanly. Inside stood rows of black servers connected to an ancient bronze pillar. The pillar descended through the container floor and into the terminal's electrical grid. A man sat before the servers. He wore a Qingyu Group security uniform. Su Qingyu recognized him. Deputy Terminal Director Chen. The man smiled. You remember employees several levels below you. I remember the people responsible for dangerous systems. That must be exhausting. It is. He pressed one key. 7 containers across the terminal released black light. The formation lines converged beneath Warehouse 9. Luo Yunyao stepped forward. Deputy Director Chen raised both hands. If you cut the pillar, the terminal's fuel network ignites. Su Qingyu checked the emergency system. Every fuel valve had been locked open. The formation was connected to pumps, electrical relays, and cargo routing software. A single sword strike would trigger physical failures across the harbor. Luo Yunyao looked at Su Qingyu. You were correct. I usually am. Do not become unbearable. The deputy director's smile widened. The alliance leader and the great chairwoman Su. Unable to act because ordinary machines stand between them and victory, Su Qingyu walked into the container. You spent years inside my company. 11. You understood our systems. Better than most of your executives, you also understood that I require 3 independent manual controls for every dangerous process. His smile weakened. Su Qingyu pressed her thumb against an emergency panel hidden beneath the server rack. Nothing happened. The deputy director laughed. We found those. You found the obvious one. A second control existed inside the mechanical housing of the container's ventilation system. She removed the cover. The deputy director moved. Luo Yunyao's sword stopped against his throat. Su Qingyu entered the manual shutdown sequence. Across the terminal, fuel valves closed. Pumps disengaged. Cargo cranes entered physical lockout. The black pillar lost half its connections. The deputy director looked toward the failing servers. You cannot stop the relay. It already copied everything. Where? He smiled again. Ask your missing sister. Luo Yunyao pressed the blade closer. Which one? The man's eyes flickered. Not toward Su Qingyu, toward the speaker carrying Lin Feng's connection. The one listening, Tang Yu's voice entered the container. You should not mention me while surrounded by people who dislike you, Deputy Director Chen froze. The servers behind him activated. Files began opening across every screen. His personal accounts, consortium payments, hidden communication routes, safe houses, names of compromised Qingyu employees, names of family members moved overseas under false identities. Tang Yu continued. You believed you were stealing Qingyu Group's archive. The container lights changed from black to lavender. You were copying the files I left for you. The deputy director's face lost color. Impossible. You accessed my LIN or accessed my decoy network. Network 6 years ago. I have been feeding you information ever since. Su Qingyu looked at the screens. You allowed him to remain inside my company for 6 years. He was useful. He endangered thousands of workers tonight. He was not supposed to receive activation. Authority. You failed to account for Qin Wutian. A pause followed. Tang Yu did not argue. Luo Yunyao looked toward the deputy director. Where is the relay? He remained silent. Tang Yue answered for him. Beneath the old freight station, Han Xiu's voice entered the network. I am approaching the western access shaft. The deputy director's confidence broke completely. Tang Yue had exposed his operation, but not before the consortium used it. He understood what happened to failed assets. His hand moved toward a capsule hidden beneath his tongue. Luo Yunio struck the side of his neck with the sword hilt. The capsule fell from his mouth. Su Qingyu stepped on it. You will not escape your testimony. The warehouse fire collapsed the moment the bronze pillar disconnected. Not extinguished. Withdrawn. It had never been burning the building. It had been feeding formation signals to the terminal grid. The cargo routes returned. Workers regained manual control. The consortium lost another branch without a single shipment being destroyed. At the former Changsheng recovery facility, Bai Lion arrived after the abductors had already left. 3 beds stood empty. The guards remained alive, but unconscious. No doors had been forced. The patient's monitoring devices displayed normal readings recorded from the previous hour. Bai Lion touched the nearest bed. Warm. The footage is false, the hospital administrator said. So are the monitors. But the patient's heart rhythms are still broadcasting. From somewhere else, the administrator stared at the screen. How? Bai Lian opened the casing behind the monitor. A thin black crystal rested inside. It produced copied biological signals by drawing on blood left in the patient's medical lines. They planned this before the abduction. The administrator's face tightened. Only hospital staff could have installed those. Or someone with access to. The equipment supplier. She connected to Su Qingyu, who manufactured the monitors. Su Qingyu searched from the cargo terminal, a subsidiary acquired by Celestial Research Institute 2 years ago. Shen Ruoxi joined the channel. The model was discontinued after we discovered an unauthorized component. You did not recall it? Bai Lian asked. We did. This facility reported that every unit had been replaced. The hospital administrator looked toward the monitoring wall. They were. Bai Lian studied the casing. The serial number belonged to a newer device. The internal parts did not. Someone rebuilt the old components inside the replacement shells. Shen Ruoxi's voice sharpened for the first time. I require an image. Bai Lian sent one. The response came immediately. That crystal is a biological repeater. It was part of an abandoned project. Yours. Yes. What did it do? It allowed formation sensors to read a patient's meridian state remotely. We ended development because the signal could be reversed. Bai Lian understood. Someone can send instructions back through it. Yes, the 3 missing patients were not merely anchors. They were access points into the life weave. The consortium had selected people Bai Lian had already treated. Their meridians carried traces of her healing technique. Can you locate the repeaters? She asked. Not while they remain passive. Bai Lian took out the black crystal removed from the monitor. What if I activate this one? It may expose your me. Position? That is the intention. Lin Feng felt her decision through the network. Third senior sister. The patients cannot survive another false meridian activation. You should wait for support. I am waiting. She looked toward the medical. I am waiting. She looked toward the medical personnel around her. Prepare emergency beds. Contact every patient treated through the life weave. Ask for consent to form a stabilization network. The administrator hesitated. You want patients to help other patients? Only those healthy enough and willing? Within minutes, former Changsheng patients across Jiangzhou received calls. Some refused. Most accepted. They remembered the night strangers had shared strength with them without asking for payment. Bai Lian connected their stable meridians through a limited life weave. Dozens of faint green lights appeared across the city map. 3 missing signals remained dark. She activated the biological repeater. Black energy traveled backward. It attempted to enter the network. The sword boundary cut it away from the volunteers. Shen Ruoxi traced the source. Signal detected. Southwest Broadcasting District. Starlight Entertainment, Bai Lian said. One of its secondary studios. The building appeared on the map. Publicly, it stored old performance equipment. Privately, it had been consuming enough electricity to operate a small hospital. Bai Lian entered a medical response vehicle with 6 specialists and 2 military escorts assigned by Han Shu. She did not go alone. The studio doors opened before they arrived. Inside, stage lights illuminated 3 patients seated in chairs before an empty audience. Black cables entered the veins of their arms. Cameras surrounded them. A recorded performance by Mu Qing'er played across the main screen. She wore a white dress and smiled toward thousands of cheering fans. Every movement appeared natural. Bai Lian watched for 3 seconds. That is not her. The studio manager stepped from behind the cameras. Millions of people disagree. He wore the expression of a man confident that reputation could replace reality. The public has watched Miss Ma perform, speak and appear at events for months. Recorded images. Perfect images. Her left hand is wrong. The manager looked toward the screen. Bai Lian continued. Qing'er injured her smallest finger at 9. It never straightened completely. Your reconstruction does not include the scar. The smile on the screen remained flawless, too flawless. The manager spread his hands. Does the distinction matter if the audience receives what it wants? It matters to her family? He glanced toward the 3 patients. You should be more concerned with them. Black formation lines spread from their raw chairs into the camera system. The studio's transmission equipment had been converted into a biological broadcast array. Every person who watched the false Mu Qing'er could receive a trace too small to notice. Millions of tiny emotional reactions. Attention, admiration, longing. The 7th Earth node did not feed on cultivation alone. It fed on human connection. Bai Lian's expression hardened. You used Qing'er's image to build a formation from ordinary people. Miss Mo built the audience. We merely redirected its value. Where is she? The manager pressed one button. The black cables tightened. The 3 patients convulsed. Remove the life weave from them or their hearts stop. Lion felt the network. The command had entered through the repeater. If she disconnected, the patients would lose the only support keeping their damaged meridians stable. If she remained connected, the manager could use them to attack every volunteer in the network. He believed compassion made her predictable. Lion closed her eyes. The life weave changed. Instead of one central line passing through her, it divided among the consenting patients across Jiangzhou. Each person carried a fraction too small to harm them. No single route remained for the Black Command to follow. The manager watched the screens. What did you do? I stopped making myself the only doctor. The 3 patients' heart rhythms stabilized. Lian entered the stage area. 2 guards attacked from behind the cameras. The military escorts moved. Lian raised one hand. Needles crossed the distance first. Both guards collapsed without permanent injury. The studio manager backed toward the control booth. You will destroy the only trail to Mu Chinger. No. A familiar playful voice filled the studio. You already copied it for us. Every camera turned toward the manager. Lavender symbols replaced the black gate insignia on the screens. Tang Yu appeared in recorded feeds across the room, not physically. A dozen versions of her watched from different angles. The manager looked around. You cannot be in every network. No, Tang Yu said. But you can never know which network I am not in. The control room doors locked. Files began transferring. The manager struck the emergency destruction command. The manager struck the emergency destruction command. Nothing happened. Tang Yue sighed. Everyone keeps trying that. Lian removed the cables from the patients. The medical team entered. The false Mu Chinger continued smiling on the main screen, while the studio manager's entire operation exposed itself around her. Broadcast schedules, artificial performance files, viewer response maps. A hidden transmission route leading toward the old freight station, and one incomplete address associated with the Celestial Research Institute. The simultaneous attacks were not converging only beneath the freight station. They were passing through it. The true destination lay deeper inside Jiangzhou. Han Shui reached the western freight shaft 3 minutes before the military assault teams. She landed beside a sealed maintenance hatch, while the aircraft continued toward a decoy entrance. 3 soldiers emerged from a second vehicle. A demolition specialist, a communications officer, a medic. No one carried active cultivation tools. They entered through the manual shaft. The underground station had been abandoned for 15 years. Tracks disappeared beneath flooded tunnels. Old freight platforms stood under emergency bulbs powered by an unknown source. The missing military convoy waited beside Platform 4. Every vehicle appeared intact. No bodies lay outside. Han Shui held one hand up. The team stopped. The command seal connected their senses. Inside the first vehicle, 2 soldiers remained conscious. Their heartbeats were slow, controlled. The second held the evidence containers recovered from the military base. The third contained Tang Yu agent and someone else. Han Shu marked positions. Her team separated. The demolition specialist moved toward the power relay. The medic approached the wounded soldiers. The communications officer established a physical line back to the surface. Han Shui entered the third vehicle. Tang Yu sat inside with one ankle resting across the opposite knee. Long lavender hair fell over a black coat. A pistol rested loosely in her hand. Across from her sat a man bound by military restraints. Blood marked one side of his face. 2 dead consortium operatives lay on the floor. Tang Yue looked toward Han Shui. You took 6 minutes, you said 7. I expected you to arrive early. Han Shu closed the vehicle door. Are you injured? No, your left sleeve is cut. The sleeve is injured. Han Shu looked at the bound man. Your agent. Tang Yu's expression did not change. No. The man smiled. You believed he was. Tang Yu raised the pistol. Han Shu caught her wrist before she fired. We need him alive. He killed my agent. That does not make him less useful. It makes him irritating. The man leaned against the restraints. You should listen to the commander. Emotion creates mistakes. Tang Yu looked toward him. You wore my agent's face. Copied his memories and repeated his private codes. Almost perfectly. You used the wrong name for his dog. The man's smile weakened. He did not have a dog. He did when he was 7. That memory was not relevant. It was to me, Han Shui. Examine the prisoner's face. A thin formation lay beneath his skin. Not an illusion. A physical reconstruction built from stolen biological data. The consortium had copied more than Tang Yu's techniques. It had built infiltrators from the people her network trusted. Where is the real agent? Han Shu asked. The prisoner looked at Tang Yu. She already knows. Tang Yu's pistol remained steady. Han Shui released her wrist only after confirming she would not fire. Tell me. Tang Yu looked toward the floor. He entered the freight station 12 hours ago. His final signal came from beneath Platform 7. Why did you board the convoy? To follow the replacement. You knew the convoy would be taken. I suspected. You used military personnel to test a suspicion. I arranged additional protection. Protection that failed. Yes. Tang Yu's acceptance contained no defense. Han Shu understood the danger of pressing anger into a person already using it against herself. We recover him if he is alive, she said. We recover the truth if he is not. Tang Yu looked up. Still commanding me? Yes, good. The prisoner laughed. Family discipline. How touching. Han Shu struck one point beneath his jaw. His body went numb. His ability to speak remained. You will answer when questioned. I serve people beyond your authority. I did not ask. The demolition specialist reported through the shared network. Platform 7 was connected to an active power channel. Han Shui moved. Tang Yue followed. You should remain with the prisoner. He cannot escape. He copied your network. That is why he cannot escape. Every restraint around the man contained a separate false release sequence. Any attempt to break one would tighten the others. Han Shu inspected them. You prepared those before coming. I hope not to need them. That is not the same as expecting safety. Tang Yu's smile returned faintly. You missed me. I am still deciding. Platform 7 held no train. A circular opening had been cut through the floor. Black cables descended beside a rusted ladder. Han Shu looked down. The shaft continued beyond the range of ordinary lights. Tang Yu produced a small device. Lavender light mapped the tunnel. Your equipment uses Six Sisters formation design, Han Shu said. She shares when properly motivated? Did she know you were entering? No. Then she did not share. She left the design accessible. That is called theft. That is called poor security. Shen Ruoxi's voice entered through the device. It was not accessible. Tang Yu looked at it. You were listening. I designed it. Then improve the microphone. Han Shu descended before the argument. Continued. The shaft ended beside a hidden rail line. Modern magnetic tracks ran through stone carved with ancient formations. The consortium had built a transport route beneath Jiangzhougu without disturbing the city above. Containers from the cargo terminal. Biological repeaters from the medical district. Evidence from the military base. Formation records from the Martial Alliance. Every stolen resource traveled toward one place. The Celestial Research Institute. Tang Yu studied the tracks. Ruoxi, I see them. How long have these tunnels existed? Parts of them predate the city. And the modern rail. Construction began 9 years ago. You founded the Institute 10 years ago. A pause. Yes. Han. Shui heard the answer beneath the word. You built part of this network. Shen Ruoxi did not deny it. It was intended to connect the 7 Earth nodes. Master instructed you. Not directly. How? He left formation fragments inside my first research laboratory. The geometric token burned through Lin Feng's wooden box speechy. At the Martial Alliance command hall, he stood. 6th senior sister. Leave the Institute. No, the attacks are converging on you. I know. You knew before today. Another pause. I suspected. Tang Yu looked toward the tunnel leading east. Ruoxi, what did you build? A stabilization array. For the heavenly gate. For the city. Those are not separate answers. Shen Ruoxi's voice remained controlled. The Earth nodes were becoming unstable. I linked them through Jiangzhou's infrastructure so fluctuations could be distributed harmlessly. Lin Feng examined the map. The network between the nodes had appeared only after the 6th token reacted. You connected all 7 domains. Can the consortium reverse it? They are trying. Can they succeed? Not while I control the central array. Tang Yu's expression changed. Where is the central array? No answer came. Han Shu understood. Inside the Celestial Research Institute, IS. And how is it controlled? Shen Ruoxi took too long. Lin Feng touched the geometric token. Through you. The Institute connection failed. Every light in the underground tunnel turned red. A train approached without sound. Han Shui pulled Tang Yu away from the tracks. The unmanned train passed at extreme speed, carrying black containers toward the Institute. Tang Yue watched it disappear. She is physically connected to the formation. Han Shui activated the command channel. All units redirect to Celestial Research Institute. Civilian District. General Luo answered. A full military deployment will answered. Expose the hidden world. Evacuate under an electrical emergency protocol. Su Qingyue joined. I can clear the surrounding district through Qingyu property alerts, Bai Lion said. Starlight's hidden studio connects to the same network. I am bringing the patients. Luo Yunao's voice sharpened. The Eastern Archive was not burning. Someone copied every ancient formation record related to the Institute. Lin Feng lifted moon severing. The attacks were collecting components for 6th Senior Sisters Array. Tang Yu looked toward the tunnel, and teaching the enemy how to control it. She began running. Han Shu kept pace. Do you know a faster route? I know every route. You failed to know this one existed. Tang Yu did not answer. The eye token's light grew strong enough to escape the wooden box. At the Institute, Shen Ruoxi sat alone inside a circular chamber beneath the main tower. She wore a white blouse beneath a dark laboratory coat. Thin-framed glasses reflected thousands of formation lines suspended around her. A silver interface rested against her temples. Cables connected the chair to the floor. Half were technological, half were spiritual conduits. The central array extended through Jiangzhougu like an invisible nervous system. For 10 years, she had monitored it, corrected it, improved it. Hidden it from the sisters because explaining the truth would have drawn them into danger. Now foreign commands entered through every connection she had built. A black figure appeared within the suspended formation display. No face, no body, only a voice assembled from stolen recordings. 6th Disciple. Shen Ruoxi isolated another corrupted channel. You are not authorized to address me. You built a beautiful system. You are using it incorrectly. We are using it according to its system. Original purpose. The original formation consumed human lives, and your version consumes your own. The cables attached to her temples darkened. Blood ran from one nostril. She wiped it away. My body is sufficient. For how long? 23 minutes. Your junior brother is 11 minutes away. Shen Ruoxi's fingers moved across the interface. He will arrive sooner. The black figure watched her. You believe he will save you. I believe your predictive model is weak. You place no escape route in the central chamber. Escape routes create security weaknesses. You designed a prison around yourself. I designed a control room. The distinction depends upon who controls the door. The chamber sealed. Above her, the Institute Tower entered emergency lockdown. Every laboratory door closed. Automated formation drones rose from storage. The city's electrical grid began redirecting power toward the central array. Shen Ruoxi watched the new channels form. The consortium had not come to steal the array. It intended to make her complete it. The central formation required 7 domain signals: business logistics, military command, medical vitality, martial energy, intelligence data, technological infrastructure, public attention. All 7 were active. The sisters had built each domain. The attacks had forced every domain to release maximum emergency output. The formation now possessed everything except the living key. The black figure turned toward a screen showing Lin Feng traveling toward the city. Bring him home. Shen Ruoxi closed the screen. No. The figure smiled without a face. You already have. Lin Feng left the Martial Alliance Mountain on Moon. Severing. The sword crossed the night faster than the military aircraft behind him. He used the Meridian network to hold every sister's location inside his awareness. Su Qingyu and Luo Yuniao moved from the cargo terminal. Han Shui and Tang Yu traveled through the underground rail. Bai Lian approached with the patients rescued from Starlight's studio. Shen Ruoxi remained at the center. Her presence weakened with every minute. 6th Senior Sister, Lin Feng, called through the network. No answer came. The geometric token resisted him. Unlike the previous tokens, it did not seek its sister. It was already connected to her. He entered Jiangzhou airspace. The city below appeared normal. Traffic moved. Buildings shone. Millions of people continued their lives, without seeing the formation spreading beneath them. Then every screen in the city changed. Advertisements vanished. Traffic displays became black. Phones lit simultaneously. Mu Qinger's face appeared. She stood beneath warm stage lights wearing a white dress. The recording smiled. Good evening, everyone. Across Jiangzhou, people stopped. The most famous woman in the country had appeared without announcement. Her voice entered shops, apartments, vehicles, and public stations. I have missed you. Emotional attention surged toward the 7th node. Lin Feng looked at the false image. The 7-pointed token became cold. The broadcast continued. Tonight, I want to share something special. Music began. Shen Ruoxi's array absorbed the audience response. Millions of people became unconscious formation participants. Not enough energy from any one person to cause harm. Enough together to awaken the city. Black lines appeared beneath the streets. Zhengzhou's buried earth node opened. Lin Feng descended toward the Institute. Formation drones rose from surrounding rooftops. They released walls of geometric light. Moon Severin cut the first barrier. 3 more replaced it. Shen Ruoxi's voice entered his phone. Do not destroy the drones. They are attacking. They regulate the city's power. If more than 12 fail, 6 hospitals lose emergency support. Lin Feng changed his sword angle. The heavenly sword boundary separated hostile commands from the drone's original programming. Each machine fell harmlessly onto a rooftop. Open the institute. I cannot. Then show me the path. No, the refusal was immediate. Lin Feng reached the outer tower. The building's glass surface transformed into an ancient formation wall. Black symbols moved beneath modern architecture. 6th Senior Sister, the central chamber is compromised. You entering gives the formation access to the living key. You remaining will kill you. I calculated the risk. You calculated alone. I was best qualified. The geometric token pulsed. Lin Feng placed it against the formation wall. You built the system to support everyone. Yes. Then why does no one know how to support you? Silence followed. The wall strengthened. She was using her remaining control to keep him out. Tang Yu reached the institute through the underground tunnel. The access door recognized her stolen credentials, rejected them, then accepted a third identity she had prepared years earlier. Han Shui followed. They emerged beneath the tower into a chamber filled with moving trains. Black containers had opened along the platforms. Their contents fed the central array. Tang Yue saw the scale of it. Military evidence fragments, stolen medical repeaters, martial records, cargo servers, broadcasting equipment. The simultaneous attacks had not merely distracted them. They had delivered the consortium's components. Han Shui raised her spear. Where is the control route? Tang Yu. Scan the formation. Everywhere. That is not useful. It is accurate. The I token responded through Lin Feng's network. Lavender light formed around Tang Yu. She felt the 7 streams of information entering the tower. Each carried truth mixed with falsehood. Real emergency signals hid hostile commands. Real patient rhythms concealed biological instructions. Real audience reactions carried gate resonance. The consortium's greatest weapon was not secrecy. It was making every lie contain enough truth to survive inspection. Tang Yu had done the same throughout her life. Hidden danger inside useful information. Hidden affection inside jokes. Hidden fear inside preparation. The I token moved through the network toward her. Master's voice entered her mind. You err. The underground station vanished. Heavenly Cloud Mountain appeared beneath a moonless sky. A younger Tang Yu crouched above the main hall, listening through a formation hidden beneath the roof tiles. Master stood behind her. You were the 5th to leave because you could see paths others missed. The girl did not turn. You made noise on purpose. I did, to test whether I noticed. Yes, I noticed. You always do. The scene changed. Thousands of doors surrounded her. Behind each waited a secret. Some protected innocent people. Some concealed danger. Some offered power. You will learn that information decides battles before swords are drawn. The present Tang Yu looked across the impossible number of doors. You will also begin believing that every truth becomes safer when only you possess it. The doors closed one by one. Tang Yu stood alone. Secrets can protect people. They can. Master appeared before her. They can also deny others the right to choose what risks they are willing to share. The image of the missing convoy appeared. The agent who had died because Tang Yu had concealed his presence. Han Shui's soldiers endangered by a plan they did not know existed. Mu Qinger disappearing into the consortium, with only Tang Yu aware. Tang Yu's expression broke. I was protecting them, perhaps. Master did not condemn her. That made the truth harder. But protection without trust becomes control. Ancient characters entered Lin Feng's mind through the token. Heavenly Truth Eye. The 5th inheritance did not reveal all secrets. It distinguished intention within information. It could identify where a message had been altered, where truth had been redirected, and where a person willingly concealed something from themselves. Its strength depended upon access freely shared. It weakened when information was hoarded. The eye sees farther when it is not the only one open, Master said. The vision shifted toward Lin Feng. The enemy will hide its blade inside truths your family fears sharing. Tang Yu lowered her gaze. Do not let silence make their decisions for them. The vision faded. The eye token opened. A 5th metal fragment fell into Tang Yu's hand through the Meridian network. It carried another word, hearts. The message now read, blood oath, 7 witnesses, 1 living key. Hearts unconcealed. Tang Yu stood in the Institute's underground station. Han Shui watched her. The playful mask did not return. I concealed more than Qinger's disappearance, Tang Yu said. Han Shui waited. Master contacted me 3 years ago. The network carried the confession to every sister. Su Qingyu stopped inside the terminal vehicle. Bai Lian looked up from the patients. Luo Yunai's sword lowered. Lin Feng remained before the Institute wall. What did he say? He asked. He told me to monitor the 7 nodes. He warned that one sister would willingly enter the consortium. Which sister? He did not say. You assumed Qinger. Yes. Why did you not tell us? Because he said the consortium would learn through anyone I informed. Han Shui's voice remained controlled, so he trusted his warning more than us. Yes. Tang Yu closed her eyes once. I built the shadow web to find threats before they reached the family. Eventually, I began treating the family like another source that might leak. Su Qingyu answered through the connection. We are angry. I know, you endangered people I know. You do not get to disappear after admitting it. Tang Yu opened her eyes. The words struck harder than anger. Su Qingyu continued. We finish this first, then you tell us everything. Tang Yu looked toward Han Shu. The commander extended one hand. Share the entire network. Some agents will be exposed. To us. Not publicly. Several entered without legal authority. I expected that. Some of your officers work for me. I also expected that. Tang Yu almost smiled. She placed her hand over Han Shui's. The heavenly truth eye opened across the shared network. For the first time, Tang Yu released complete access. Every route, every hidden relay, every compromised official, every secret connected to the consortium. Information flooded the sisters' awareness. Su Qingyu separated financial ownership. Han Shui identified command structures. Bai Lian marked biological operations. Luo Yuniao recognized ancient lineages. Shen Ruoxi's systems matched technological signatures. Lin Feng saw the intention connecting them. The 7 streams entering the Institute were not meant to open the gate tonight. They were meant to force Shen Ruoxi to protect the city until she exhausted herself. Then the consortium would take control of the completed array. The central chamber is not the target, Lin Feng said. Tang Yu followed the Truth Eye's path. It is the lock. Han Shu looked upward. What is the target? The person holding it closed. Shen Ruoxi heard through the compromised network. For 10 years, she had believed the city array required a single central controller. A formation with multiple authorities could receive conflicting instructions. Conflict created instability. Instability near an Earth node killed people. So she had designed every safeguard around one final decision-maker, herself. The consortium had not broken the design. It had understood it. The black figure inside the chamber spoke. Your family now knows. Shen Ruoxi removed her glasses and wiped the blood from one lens. Yes. Does that improve the situation? No. Then secrecy was efficient. It was. She placed the glasses back on. Efficiency is not the only measurement. The figure approached her through the formation display. You cannot release central control. The city collapses. Correct. You cannot maintain it longer than 14 minutes. Correct. Your junior brother cannot enter without completing the gate circuit. Correct. Then the outcome is fixed. Shen Ruoxi examined the thousands of sun. Examined the thousands. Channels surrounding her. The original formation had 7 independent witnesses. Not one controller. She had assumed that was a weakness created by ancient limitations. Perhaps it had been intentional. The sisters' network touched the edge of the chamber. Responsibility. Command. Life. Strength. Truth. 5 inheritances. 5 minds willing to carry part of the system. She had spent a decade improving a formation she had not completely understood. Little junior brother, she said. I am here. You were correct. Lin Feng waited. She rarely said those words without qualification. I designed the central authority incorrectly. Can you change it? Not alone. The geometric token blazed. The institute wall opened one narrow path. Lin Feng entered. The formation closed behind him. Automated barriers attacked from every corridor. He did not destroy them. The Truth Eye revealed hostile instructions. The sword boundary cut them. The command seal guided institute employees towards safe exits. The life weave supported those weakened by formation exposure. Su Qingyu assumed responsibility for the city's physical infrastructure, rerouting emergency power, and shutting down non-essential systems without allowing hospitals or transport networks to fail. Every opened inheritance found a purpose. Lin Feng descended through the institute. The black figure spoke through speakers around him. You believe cooperation changes the equation. Yes. It increases the number of failure points. It increases the number of people capable of correcting failure. You cannot trust every person equally. No. Then your formation remains imperfect. Yes. The voice paused. Lin Feng's acceptance had not been expected. Master had warned him against confidence that refused correction. A formation did not need perfection. It needed enough resilience to survive imperfection. The central chamber waited beneath 9 sealed levels. Lin Feng crossed them in 4 minutes. At the final door, Shen Ruoxi's voice stopped him. Do not enter physically. You said you need help. I need access to the inheritances. Your presence would complete the living key circuit. How do I reach you? Through the array. The door displayed 6 hand-shaped seals. 5 shone. The 6th remained empty. Place the geometric token there. Lin Feng did. The chamber disappeared. He entered a world made from formation lines. Jiangzhou spread around him as a transparent city. Every road became a meridian. Every building formed an acupoint. Millions of lights represented ordinary lives. At the center, Shen Ruoxi sat within a black geometric cage. Cables entered her body. The consortium's figure stood beyond it. For the first time, it possessed a face. Qin Wutian's. Not the real man. A simulation built from his recorded manner and instructions. Lin Feng, it said. You are not Qin Wutian. No. Then stop borrowing his face. The simulation changed. It became master. Lin Feng's eyes cooled. Shen Ruoxi spoke from the cage. It selects forms designed to affect judgment. The figure smiled with master's face. You came down the mountain because I instructed you. You are still not him. I prepared the tokens. No. I separated your sisters. No. I placed the living key inside a child and trained him to believe obedience was love. The sword boundary moved. The false masters split apart. The simulation reformed as a faceless shape. Emotional response confirmed. Lin Feng looked toward Shen Ruoxi. How do we divide control? Each sister must accept 1 domain. 5 are connected. 4th sister can carry the martial grid. 3rd sister the biological repeaters. 2nd sister emergency command. Eldest sister physical infrastructure. 5th sister information. And you? Central calculations. Again? Someone must balance the system. The geometric token remained closed. Lin Feng understood. The trial had not begun because Shen Ruoxi still intended to remain alone at the center. What domain belongs to me? He asked. The living key. That is not a domain. It is the highest authority. I do not want it. You have it. Then divide out. Then divide. That too. Shen Ruoxi stared at him. The key cannot be divided. The decision can. The incomplete metal message required 7 witnesses with unconcealed hearts. The final choice had never been designed for one person. Shen Ruoxi's model treated Lin Feng as the absolute authority because the consortium's stolen records described the living key that way. Master's lessons described something else. A person whose blood made the choice possible. A person whose blood made the choice possible. Not a person who decided for everyone. Build the central array around consent, Lin Feng said. That introduces delay. Conflicting decisions could destabilize the Earth node. Yes, we may lose control. Yes, you accept considerable. Yes, you inefficiency. I have met my senior sisters. Tang Yu's voice entered the formation. I heard that. Luo Yunyao added. He meant you, Su Qingyu said. Focus. Shen Ruoxi looked at the 5 domain lights. She had designed algorithms to predict every failure. She had not designed a method to let other people disagree safely. That required something more difficult than control. Trust. The geometric token opened. Master's voice entered the formation world. Ruoxi. Heavenly Cloud Mountain appeared as lines of light. A younger Shen Ruoxi sat inside a room filled with broken formation parts. She repaired 3 devices simultaneously without looking away from the 4th. Master stood at the door. You were the 6th to leave because you understood structures before people. The girl adjusted 1 formation. Structures are more consistent. They follow rules. Usually. People do not. Correct. The room around her expanded. Machines, talismans, and formations filled an endless tower. Shen Ruoxi stood at the center, controlling everything. No one else entered. You will build systems capable of protecting millions. The present Shen Ruoxi looked around the city she had protected without recognition. You will also begin believing that because you understand those systems best, only you can be trusted to control them. The tower's lights failed one floor at a time. You will call isolation a safeguard. Master touched the central formation. It divided into 7 imperfect sections. Each flickered. None failed. A formation is not strong because one person never makes a mistake. The 7 sections corrected one another. It is strong because mistakes can be survived. Ancient characters entered Lin Feng's mind. Heavenly Array Heart. The 6th inheritance allowed separate formations to function as one without surrendering local control. Each participant retained authority over her own domain. The central heart did not issue commands. It negotiated balance. No single compromised node could seize the whole. No single guardian had to carry every calculation. Support does not mean replacing everyone, Master said. It means building something they can continue without you. The words struck Shen Ruoxi more deeply than the warning of death. She had created a system Jiangzhou could not maintain without her. That was not protection. It was dependency. Master's image turned toward Lin Feng. The gate was first opened by 7 witnesses who surrendered judgment to one king. The formation world showed ancient guardians kneeling around the living key. They had obeyed. They had not chosen. Their unity was complete. The gate opened behind them, and therefore fragile. The image changed. One corrupted command traveled through the king. All 7 witnesses followed. One will is easily turned. The vision faded. The geometric token split. A 6th dark metal fragment joined the others. The message became Blood Oath. 7 witnesses. 1 living key. Hearts unconcealed. No will above another. The heavenly array heart activated. Shen Ruoxi released central control. The cage around her shattered. The city formation divided. Su Qingyi received physical infrastructure. Han Shui accepted emergency systems. Bai Lian received biological networks. Luo Yuniao controlled spiritual defense. Tang Yu accepted information flow. Shen Ruoxi retained calculation and technological balance. The 7th domain remained unstable. Public attention. Mu Qinger's false broadcast continued across Jiangzhou. The recorded song reached its final verse. Audience emotion surged. Without 7th sister present to control the domain, the consortium signal began taking it. Shut down every screen. Han Shu ordered. Su Qingyue examined the city network. Too late. The broadcast has spread through private devices. Tang Yu entered Starlight's hidden routing system. Every copied stream creates another source. Bai Lian felt millions of ordinary heartbeats responding to the music. Cutting it suddenly may release the accumulated energy into the city. Luo Yuniao raised her sword within the formation world. Then we cut the connection to the Earth node. Shen Ruoxi calculated. The backlash would destroy the broadcasting district. Lin Feng looked at destroy the broadcasting district. Mu Qinger's false face across the city. The 7th token remained closed. They could not use its inheritance. They did not possess its guardian. The simulation reformed beside the unstable domain. Your system requires everyone. Lin Feng looked toward it. Yes, 1 sister is missing. Ah yes, then you fail. No, the 7th domain was public connection, not the image. Not the audience's admiration. The relationship between the person and those who cared enough to recognize the truth. Bai Lian had known the copy was wrong because of a scar. Tang Yu knew Mu Qinger's hidden roots. Su Qingyu remembered her contracts. Han Shu remembered her habits. Luo Yuniao remembered how she argued. Shen Ruoxi had archived every genuine performance. Lin Feng remembered the girl who had sat beside him on Heavenly Cloud Mountain and sung badly whenever storms frightened him. The false Mu Qinger's voice was perfect. The real one always breathed too early before high notes. 6th senior sister, Lin Feng said. Compare the broadcast to her oldest recordings. Shen Ruoxi understood. Searching, Tang Yu opened the Shadow Web archive. I have private recordings. Su Qingyu added Starlight's original studio files. Bai Lian supplied voice records from Mu Qinger's medical examinations. Luo Yuniao said, she sang at the Alliance Festival 11 years ago. Han Shui opened a military charity archive. I have 1 live appearance without post-production. 6 sisters offered imperfect memories of 1 person. The heavenly array heart combined them. The false performance separated from the real pattern. Shen Ruoxi found the hidden difference. There, every artificial version used technically perfect breathing. Inside the broadcast lay 1 fragment with the wrong timing. Not an error. A deliberate imperfection inserted beneath the copied voice. Tang Yu isolated it. A 2nd signal emerged. Weak, Compressed. Live. Mu Qing'er's real voice whispered beneath her own false song. Do not listen to the words. Lin Feng's attention sharpened. The hidden transmission lasted less than 2 seconds before repeating. Follow the breath. Shen Ruoxi mapped the irregular pauses. They formed coordinates. Not in Jiangzhou, far north of the capital. The simulation attacked the 7th domain. Black lines entered the live signal. Luo Yuniao cut them. Tang Yu exposed the false data. Han Shui synchronized the city's shutdown. Su Qingyu redirected physical power. Bai Lian stabilized the audience's emotional resonance. Shen Ruoxi rebuilt the domain around the genuine signal. Lin Feng placed his hand against the 7th token. It did not open, but it recognized Mu Qing'er's living voice. Starlight's false broadcast shattered across every screen. The recorded face froze. For one instant, the live signal replaced it. Mu Qing'er appeared in darkness. Brown hair fell across one side of her face. Her white clothing was torn near the shoulder. A black gate symbol marked the wall behind her. She looked directly toward the hidden camera. Not frightened, tired, angry, alive. Then the signal vanished. The 7th domain released the stolen public attention. Instead of entering the Earth node, the energy dispersed harmlessly through the city. Screens returned to normal. Traffic systems restarted. Hospitals retained power. The central formation stabilized. The consortium simulation began collapse. Its final voice entered the chamber. You exposed the signal because we permitted it. Tang Yu searched the transmission routes. No, Dai. You failed to find it. We know where you will go, Han Shu answered. Then, wait. The simulation turned toward Lin Feng. Open the 7th token, and you may reach her. Lin Feng closed his hand around it. No, the figure disappeared. The citywide formation battle ended without the public understanding how close Jiangzhou had come to becoming a gate circuit. Inside the central chamber, the cables disconnected from Shen Ruoxi's body. She tried to stand. Her knees failed. Lin Feng crossed the room and caught her. For several seconds she remained against him without speaking. Then she adjusted her glasses. You arrived 1 minute and 43 seconds earlier than predicted. You said 11 minutes. I revised the estimate. You should have left. The city would have failed. You should have called. I did not know whether the network was compromised. You could have called without explaining. That would be inefficient. Lin Feng looked at her. Shen Ruoxi looked away. I will revise that conclusion. He helped her sit. She examined his face. Then his pulse through a sensor built into her sleeve. You are physically stable, so are you? Temporarily, you connected your nervous system to the formation. It reduced response delay. It also nearly killed you. The risk was calculated incorrectly. She removed the sensor. You have become more critical. My senior sisters taught me. Su Qingyu entered the chamber first. She crossed the room, stopped before Shen Ruoxi and raised one hand. Shen Ruoxi closed her eyes, expecting a strike. Su Qingyu embraced her. The analytical calm disappeared from Shen Ruoxi's face. You built this beneath our city for 10 years, Su Qingyu said. Yes. Without telling us, yes. You connected yourself to it, yes. You are moving into my house. Shen Ruoxi opened her eyes. That conclusion does not follow. It does. The institute contains specialized equipment. We will move the equipment. That would require 6 laboratories. I have space. You have bedrooms. I will buy the neighboring estate. Shen Ruoxi looked toward Lin Feng. Does she always solve emotional issues through property acquisition? Yes. Han Shu and Tang Yu entered through the underground route. Bai Lian arrived minutes later with the rescued patient stable. Luo Yuniao came last, because she had stopped to cut every remaining hostile formation line around the tower. The 6 women gathered inside the chamber. For the first time since their childhood, 6 senior sisters stood around their junior brother. Tang Yu remained near the door. Su Qingyu looked toward her. Come here. I am comfortable here. That was not a request. Tang Yu approached. Han Shu folded her arms. Tell us everything. Now. Yes. Bai Lian placed a hand against Shen Ruoxi's wrist. After 6 sisters moved to a medical room. I do not require. You do. 5 voices said. Shen Ruoxi stopped. Shen Ruoxi stopped. Lin Feng almost smiled. The institute's emergency ward became an improvised family command center. Shen Ruoxi lay beneath monitoring equipment while continuing to control 3 screens. Bai Lian removed 2 of them. Su Qingyu ordered food. Han Shui secured the building. Luo Yuniao stood near the window with her sword drawn until Su Qingyu reminded her that the glass was reinforced. Tang Yu sat at the central table. For once, no device remained hidden in her hands. She opened the complete shadow web archive. Master contacted me through an old formation buried beneath a coastal safehouse, she said. The message was recorded. Not live. Lin Feng placed the 6 open tokens on the table. What did he tell you? That the 7 sisters had been sent to specific domains. Shen Ruoxi brought up the city map. Business, military, medicine, martial authority, intelligence, technology, Daidanwai, public connection. Tang Yu nodded. He called them the 7 living pillars. Su Qingyu looked at the empire she had built around one Earth node. We thought we chose our paths. You did. Tang Yu said. Master placed opportunities near us. He did not guarantee what we would become. Han Shu asked. Why separate us? The old Heavenly Gate formation recognized bloodline power and central authority. The consortium spent generations rebuilding that model. Shen Ruoxi adjusted the array display. 1 living key. 7 obedient witnesses. Master wanted the opposite, Lin Feng said. Tang Yu looked at the 6 metal fragments. 7 independent witnesses with separate authority. Each strong enough to refuse the key. Luo Yuniao understood. He did not separate us because we were safer apart. No, Tang Yu said. He separated us so we would become people capable of standing beside little junior brother, rather than behind him. Silence settled over the room. Master had forced distance between them. The distance had created pain. It had also forced each sister to build a life, domain, and judgment of her own. If they had remained on the mountain, Lin Feng's strength might have become the center of everything. They would have trusted him, perhaps too completely. The Heavenly Gate had already been opened once by perfect obedience. Master had built a family capable of disagreement. Bai Lion looked toward the unopened star token. And Qinger! Tang Yu's hands tightened. The 7th pillar is different, because it involves ordinary people, Shen Ruoxi said. Tang Yu nodded. The other domains control institutions. Qinger's domain controls connection at scale. Her voice. Image and public trust can influence millions without cultivation. Su Qingyu looked toward the frozen live image recovered from the transmission. She discovered the consortium was copying that connection. 6 months ago, Tang Yu said. She found artificial appearances being generated from her archived performances. The false broadcasts carried formation traces. Han Shu's expression hardened. She entered the network willingly. Why? To identify the people controlling the final distribution route. Where did she go? Tang Yu displayed the T. Coordinates hidden in the breathing pattern. A remote complex north of the capital. Public records described it as an abandoned satellite observatory. Shadow web records showed supply deliveries, private aircraft, and underground power usage. Shen Ruoxi added another layer. The location sits above the 7th external Earth node. Lin Feng looked at the star token. Why did she warn us not to open it? Tang Yu opened Mu Qinger's final full message. The audio contained static. Mu Qinger's voice remained light, but the strain beneath it was clear. 5th sister. If you receive this, the trial has already begun. A door sounded behind her. She continued quickly. The 7th token does not respond only to me. It responds to everyone connected through my pillar. Shen Ruoxi's expression sharpened. Public attention. IF little junior brother opens it while the consortium controls the audience network. Every person connected to my image becomes part of the trial. Bai Lian looked toward the city. Millions. Mu Qinger's recording continued. They want him to choose between leaving me inside and using the token to reach me. If he opens it under their conditions, the 7th witness becomes an entire controlled audience. The sisters understood the trap. The final token would not simply grant another inheritance. Opened incorrectly, it would allow the consortium to replace Mu Qinger's independent choice with manufactured public consent. 7 witnesses, one of them transformed into millions of people unknowingly directed toward one outcome. The same ancient flaw returned in modern form. Mu Qinger's voice softened. Tell little junior brother I am not waiting to be rescued. A crash sounded in the recording. I am finding the real gate. The message ended. Luo Yuniao looked toward Tang Yu. You received this 19 days ago. Yes, and you still did not tell us. Tang Yu did not look away. I believed revealing it would trigger surveillance around all of you. You decided for us. Yes, anger. Anger crossed Luo Yuniao's face. Han Shu raised one hand before the argument became another battle. We address responsibility after the operation. Tang Yu looked toward her. You are becoming irritatingly reasonable. 3rd sister removed poison from my heart. That should not poison from my heart. Affect personality. Bai Lian smiled. I may have removed more than intended. Su Qingyu returned to the immediate question. Can we reach the observatory without activating the 7th token? Shen Ruoxi examined satellite maps. The surface can be reached. Why? The underground node may require the star seal. Tang Yu opened hidden routes. My remaining agents have never crossed the inner perimeter. Luo Yunio rested a hand on her sword. Then we cut through. Lin Feng shook his head. The consortium? Lin Feng shook his head. Expects that. They expect us to leave her? They expect us to react before understanding the trial. Honshu looked toward him. What do you propose? First, we destroy every false Muqinger broadcast system. Su Qingyu nodded. Remove their control of the 7th pillar. Second, we locate the real audience network. Shen Ruoxi said. It may extend beyond one country. Then, we trace it. Third, Lin Feng continued. We enter the observatory without opening the token. Luo Yunio smiled. That part I like. Bai Lian looked toward the recovered image. Qinger may be injured. She is alive, Lin Feng said. Not hope. Certainty. The 7th token pulsed once in his hand. It recognized its witness. Tang Yu studied the signal records. There is one more problem. Han Shu looked at her. Only one? The hidden transmission was not sent from the observatory's surface systems. Where did it originate? Tang Yu enlarged the route. The signal emerged from below the 7th node. Deeper than the modern facility. Deeper than the known ancient formations. Shen Ruoxi compared it to the gate fragments. The depth matches the original heavenly gate chamber beneath the capital. Su Qingyu looked between the two locations. That is hundreds of kilometers away. Physically, Shen Ruoxi said. Not through Ruoxi said. The node network, Lin Feng replied. Mu Qinger had not merely infiltrated the consortium. She had found a passage connected directly to the final chamber. The 7th external node was already opening. Han Shu brought up military satellite surveillance. No movement on the surface. Tang Yu's truth eye passed through the images. The surface records were genuine. The facility appeared quiet because every relevant activity occurred underground. Luo Yuniao turned toward the door. Then, we leave now. Bai Lian stopped her. You have not rested. I am not injured. You were thrown across an arena by stolen Saint Realm power. I landed correctly. That is not a medical term, Su Qingyu. Checked transportation. The fastest aircraft can reach the region in 90 minutes. Han Shui opened restricted flight routes. 48. Shen Ruoxi adjusted the Institute's transport system. 32. Through the underground magnetic line. Everyone looked at her. Tang Yu asked. The same line the consortium used? I built most of it. You said the old sections were compromised. They are. Then why use them? Because I now understand the compromised instructions. Lin Feng looked at the 6th metal fragment. The heavenly array heart remained active. The enemy had revealed its route while attacking. Now the sisters could use it without surrendering control. Su Qingyi stood. Prepare the train. Bai Lian began distributing restorative medicine. Han Shui contacted trusted units. Luo Yunio called the Martial Alliance's strongest loyal guardians. Tang Yu opened every remaining shadow web resource. Shen Ruoxi rebuilt the transport formation around 6 independent authorities. No single compromised route could redirect them again. Lin Feng placed the 6 completed fragments inside the wooden box. The dark metal assembled into most of a circular seal. One space remained, the 7th fragment. At its center appeared a final incomplete line. The blood oath would require all 7 witnesses. But the witnesses were not sacrifices. They were safeguards against him. Against the enemy. Against any single person who believed strength granted the right to decide for everyone. Lin Feng closed the box. The family had spent years ruling separate parts of the modern world. For the first time, those separate powers moved toward one purpose. Not because Master ordered them. Not because the tokens forced them. Because their youngest sister had called from the dark. The underground train prepared beneath the Institute. Its destination appeared on the control screen. North Observatory Node. Shen Ruoxi remained seated while Bai Lian connected a portable medical monitor to her wrist. I can walk, she said. You nearly lost consciousness 12 minutes ago. That was before the array stabilized. You may walk after eating. Su Qingyu. You may walk after eating. Placed a food container before her. Shen Ruoxi looked at Lin Feng. Is this how they have treated you since you descended? Yes. That explains your rapid compliance. It saves time. Tang Yu leaned against the carriage door. Little junior brother has become wise. Han Shui looked at her. You have not eaten either. I ate yesterday. Bai Lian handed her another container. Tang Yu accepted it without argument. Luo Yuniao watched both of them. "I am healthy." Bai Lian placed a third container into her hands. No one asked. The train doors opened. They entered together. Before departure, Tang Yu received one final alert from the restored audience network. A live signal had appeared for less than half a second. Same breathing pattern. Same hidden route. New message. Shen Ruoxi reconstructed the sound. Static filled the carriage. Then Muchinger whispered 4 words. "He found the chamber." Lin Feng looked toward Tang Yue. "Who?" The truth, I examined the signal's emotional pattern. Muchinger was not referring to herself. She was warning them about someone else. The live transmission contained a second heartbeat behind her. Slow, calm, familiar from the Martial Alliance. Qin Wutian. Han Shui's hand tightened around her spear. He reached the 7th node first. The train began moving. Jiang Zhou vanished behind the tunnel walls. On the main screen, Muchinger's recovered image remained frozen beneath the black gate symbol. Her face was tired. Her eyes were clear. Tang Yu replayed the signal one final time. Beneath the warning, almost too faint to detect, Muchinger had added another sound. 3 short taps. Their childhood code on Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Safe enough to move. Danger close. Still fighting. Bai Lian touched the image. Luo Yuniao drew her sword. Su Qingyue opened every resource connected to the northern region. Han Shu ordered the assault teams to hold until the family arrived. Shen Ruoxi mapped the ancient passage beneath the observatory. Lin Feng rested one hand on the unopened 7th token. For 19 days, the consortium had controlled every public image of Muchinger. It had made the modern world believe she remained free. It had tried to make her sisters believe she was beyond reach. Her hidden breath had exposed the lie. 7th senior sister had never abandoned them. She had entered the enemy's deepest stronghold, discovered the road to the heavenly gate, and left a path for her family to follow. The train accelerated into darkness. Tang Yue looked at the pulsing signal. She's still alive. The train crossed the first compromised junction 4 minutes later. Every light inside the carriage turned black. The magnetic rail shifted beneath them. Shen Ruoxi looked up from the control screen. The route is changing. Han Shui stepped toward the forward carriage. Destination? An unfinished tunnel beneath the northern industrial zone. Tang Yu opened the infrastructure map. No surface exits. They intend to bury the train. Luo Yuniao placed one hand on her sword. "I can cut us out. The tunnel passes beneath residential districts," Su Qingyu said. "A collapse could reach the surface." Bai Lian checked Shen Ruoxi's monitor. "Find another solution before Sixth Sister's pulse becomes worse." Shen Ruoxi ignored the remark and separated the rail commands into layers. The train had not been seized through its main system. The hostile instruction existed inside the older formation beneath the track. Modern controls ordered the train north. Ancient lines beneath them pulled it west. 2 systems competed over the same physical route. "The consortium prepared this before the Institute attack," Shen Ruoxi said. "The junction will change position when we reach it." "How long?" Lin Feng asked. 37 seconds? Tang Yu examined the false destination. "The unfinished tunnel contains explosive charges. They want the train intact until it enters." Han Shu connected the carriage crew through the command seal. "Emergency braking." "Too late," Shen Ruoxi answered. "At this speed, we stop inside the collapse zone." Su Qingyue brought up the regional power grid. "The freight line runs beside a maintenance track for 11 seconds before the junction." "It is not magnetically active," Shen Ruoxi said. "It can be. The power requirement would shut down 3 towns. Not if we take the electricity from facilities already closed for the night." Su Qingyue selected factories, warehouses, and commercial districts along the route. Contracts, ownership structures, and emergency permissions appeared beside each one. She authorized temporary shutdowns through Qingyi Group subsidiaries, then called 2 regional power directors before their systems received the request. The first answered angrily. "You cannot redirect that much electricity without national approval." Han Shu placed her military identification into the call. "You now have national approval," the second director said. "The maintenance rail is not rated for a train at this speed." Luo Yuniao drew her sword. "It will be." Shen Ruoxi looked at her. "You cannot reinforce a magnetic track with sword intent. Have you tested it?" "No." "Then do not limit innovation. You criticized my technology this morning. I am adapting." Lin Feng placed Moon severing against the carriage floor. The heavenly sword boundary entered the train's frame. Luo Yunio added her own silver intent through the network. The metal structure tightened without becoming rigid. Every carriage remained flexible enough to turn while gaining the strength to survive the transfer. Shen Ruoxi recalculated. "The train may remain intact." Su Qingyu looked toward her. "May?" 71%. Tang Yu fastened her seat restraint. That is better than most of my plans. Han Xiu looked at her. That explains several. Looked at her. That explains several. Investigations. The maintenance rail lit outside the windows. 9 seconds remained. Shen Ruoxi released the main guidance field. The train shifted sideways. Metal screamed beneath them. The first carriage crossed onto the untested track. The second followed. At the rear, the hostile formation recognized the escape. Black lines rose from the original rail and wrapped around the final carriage. Luo Yunyo cut once. The line separated. The recoil traveled through the floor and shattered 2 windows. Bai Lion covered Shen Ruoxi with the life weave before the glass reached them. The final carriage cleared the junction. Behind them, the original rail folded into the unfinished tunnel. A series of explosions moved beneath the earth. The force never reached the surface. The train continued north. Shen Ruoxi examined the sword boundary running through its frame. You altered the distribution of mechanical stress. Luo Yunyo returned her blade to its sheath. I told you, you did not know that would happen. I had confidence. That is not. Calculation. It succeeded. That does not make the method reproducible. Lin Feng looked between them. You can argue after we rescue 7th senior sister. Both women stopped. Tang Yue leaned closer to Han Xiu. He is learning authority. Han Xiu kept her attention on the tunnel map. He has always had authority. He is learning volume. The train emerged from the compromised network 26 minutes later. Snow covered the ground beyond the northern terminal. The observatory region lay inside a mountain basin, where civilian access had been restricted decades earlier. Public records blamed unstable geology and abandoned industrial contamination. The modern station had no staff. No cameras moved. No communication signals entered or left the valley. Han Shui's trusted units had arrived by aircraft, but remained beyond the outer perimeter as ordered. Their thermal scans showed no people inside the observatory. Tang Yu's network showed 43 active devices. Shen Ruoxi's formation sensors showed one enormous living pattern beneath the mountain. They evacuated the surface. Su Qingyi said. Tang Yue stepped onto the platform. They want us below. Luo Yunyo looked toward the snow-covered road. Convenient, obvious, Han Shu replied. Still convenient. Lin Feng touched the unopened token. The 7-pointed star remained cold. The 7-pointed star remained cold. Mu Qinger's presence was no longer calling through it. Either the node had blocked her completely, or she had stopped transmitting to prevent the consortium from tracing the connection. They crossed the valley without vehicles. The main observatory stood at the top of a long incline, its white dome visible between dark pines. Smaller research buildings surrounded it. Satellite dishes faced an empty sky. No guards challenged them. No formations activated. The silence carried more preparation than resistance would have. At the outer gate, a security screen lit. Mu Qinger appeared. She wore a white dress beneath warm studio lights. Her brown hair rested perfectly over one shoulder. Welcome, the recording said. Luo Yunyo raised her sword. Tang Yue stopped her. False, I know. Then why draw your sword? It irritates me. The recording continued. My dearest family has finally arrived. Lin Feng listened to the breathing. Perfect again. Not Qinger. Please proceed to the central dome. Little junior brother may enter alone. 7 paths illuminated across the observatory grounds. Each ended at a different building. One for each senior sister. The main path remained dark. Han Shui examined the layout. They intend to separate us. Tang Yu opened the truth eye. Every illuminated path carried a real signal from Mu Qinger's domain. Each also concealed a different threat. Business records inside the administration building. Military captives beneath the western laboratory. Patients in the medical wing. Martial formations below the training hall. Shadow web agents in the communications tower. The central array controls beneath the engineering block. Public broadcast systems inside the observatory dome. The consortium had placed something each sister was responsible for behind a separate door. Su Qingyue studied the administration signal. The records include companies still operating in every major city. Han Shui listened to the military channel. 4 missing officers are alive. Bai Lion felt weak heartbeats beneath the medical wing. Lu Yuniao recognized the sword intent of 3 captured Alliance guardians. Tang Yue found 2 agents whose disappearance she had never solved. Shen Ruoxi detected manual controls capable of shutting down the 7th node. The paths did not contain false choices. That made them effective. The recording smiled. If each senior sister follows her path, the people behind the doors may survive. Luo Yunio looked toward the dark main road. And if we remain together? The screen answered as though hearing her. Then little junior brother may reach 7th sister before the chamber closes. The image 7th sister before the chamber closes. Vanished. Han Shui opened the command seal. We divide. Lin Feng looked at her. The paths are designed for that. So was the attack in Jiangzhou. They learned from it. So did we. She connected every trusted unit waiting outside the valley. Su Qingyue accessed the observatory's physical plans. Bai Lian expanded the life weave toward the medical wing. Luo Yunyao placed fragments of her sword intent on each sister. Tang Yu opened complete information access. Shen Ruoxi linked the 6 routes through the heavenly array heart. They would enter separate buildings. They would not become separate parts. We reach the people inside, Han Shui said. We do not pursue secondary targets. We do not break connection unless the network itself becomes dangerous. Tang Yu looked toward Lin Feng. And little junior brother. He studied the dark main path. It contained no visible signal. The truth eye revealed no hidden instruction. The enemy had left it empty because every trap existed behind the sisters. I take the center. Su Qingyu caught his sleeve. Do not open the 7th token. I will not. Even if Qinger asks, the others looked toward her. Su Qingyue's expression remained steady. If the consortium can copy her face and voice, it can copy a request. Tang Yu added. The token responds to connection. It may weaken your judgment near her. Lin Feng closed his hand around the wooden box. I will not open it until she chooses freely. Bai Lian touched his wrist. And if she is dying? Then I save her without it? No one argued. They separated. Su Qingyue entered the administration building. The lobby appeared abandoned, but every wall displayed financial agreements, companies controlled by the consortium, pension funds, hospitals, housing projects, food distributors. Destroying the records would conceal ownership. Leaving the systems active would allow hidden transfers to continue. A voice spoke through the building. Chairwoman Su, one emergency command can freeze every account. She found the terminal. The command waited for biometric approval. Accepting temporary control will preserve the assets for investigation. Su Qingyu read the permissions. The command did not merely freeze consortium holdings. It transferred emergency authority over every connected business to Qingyu Group. Millions of employees, customers, and investors would become dependent upon her decision. The offer looked like responsibility. It was centralization. The first token warmed through the network. Su Qingyu stepped away. Temporary authority tends to outlive emergencies. The voice replied, without central control, assets will disappear before your legal teams act. Then my legal teams will work faster. She transmitted the records through Tang Yu's network, divided them among independent investigators, and placed public holds through multiple courts and banking regulators. Slower, messier. No single person controlled the result. Consortium accounts began freezing one jurisdiction at a time. The building lights turned red. Security doors closed. Su Qingyue removed a small device from her pocket. Shen Ruoxi had given each sister a local override before departure. The door opened. You expected me to choose convenience, Su Qingyu said. The building offered no answer. In the Western laboratory, Han Shui found the 4 officers bound inside separate containment rooms. Each door could be opened through one command console. The console required her to surrender the command seal's full military access. A message appeared. One commander, one network, perfect obedience. Han Shui looked through the glass. Her officers were conscious. One saw her and raised 2 fingers. Their field signal. Do not compromise the unit for me. Han Shui opened the shared network to them. I cannot unlock every door simultaneously without granting the system access. The highest-ranking captive answered through the glass. Then open none. You may die. That is an order we are not qualified to give you. Han Shui almost smiled. Before the token trial, she might have broken the doors herself and accepted whatever consequence followed. Now she shared the problem. Demolition specialist, examine the hinges. The officer in the first room removed a hidden wire from his boot. Communications, locate the local signal source. The second officer dismantled a wall panel with the edge of his identification tag. Medical officer, assess air quality. The third, check the ventilation grill. The fourth had an injured arm, but an unobstructed view of the security lights. He reported each pattern change. Han Shui remained outside the rooms. She coordinated. 4 prisoners and 1 commander dismantled the containment system from both sides. The doors opened together. No one surrendered the network. Inside the medical wing, Bai Lian found 12 patients attached to artificial meridians. A single treatment command could stabilize all of them. The cost appeared beside it. 1 life source required. The machine had been designed to accept her. The consortium understood her better than the people who had built Chang Sheng's program. It knew she would consider the exchange. The weakest patient was a boy whose heart had already failed twice. Bai Lian stood beside him. The machine displayed a countdown. 4 minutes. A message appeared. Your life for 12. The boy opened his eyes. Dr. Bay, I am here. Are the others alive? Yes. Can you save them? She looked across the beds. Yes. The machine brightened. Byline placed one hand against the nearest artificial meridian. Then she opened the life weave beyond the building. Former Changsheng patients across the country had remained connected voluntarily after Jiangzhougu. Doctors from her pavilion waited in emergency rooms. Cultivators from the Martial Alliance had offered spiritual support. Su Qingye's medical subsidiaries supplied equipment. Han Shui's units maintained transport routes. Thousands of small contributions entered the network. Not life stolen. Strength shared. The machine's demand became irrelevant. Byline distributed the strain across consenting volunteers and removed the artificial meridians one layer at a time. The boy's heart stopped. She restarted it. The countdown reached 0. Nothing happened. The machine had no power over a treatment it no longer controlled. At the training hall, Luo Yuniao found 3 Alliance Guardians kneeling inside a sword formation. Every blade surrounding them carried her own sword intent, copied from years of public challenges. The formation spoke in her voice. Defeat the Central Guardian and the prisoners will be released. A silver figure stepped from the darkness. It possessed her face, sword, and stance. Luo Yuniao looked offended. They made the shoulders too narrow. The copy attacked. Its first strike matched a technique she had developed at 19. The second came from 23. The third belonged to her current style. The formation had recorded her entire public progression. The 3 prisoners watched from inside the blade circle. Alliance leader, one called. The copy absorbs every response. Do not reveal more techniques. Luo Yuniao blocked the next strike. The copy adjusted. She used a different stance. It copied that too. A direct duel would improve the enemy with every exchange. The old Luo Yuniao would have welcomed the challenge. She would have continued until her superior strength crushed the imitation. Instead, she looked toward the captured guardians. What do you see? They stared at her. The copy, she said. Where does it shift before attacking? The eldest guardian focused. Left heel. The second said. Its shoulder turns too early. The third watched the surrounding formation. The blades guide its movement. It does not choose the angle. Luo Yuniao lowered her sword. The copy attacked. She moved according to the guardian's instructions rather than her own instinct. Its blade missed. The sword boundary passed through the surrounding formation. 3 prisoners saw 3 different weaknesses. Their perceptions entered the network. Luo Yuniao struck once. Not at the copy. At the formation line controlling its left heel. The silver figure broke apart. The copied sword intent returned to her without revealing another technique. She cut the prisoners free. Do not mention the shoulders, she said. No one understood. They agreed anyway. Inside the communications tower, Tang Yu found no prisoners. Only screens. Each displayed a shadow web agent. Some were alive. Some were dead. Some had betrayed her. Some remained loyal while believing she had abandoned them. At the center waited a command. Reveal every identity. In exchange, the system would mark each agent's current location and condition. Tang Yue could learn who needed rescue. She would also expose them to the consortium. The truth eye separated the information. The offer was genuine. So was the danger. A woman appeared on the largest screen, one of Tang Yu's earliest agents. She had disappeared 2 years earlier. Director, the woman said. Do not open the list. Tang Yu studied her face. Real. Where are you? I do not know. Are you being forced to speak? No. Then why show you to me? To prove the list contains living people. Tang Yu's hands remained beside her. How many? 17 alive. 9 dead. 4 turned. The system reacted. The woman had revealed information without authorization. A black collar tightened around her neck. Tang Yu's expression changed. The agent continued. You taught us that information belongs to the person risking the consequences. Tang Yu closed her eyes once. She had taught that rule. Then she had broken it whenever family became involved. What do you choose? Tang Yu asked. Keep the network closed. You may remain there. Yes. I may never find you. Yes. Tang Yu opened a private channel. Every agent receiving this message may reveal location voluntarily. No one is required. Signals appeared. 3, 5, 9. Some remained dark. The woman on the screen sent one incomplete route before the caller silenced her. Tang Yu did not open the forced list. She shared the voluntary signals with Han Shu's rescue teams. The tower's central system lost leverage. Its screens failed. Tang Yu preserved the final route. She would return for the others. But she would not trade every agent's safety for certainty. Inside the engineering block, Shen Roxy found the manual controls for the 7th node. The system presented a complete shutdown procedure. It required severing the observatory from the Earth network. The calculation showed a 98% chance of preventing the Heavenly Gate from opening. It also showed that every person below the central dome would lose life support. Mu Qinger included. Shen Roxy examined the data. The numbers were authentic. The conclusion was not. The system treated death as the only measurable cost. It assigned no value to the possibility of rescue, no value to incomplete information, no value to the choices of those trapped below. The old Shen Roxy might have accepted the highest probability outcome. Instead, she opened the calculation to the family. The direct shutdown prevents the gate with 98% confidence. Lin Feng heard while crossing the central path. What happens to 7th senior sister? She dies. Then it is not an option. The alternative may open the gate. It remains the alternative. Shen Roxy did not argue. She rewrote the model. Not around certainty. Around survivable failure. She divided the shutdown controls among 6 independent processes. None could destroy the node alone. Together, they could reduce its output gradually while preserving the chamber's support systems. The success probability fell. The number of recoverable outcomes increased. She chose the second design. Every path completed its test. The family remained connected. Lin Feng reached the central dome. Its outer doors opened without resistance. Inside, the observatory had been emptied of scientific equipment. A circular stage occupied the center. Thousands of empty seats surrounded it. Cameras faced one white mark beneath the dome. Mu Qinger's public life reduced to a place where she was expected to stand. The main screen activated. This time, the woman who appeared was real. Her hair was untidy. A bruise marked one cheek. Black restraints held her wrists against a stone chair. She looked directly at Lin Feng. Little junior brother. He listened to her breath. Imperfect. One pause too early. Her injured smallest finger did not straighten against the restraint. 7th senior sister. Her eyes softened. Then she said, "Open the token." Lin Feng did not move. Mu Qinger smiled. Good. The screen split. Another image appeared beside her. Qin Wutian stood inside an ancient chamber behind the observatory. No gray suit now. He wore dark ceremonial robes marked with thin golden lines. 7 stone channels surrounded him. At their center stood a closed circular gate, smaller than the Heavenly Gate shadow above the Martial Alliance. Still large enough for a person to enter. Your family has performed better than Pei Tianhe predicted, Qin Wutian said. Lin Feng looked toward the empty stage. You predicted it. I predicted that they would reject individual authority. You prepared tests they could pass. Yes. Why? Because the 7th token will not recognize incomplete witnesses. Mu Qinger's restraints tightened. She did not react. Qin Wutian continued. Your master designed the tokens carefully. Each sister had to become capable of refusing both you and the enemy. I could not force that maturity. So you created opportunities to prove it. I created pressure. Your family chose the result. The words were unpleasant because they were true. Qin Wutian had not given them their strength. He had measured it. Lin Feng stepped onto the stage. The white mark beneath his feet lit. The unopened token answered. Mu Qinger shook her head. Do not stand there. Black lines rose around the stage. The observatory dome closed. Across the valley, each building sealed behind the sisters. Shen Roxy's network held. No one became isolated. Qin Wutian watched the silver connections appear. The 6 inheritances are more elegant than our records suggested. You attacked the Institute to study them. I attacked the Institute to complete its array. 6th senior sister changed it. Yes, for the first time, Qin Wutian's calm showed something close to admiration. She improved the original design. Shen Roxy heard through the network. That does not excuse unauthorized access. Tang Yu said, I like her priorities. Qin Wutian touched the circular gate behind him. The original witnesses surrendered their will to one ruler. Your master divided authority so completely that no single betrayal could open the gate. Then you cannot open it. Not yet. Mu Qinger looked toward a camera above her. His chamber is not beneath the dome. Tang Yu traced the signal. It is. Moving through 3 relays. Qin Wutian smiled. 7th sister has spent 6 months making my work inconvenient. Mu Qinger lifted her chin. You could have complimented me sooner. You'd have destroyed 14 broadcast arrays. 16. 2 were decoys. I disliked them. Lin Feng looked at her restraints. How are they connected? Blood, voice and audience response. Can you break them? Yes. Why have you not? Because the moment I leave the chair, the seventh node transfers to the false network. Qin Wutian rested one hand on the stone gate. Millions of people will become the seventh witness. Not willingly. Lin Feng said. Most people surrender judgment willingly every day. They follow authority, reputation, fear, desire, and repetition. Does the distinction matter because they never read the formation's terms? Yes. Why? Because influence is not consent. The gate behind Qin Wutian reacted. One golden line turned silver. He looked toward it. Your answer agrees with your master. Mu Qing'er's eyes narrowed. He has been questioning the chamber. Qin Wutian did not deny it. The heavenly gate does not respond only to power. It responds to philosophy encoded as choice. Luo Yunyao's voice entered the network. He talks too much, Tang Yu replied. He is gathering answers. Shen Ruoxi analyzed the gate's reaction. Every statement little junior brother makes calibrates the lock. Lin Feng stopped speaking. Qin Wutian's smile returned. Good. The circular gate darkened. You learn quickly. Mu Qing'er looked toward Lin Feng. Don't not answer him. Listen to me. Qin Wutian tightened the restraints. Her breath broke. Lin Feng's spiritual pressure entered the observatory. The stage cracked. Qin Wutian remained calm. If you attack through the connection, the force reaches her first. Lin Feng withdrew the pressure. Mu Qing'er steadied herself. He needs the token open during a live public response, she said. The false network failed in Jiangzhou, but he still controls the global broadcast archive. Tang Yu opened Starlight's hidden systems. Millions of scheduled files waited across media platforms. Interviews, songs, charity appearances, advertisements, all generated from Mu Qing'er's image. Su Qingyu searched the ownership routes. Most servers belong to independent companies. Shen Ruoxi examined the code. They will activate if the observatory loses control, Han Shui said. Can we shut them down? Not simultaneously, Qin Wutian answered them. You can destroy the network country by country. It will take weeks. We do not need weeks, Mu Qing'er said. She looked at Lin Feng. We need one live broadcast. The seven-pointed token warmed. Qin Wutian's gaze sharpened. Mu Qing'er continued before he could stop her. He built everything from my perfect public image. Every false appearance depends upon people believing I would never show weakness. Blood ran from beneath one restraint. Her voice did not shake. Let them see me. Su Qingyu understood first. Qing'er, once the public sees this, your career may not recover, I know. Every company, contract and endorsement will react, I know. People will ask where you have been. We cannot explain the hidden world. Then I will tell them what matters. Tang Yu opened the remaining broadcast routes. We can seize control for approximately 90 seconds. Shen Ruoxi added. After that, the automated archive overwhelms us, Han Shui said. The signal may reveal the observatory. We are already here, Luo Yunyaо replied. Bai Lian's voice softened. Qing'er, are you choosing this? Mu Qing'er looked at the 6 small lights appearing around her screen. Her sisters, then at Lin Feng. Yes, the 7th token pulsed. Qin Wutian touched the gate. You assume honesty will free an audience trained to prefer illusion. Mu Qing'er smiled at him. You do not understand performers. What do I misunderstand? People forgive imperfection faster than contempt. Tang Yu, forgive imperfection faster than contempt. Took the broadcast. Every screen connected to Mu Qing'er's false archive turned black. The automated system fought back. Shen Ruoxi held it through the heavenly array heart. Su Qingyu prevented Starlight's corporate partners from cutting the feed. Han Shui blocked government emergency systems from misclassifying it as a hostile attack. Bai Lian stabilized Mu Qing'er's body. Luo Yunyao protected the signal from the gate formation. Lin Feng stood inside the white mark without touching the token. The broadcast went live. Across the country, people saw Mu Qing'er, not on a perfect stage, not beneath flattering light, restrained to a stone chair. Bruised, exhausted, alive. For 1 second, she said nothing. Millions waited. Then she drew a breath too early, her real breath. My name is Mu Qing'er. The false archive activated around her. Perfect versions of her appeared on other screens, smiling, singing, promoting products, greeting fans. Mu Qing'er looked toward the camera. For 6 months, many of the videos you saw were not me. The public response surged. Confusion, disbelief, fear. The 7th node absorbed all of it. Qin Wudian watched the measurements. The broadcast was feeding the formation more strongly than the false performances had. Mu Qinger continued, "Some people used my face and voice without my permission. They wanted you to trust anything wearing my appearance. The false copies spoke over her. This is a publicity performance. Do not believe manipulated footage. Starlight Entertainment confirms Mu Qinger is safe." Tang Yu marked every artificial message through the truth eye. Shen Ruoxi placed visible verification signatures over the real feed. Mu Qinger lifted her restrained hands. "I cannot prove everything in 90 seconds. The honesty changed the audience response. She did not ask for blind trust. She acknowledged its limit. I am asking you to make one choice for yourselves." The restraints darkened. Qin Wutian realized where she was going. He tried to cut the feed. Su Qingyue redirected the broadcast through every Starlight asset she controlled. Han Xue opened emergency public channels authorized for disaster communication. Tang Yu copied the live signal faster than it could be removed. Mu Qinger looked directly into the camera. "Turn off every screen showing my face." The world hesitated. The consortium's formation pressed the audience to keep watching. Notifications appeared. Emergency warnings. Exclusive footage. Messages claiming that turning away would endanger Mu Qinger. She smiled despite the pain. "You do not need to watch me to support me." The first screens went dark. A fan closed a phone. A restaurant owner switched off a television. A bus driver silenced the display above his passengers. Families unplugged devices. People who had spent years following her chose not to obey her image. They obeyed their own judgment. The seventh node shook. Qin Wutian's measurement lines collapsed. More screens went dark. Millions became hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands became thousands. The forced audience formation lost its anchors. Mu Qinger's restraints weakened. Luo Yuniao struck through the sword boundary. The first restraint split. Bai Lian removed the blood channels connected to the second. Han Xu marked the timing. Tang Yu exposed the control route. Shen Ruoxi separated it from the node. Su Qingyue shut down the company maintaining the final broadcast server. The third restraint opened. Mu Qinger stood. The public feed ended. No applause followed. No cheering entered the node. Only made millions of independent choices. The seventh token rose from Lin Feng's hand. It traveled through the network toward Mu Qinger. Qin Wutian stepped away from the circular gate. "You believe you have won." Mu Qinger caught the token. "I believe you talk when nervous." The star symbol opened across the jade. Master's voice entered all 8 disciples. "Qinger." The observatory vanished from their shared perception. Heavenly Cloud Mountain appeared during summer. A younger Mu Qinger stood on the roof of the main hall, singing to a flock of birds. Every bird had already flown away. Lin Feng sat below, pretending to sleep. Master covered his ears with both hands. "You were the 7th to leave because people listened when you spoke." The young Mu Qinger looked offended. The birds listened. They escaped. They had somewhere to be. The scene changed. A vast stage appeared. Millions of indistinct faces watched her. Every smile she offered returned as admiration. Every tear created sympathy. Every word moved crowds. You will discover that attention feels like connection. The present Mu Qinger looked across the endless audience. It is not. The faces became identical. They repeated her words, copied her gestures, obeyed her image. You may begin believing that keeping their love requires remaining what they expect. The stage lights grew hotter. The younger Mu Qinger continued smiling while her own shadow disappeared beneath her. Master stepped onto the stage. Hope is not pretending pain does not exist. The lights went dark. A small group remained. 7 familiar figures. Hope is allowing people to see the truth and still choose to remain. Ancient characters entered Lin Feng's mind. Heavenly heart resonance. The 7th inheritance connected people through genuine shared intention. It could not command emotion. It could not manufacture loyalty. It strengthened choices freely made and allowed hope, courage, and trust to travel through communities without stripping away individuality. Its power grew through honesty. It failed completely when used through false images or forced admiration. The last witness must never become a mask worn by the crowd, Master said. Mu Qinger looked toward the audience that had chosen to turn away from her image. They must be free to leave, yes. And if they leave, then those who remain are real. The stage disappeared. All 7 senior sisters stood around Lin Feng. Master appeared before them. Not as 7 separate recordings. One complete message. The old man looked more tired than he had on the mountain. His gray robe was torn. Dark cracks covered the wall behind him. If all 7 tokens have opened, then each of you has reached the choice I could not make for you. Su Qingyu stepped forward despite knowing he could not hear. Master, His recorded gaze passed across them. Xingyu learned that responsibility does not grant ownership. Shuyu learned that command does not require isolation. Lion learned that mercy must preserve truth. Yuniao learned that strength exists to keep others standing. Yu learned that secrets cannot replace trust. Ruoxi learned that control is not the thought. Same as protection. Qing'er learned that connection must leave room for refusal. Master's attention settled on Lin Feng. And Fenger has learned that being strongest does not make his judgment absolute. The 7 metal fragments rose from the wooden box. The final piece appeared inside the star token. All 7 joined. A circular seal formed. Dark metal surrounded a center of clear jade. Ancient characters completed across its surface. Blood oath. 7 witnesses. 1 living key. Hearts unconcealed. No will above another. Let the gate answer choice. The seal released a map, not only of the 7 external nodes, of the capital beneath them. A vast chamber lay below the modern city. At its center stood the true heavenly gate. Master's message continued. 22 years ago, the consortium attempted to open the gate. Lin Feng saw a city beneath another night sky. Cultivators fought inside an ancient chamber. At the center, a young couple stood beside an infant wrapped in black cloth. The man held a broken gate seal. The woman held the child. The living key is inherited through the last gatekeeper bloodline. The image moved closer. Lin Feng saw his own face in the infant. Not identical. Recognizable. Your parents were the final descendants. Lin Feng did not move. His sisters felt the change through the network. The infant's father placed one blood-covered hand against the gate. The mother pushed the child into Master's arms. They refused the consortium's oath. The chamber collapsed around them. Your father sealed the inner passage. Your mother used her life to hide the key mark inside your meridians. Master carried the infant away, as the young couple remained behind. They died before I could save them. The message contained no comforting lie. Lin Feng watched the gate close between Master and the 2 figures. His parents did not turn away from the door. They stood together until darkness covered them. I took you to Heavenly Cloud Mountain because the consortium could sense the key anywhere connected to the Earth nodes. The vision showed the mountain's isolation formation. For 18 years, I kept you outside their network. The 7 girls appeared one by one, young, injured, stubborn, alone in different ways. I did not gather your senior sisters because they were destined tools. Master's expression softened. I gathered children who needed a home. The mountain courtyard filled. Meals, training, arguments, laughter. The gate recognized your bonds only later. The image changed again. Master stood before the 7 paths leading away from Heavenly Cloud Mountain. When I discovered each sister carried the potential to become an independent witness, I faced a choice. Keep the family together and safe for a few more years. Or send them into the world to become people capable of refusing both enemy and key. I chose separation. Pain entered his recorded voice. I will not ask forgiveness through a message. Su Qingyu closed her eyes. Master continued. The consortium believes the living key opens the heavenly gate. The true gate appeared. 2 vast doors bound by 7 chains. They are wrong. The infant Lin Feng's blood mark shown. The key determines what the gate becomes. A passage, a weapon, a seal, or something unknown. Your blood makes the decision possible. The 7 witnesses make it legitimate. Lin Feng looked at the completed seal. Qin Wudian watched from the connected chamber. Master's final words entered the observatory. No oath is valid if one will stand above another. The message turned toward the 7 sisters. If Fenger chooses without you, refuse him. Luo Yuniao's eyes narrowed. He expected that. Han Shui answered quietly. He required it. Master turned toward Lin Feng. If your sisters surrender their judgment to you, refuse them. Lin Feng held the completed seal. Strength does not grant the right to decide the world's future alone. The dark cracks behind Master widened. Something struck from the other side of the wall. Master looked back. When you left the mountain, I entered the outer passage. The vision revealed the truth of his disappearance. Heavenly Cloud Mountain had not merely vanished. Master had moved its entire formation into the space between the external nodes and the true gate. The mountain itself had become a barrier. I can delay the opening. The temple appeared inside a field of darkness. Its formations cracked one layer at a time. I cannot return while the gate remains active. Lin Feng's grip tightened. Master smiled faintly. Do not come looking for me before gathering all 7 answers. The completed seal shone. You have them now? The message ended. Heavenly Cloud Mountain disappeared. The observatory returned. For one breath, none of the disciples spoke. They had found the truth. Master was alive, trapped between the gate and the world. Lin Feng's parents had died refusing the same oath now waiting for him. The 7 sisters had been separated not because Master valued a formation above family, but because he believed family strong enough to survive the truth. Muqinger broke the silence first. Little junior brother, Lin Feng looked at her. She remained inside the distant chamber, free of the restraints but not yet free of the node. We can be angry with Master after we bring him back. Lin Feng nodded. Yes. Qin Wutian placed one hand against the circular gate. The completed seal reacted. Shen Ruoxi's expression changed. Move it away from the node. Lin Feng closed the wooden box around the seal. Too late. A golden copy remained suspended above Qin Wutian's hand, not the physical seal. Its formation pattern. He had not needed to steal the fragments. He needed them assembled within the 7th node. You allowed the tokens to complete, Han Shu said. Qin Wutian looked toward her image. I could not assemble them, so you forced us to do it for you. I created urgency. You made every choice freely. Muqinger moved toward him. The floor between them opened. Black chains rose around the 7th node. She stopped before they touched her. Qin Wutian stepped through the circular gate. His body appeared inside the observatory dome. Not a projection. A passage connected the 2 chambers. Luo Yuniao felt him through the network. His true cultivation no longer hid beneath the king realm. Saint Emperor. Then something beyond the modern world's recognized scale. The pressure crossed the valley. Buildings shook. Military units beyond the perimeter fell to one knee. Luo Yuniao smiled without amusement. Finally. Qin Wutian looked toward Lin Feng. The modern cultivation world mistakes me for an heir. You allowed that, as you allowed them to mistake you for a mountain boy. We are not alike, no. Qin, no, Qin. Wutian acknowledged the difference. You were raised by people who taught you to refuse power. I was raised by people who spent generations preparing to accept it. He held the golden copy of the seal. The consortium does not need your physical tokens anymore. Shen Roxy analyzed the pattern. It is incomplete. Yes. The seal cannot command the true gate. No. Then what does it do? Qin Wutian looked toward Muqinger. It opens the road. The circular gate behind him expanded. The floor beneath the observatory became transparent. An ancient passage stretched from the 7th node toward the capital. He had not reached the true chamber earlier. He had found the final path. The completed tokens had revealed it. Lin Feng stepped from the stage. Qin Wutian raised one finger. The 7th node tightened around Muqinger. Her meridians lit beneath her skin. Bai Lion felt the connection. Do not move her. Muqinger looked down. The restraints had not only held her, they had fused her life force to the node. Qin Wutian turned toward Lin Feng. You have 2 choices. No, Lin Feng said. The gate behind Qin Wutian reacted. Another silver lion appeared. Qin Wutian stopped speaking for one breath. He had expected an argument. Lin Feng would not let the chamber define the decision. He entered the node through the meridian network. Bai Lion followed. The life weave touched Muqinger's damaged meridians. The connection was deeper than any false treatment they had encountered. For 6 months, the 7th node had grown through her. Removing it safely would require time. Shen Ruoxi calculated. 31 seconds. Qin Wutian looked toward the passage. The route to the capital requires 28. Han Shu marked his position. Luo Yuniao's sword crossed the network. Qin Wutian blocked it with one hand. The observatory split behind him. His cultivation shook the entire valley. Luo Yuniao's strike had not been weak. For the first time since Lin Feng descended the mountain, an enemy had stopped one of his sisters without relying on stolen power or hostages. Qin Wutian stepped backward into the passage. Han Shu ordered every unit to fire on the ancient channel. Modern weapons, talismans and formation strikes converged. The passage absorbed them. Su Qingyue used the observatory's physical systems to collapse the route. Shen Ruoxi stopped her. It would collapse the node around Qinger first. Qin Wutian had built the choice carefully. Pursue him now and tear Muqinger apart. Save her and allow him to reach the capital. The completed seal showed 24 seconds. Lin Feng placed both hands against the node. We save her. Muqinger looked at him. If he reaches the chamber, we save you, little junior brother. This is not a vote. The 7 fragments became cold. The blood oath rejected his words. No will above another. Lin Feng stopped. Muqinger held his gaze through the network. You do not decide alone, he understood. The final lesson had not ended when the token opened. He asked, what do you choose? The passage showed Qin Wutian moving toward the capital. Mu Qing'er looked at her sisters. Su Qingyue said, "We can fight an open gate." Han Shui added, "We cannot recover a sister we choose to sacrifice." Bai Lian maintained a life weave. "I will not call deliberate death treatment." Luo Yunyo, sword intent, covered Mu Qing'er's meridians. "I can cut Qin Wutian later." Tang Yu kept the truth eye. On the passage, we now know his destination. Shen Ruoxi adjusted the node. "Saving you preserves all 7 witnesses." Mu Qing'er looked toward Lin Feng. Then she smiled. "I choose to stay." The blood oath accepted. Lin Feng entered her meridians. The 7 sisters joined him. Su Qingyue stabilized the responsibilities attached to Mu Qing'er's public domain, preventing the node from pulling strength through her contracts and audience. Han Shui synchronized every cut and transfer. Bai Lian divided the damage. Luo Yunyo severed the black channels. Tang Yu exposed false connections. Shen Ruoxi rebuilt the node around independent control. Mu Qing'er used heart resonance to release every person still emotionally connected to her image. Lin Feng held the center without controlling the result. The first black chain broke. Qin Wutian reached the capital root. The second chain broke. He placed the copied seal against an ancient wall. The third chain broke. The capital earth node awakened. The fourth chain broke. Mu Qing'er's heartbeat failed. Bai Lian caught it through the life weave. Again, Han Shui aligned the network. Luo Yunyo cut the final corrupted line. Lin Feng pulled. Mu Qing'er tore free from the 7th node. The observatory floor collapsed beneath her. Lin Feng crossed the passage between them and caught her before she fell. For the first time in 16 years, 7th senior sister rested in his arms. She looked up at him. "You became taller. That is what everyone says. You took too long. Master sent me down 3 days ago." Her eyes widened. 3 days? Yes, you caused all this in 3 days. I did not cause it. Behind them. The 7th node stabilized. The completed family formation closed around the observatory. Qin Wutian disappeared from the northern passage. Tang Yue tracked his final position. Capital. Shen Ruoxi examined the Earth network. I copied enough of the seal to reach the outer chamber. Han Shui looked toward the map. Can he open the true gate? Not completely. A pulse entered the world. A pulse entered the world. Every light in the observatory failed. The valley became dark. Then the sky above the distant capital turned red. The pulse reached Jiangzhou. Windows shook across the city. Traffic signals died. Hidden formations beneath hospitals, military facilities, corporate towers, and martial halls activated without permission. Spirit markets opened their sealed vaults. Ancient weapons began ringing. Cultivators in seclusion woke to energy they had never felt. Ordinary people looked upward as clouds gathered in a perfect circle hundreds of kilometers away. The 7 external nodes shone. One by one, their light traveled toward the capital. Shen Ruoxi's screens returned. Every calculation displayed the same result. Qin Wutian has activated the outer mechanism. Luo Yunyo looked toward the red sky. How wide? 3%? That sounds small. It is enough to release ancient spiritual pressure across the ancient country. Han Shui's military channel filled with emergency reports. Aircraft losing control near the capital. Dormant cultivators awakening violently. Restricted ruins opening. Weapons systems reacting to formation interference. Su Qingyue's phone received thousands of infrastructure failures. Bai Lian felt hospitals filling with people whose meridians had awakened without preparation. Tang Yu's network flooded with reports of consortium branches revealing themselves. Mu Qing'er stood with Lin Feng's support. What about Master? The map showed Heavenly Cloud Mountain between the outer mechanism and the true gate. Its formation burned white. Holding. Cracking. Still present. He is alive, Lin Feng said. The completed seal answered him. One path remained, directly into the capital chamber. Qin Wutian had gained the position he wanted. The consortium controlled the outer mechanism. The world now faced enough chaos to make opening the gate appear necessary. Lin Feng had saved Mu Qing'er. He would make the same choice again. But the cost had arrived. Qin Wutian had won the first strategic victory. Han Shui opened a command channel across every trusted military unit. Protect civilians. Do not engage awakened formations without local guidance. Su Qingyu contacted national infrastructure directors. Separate essential services from automated networks. Use manual systems where possible. Bai Lian called every branch of the Divine Medical Pavilion. Prepare for uncontrolled awakenings. Treat the body before suppressing energy. Luo Yunyo ordered the Martial Alliance to defend cities instead of gathering at the capital. No family abandons ordinary people to chase opportunity. Tang Yu exposed every known consortium safehouse to trusted authorities. Shen Ruoxi distributed the heavenly array heart across the 6 stable nodes. If the institute fails, local guardians retain control. Mu Qinger looked toward the screens, broadcasting fear across the country. She opened one live channel, not as a perfect celebrity, as the woman the public had seen restrained. "I am safe," she said. "Follow emergency instructions. Do not trust any message asking you to gather near unusual lights or ancient structures." Her genuine voice traveled farther than the false archive ever had. People listened without surrendering judgment. Lin Feng joined the 7 fragments. The circular seal became complete. All 7 sisters stood around him, not behind, not beneath, around. Mu Qinger reached for his hand. "You came for me." "Yes." "You chose me over stopping him." "Yes." "Was that difficult?" "No," she smiled. "Good answer." Su Qingyu looked toward the capital route. "We have 1 aircraft capable of reaching the outer ring district in 20 minutes, Han Shui said. "The airspace is unstable." Shen Ruoxi brought up the underground node paths. "The observatory passage remains open." Tang Yu examined it through the truth eye. "Chen Wutian expects us to use it." Luo Yunio drew her sword. "He expects correctly." Bai Lian finished treating Mu Qinger's damaged wrists. "She cannot fight at full strength." Mu Qinger stood without support. "I can still sing." "That is not a medical clearance." "It worked earlier." "It also nearly killed you." "Then little Li. Junior brother can carry me." Lin Feng nodded. Bai Lian looked at him. "You are encouraging her?" She asked. "Do not become obedient now." The observatory shook again. A deeper sound crossed the earth. Not thunder. Not an explosion. A door moving after remaining closed for thousands of years. Every cultivator in the valley felt it. Lin Feng looked south. Beyond the mountains, above the capital, 2 enormous shadows appeared within the red clouds. Ancient doors. 7 chains bound them. The first chain broke. The sound traveled across the country. Buildings trembled. Rivers changed direction for 1 breath. Every opened earth node released a pillar of light. The second chain tightened. Heavenly Cloud Mountain's white formation stood between the world and the widening darkness. Master was still holding it. For how long, no calculation could say. The 7 sisters formed around Lin Feng: business, command, medicine, strength, truth, innovation, connection. The domains Master had allowed them to choose became one family without losing their separate wills. Lin Feng opened the passage toward the capital. Darkness waited beyond. Qin Wutian's voice traveled through the earth network. "Come, living key." Lin Feng stepped forward. The sisters entered with him. Above the capital, the ancient doors opened 1 hand's width. Light unlike anything in the modern world poured through the gap. The heavenly gate had opened. The passage did not feel like movement. It felt like falling through the veins of the world. Stone, steel, and darkness passed around them without distance. The 7 external nodes shone behind the sisters, like distant stars, each connected to the completed seal in Lin Feng's hands. Ahead, the capital burned red beneath the shadow of the heavenly gate. The first opened gap released no wind. It released pressure. Ancient spiritual energy poured through the opening and traveled across the country in widening waves. Hidden cultivators felt their realms loosen. Ordinary people experienced dizziness, fever, or sudden bursts of strength their bodies could not control. Every system the sisters governed began reporting failure at once. Hospitals filled. Military alarms multiplied. Financial networks froze under unexplained transactions. Martial ruins opened beneath modern buildings. Communication systems broadcast voices from frequencies that had not existed an hour earlier. Su Qingyu studied the flood of reports without letting go of the network. If the pressure continues increasing, essential services will fail in 14 minutes. Han Shui received simultaneous requests from regional commanders. Military units near the capital are losing electronic guidance. Several commanders want permission to deploy cultivator weapons inside civilian districts. "Deny it," Shen Ruoxi said. "The formation interference will redirect anything remotely controlled." Han Shui issued the order. Bai Lian felt thousands of unstable meridians through the medical network. Most ordinary people can survive the first awakening wave if they remain calm. Panic is accelerating the damage. Mu Qinger opened a national broadcast channel. "Then, I will keep them calm." Tang Yu looked through the truth eye. Consortium accounts are issuing evacuation instructions towards 7 specific shelters. Su Qingyue checked the ownership. They control the shelters. "They want civilians gathered over the earth channels," Lin Feng said. Tang Yu exposed the false instructions across every network she could reach. Mu Qinger replaced them with verified guidance. "Stay away from unusual lights, underground entrances, and buildings marked as emergency gathering sites. unless local authorities confirm them directly. Her voice traveled through radios, public screens and phones. This time, no false image accompanied it. Only her real voice. Millions heard fear beneath her calm and trusted her more, because she did not pretend the danger was small. The passage narrowed. Shen Ruoxi examined the formation ahead. We are approaching the outer chamber. Luo Yuniao drew her sword. How many enemies? Tang Yu opened every available source. Officially, none. That means many. The passage ended. The family stepped into a city beneath the capital. Ancient streets stretched under a ceiling of black stone. Pillars wider than buildings supported the earth above. Formation lines ran through the ground like rivers of gold and red. Modern machinery had been built between the ruins. Servers stood beside altars. Electrical cables crossed ancient blood channels. Steel walkways surrounded stone platforms carved thousands of years earlier. At the center stood the heavenly gate. The shadow above the capital had shown only its outline. The real doors were vast enough to divide the underground city. 7 chains crossed their surface. The first had broken. The remaining 6 glowed beneath immense strain. Between the gate and the family stood Heavenly Cloud Mountain. The entire mountain existed inside the chamber as a translucent white formation. Its forests, cliffs, temple, and courtyard remained visible within layers of light. Cracks spread through the outer boundary as spiritual pressure struck from behind the gate. At the mountain's highest ridge stood Master. His gray robe moved in a wind that reached no one else. He faced the doors alone. Lin Feng stopped. Master, the old man did not turn. The barrier surrounding the mountain prevented sound from entering or leaving. A circular platform rose between them. Qin Wutian stood at its center. Behind him waited the leaders of the Heavenly Gate Consortium. Corporate heads, martial elders, officials, doctors, formation researchers, underground rulers. The people who had hidden behind every defeated enemy now stood openly beneath the gate. None carried black marks. They no longer needed to hide their allegiance. Golden lines connected each of them to Qin Wutian. Tang Yue studied the network. He placed himself at the center. Shen Ruoxi followed the formation. Every consortium branch has surrendered authority to him. Han Shu looked across the gathered leaders. One command structure. Qin Wutian. On command structure. Qin Wutian heard. Them. Efficiency requires hierarchy. Su Qingyue looked toward the breaking chain. Your hierarchy nearly destroyed every organization it entered. Because those organizations resisted their purpose. Their purpose was not serving you. They did not understand their purpose. Qin Wutian extended one hand toward the gate. The modern world mistakes movement for progress. Corporations grow without direction. Governments protect populations incapable of understanding danger. Medical systems preserve weak bodies. Martial families conceal strength to avoid frightening ordinary people. Bai Lian's expression remained gentle. That is a long way of saying you believe only powerful people matter. I believe civilization requires leadership. Su Qinyu answered. Leadership does not require ownership. Han Shu added. Command does not erase responsibility to those who follow. Luo Yuniao lifted her sword. And strength does not make your opinions interesting. Mu Qinger looked at the people behind Qin Wutian. They followed you here because you promised them power. Qin Wutian did not deny it. The gate contains the spiritual source that once sustained an age of immortals. The modern world survives on fragments while pretending scarcity is natural. Shen Ruoxi examined the energy beyond the doors. The source is unstable. It is constrained. It is consuming everything connected to the outer mechanism. A temporary cost. Bai Lang looked at the civilians represented by the formation channels. No cost is temporary to the person paying it. Qin Wutian's gaze settled on Lin Feng. Your sisters became exactly what your master intended. 7 independent authorities. 7 witnesses capable of refusal. He smiled. And because of that, they can now authorize the gate. The consortium leaders raised their hands. Golden lines entered the 6 remaining chains. The gate moved another fraction. Heavenly Cloud Mountain shook. A cliff collapsed inside its white barrier. Lin Feng's spiritual pressure spread through the chamber. The consortium leaders fell silent. Several dropped to one knee before understanding what had touched them. Qin Wutian remained standing. His true cultivation rose. Emperor realm. Divine realm. Then higher. The energy crossed the limits recognized by the modern world and entered the beginning of the transcendent realm. The underground city trembled beneath him. Luo Yuniao's sword intent sharpened. He used the consortium network to build one cultivation foundation. Shen Ruoxi calculated the flow. Every member is lending him power. No, Bai Lion said. Most of them are losing more than they agreed to. Give. Darkness moved beneath the golden lines. Qin Wutian's followers had believed they were contributing spiritual energy. The formation was drawing lifespan, meridian stability and bloodline strength as well. Several began noticing. One elderly martial patriarch tried to withdraw his hand. The line tightened. His knees struck the platform. What is this? Qin Wutian did not look back. The price of transcendence. You promised shared ascension. I promised that the worthy would enter the new age. Fear passed through the gathered leaders. Tang Yu's truth eye exposed the hidden terms inside the oath they had accepted. There was no shared ascension, no equal distribution. The consortium's entire structure existed to produce one ruler capable of commanding the gate. Qin Wutian. Tang Yue sent the truth into every connected mind. The leaders saw their own agreements clearly for the first time. Some had misunderstood. Some had deliberately ignored the meaning. All now understood the outcome. A woman from the medical council pulled against her line. You deceived us. Qin Wutian answered without turning. You read what you wished to read. The lion consumed her remaining cultivation. She collapsed. Bai Lion opened the life weave. Green light reached the fallen woman. Qin Wutian blocked it. She chose based on a lie, Tang Yue said. She chose not to look closely. That makes her responsible, Bai Lion replied. It does not make you entitled to kill her. The seven sisters moved. Not toward Qin Wutian, toward the people attached to him. The consortium leaders had served the enemy willingly, but the family would not allow Qin Wutian to consume them merely because punishment felt deserved. Han Shui marked the golden command lines. Luo Yunyao's sword boundary cut the first connection. Bai Lion caught the released backlash. Su Qingyu separated the leader's corporate and institutional authority from the formation. Tang Yue exposed the hidden consent route. Shen Ruoxi rebuilt the damaged channel so it could not reconnect. Mu Qinger sent one clear intention through heart resonance. You may withdraw. The first consortium leader chose. His line broke. The first consortium leader chose. Qin Wutian's transcendent pressure decreased by a fraction. He raised one hand. The underground city came alive. Stone guardians emerged from the streets. Modern armor covered ancient bodies. Formation cores burned inside their chests. Weapons assembled from spiritual metal and military technology unfolded from their arms. Hundreds surrounded the family. Han Shu opened the command seal. Trusted military units above the capital received the underground map. Maintain civilian evacuation. Do not enter the chamber. General Luo answered, You are facing the central enemy. We are also standing beneath the city. Heavy engagement would endanger everyone above us. What support can we provide? Han Shui studied the chamber. The Guardians drew power from military communication towers across the capital. Sever every automated relay. Switch to field signals and physical lines. Understood. Above the city, soldiers abandoned advanced targeting systems and returned to manual command. One by one, the Guardians' coordinated movements weakened. Su Qingyue contacted the power grid. Disconnect non-essential consortium-owned facilities from the capital network. Directors protested. Contracts, ownership disputes, and emergency regulations filled the channel. Su Qingyue transmitted proof of the hidden energy diversion. Argue about liability tomorrow. Disconnect them now. The modern machinery inside the chamber lost power. Shen Ruoxi used the Heavenly Array Heart to prevent hospitals, emergency transport, and civilian shelters from losing electricity with them. The Guardians' formation cores remained active. Luo Yunyao stepped forward. Those are mine. She crossed the chamber. Silver sword light filled the buried city. The first Guardian raised a blade. Luo Yunyao cut its control line instead of its body. The ancient armor stopped. The second attacked from above. She turned its spear through the formation joint in its shoulder. The weapon pierced the ground beside it. She moved among the Guardians without destroying the ancient bodies or releasing the unstable energy inside them. Every strike separated hostile command from original purpose. The Guardians had once protected the gate. The consortium had rewritten their orders. Luo Yunyao restored the distinction one cut at a time. Qin Wutian extended his fingers. A black command crossed the chamber toward her. Han Shui intercepted it through the network. Left. Luo Yunyao changed direction before the attack formed. The floor behind her collapsed. 3 above. Han Shu continued. Luo Yunyao's sword turned. 3 hidden blades shattered. You have improved? Luo Yunyao said. At command? At being irritating. Han Shu ignored her. Tang Yu opened every consortium communication line. Hidden branches around the world received Qin Wutia's final command. Activate all remaining nodes. Financial servers attempted to empty public funds. Military infiltrators reached for weapons. Medical facilities prepared to release stored false meridian compounds. Martial clans opened sealed ruins. Broadcast networks queued emergency messages calling civilians toward the capital. Tang Yu could not stop every command herself. She shared the network. Su Qingyu froze transactions. Han Shu alerted loyal units. Bai Lian warned medical branches. Luo Yuniao sent orders to the Martial Alliance. Shen Ruoxi isolated formation systems. Mu Qing'er overrode the public broadcasts. Information became action because Tang Yu no longer tried to own every response. Across the world, consortium branches discovered that secrecy had vanished. Their employees saw hidden accounts. Their soldiers saw unlawful commands. Their patients saw trial records. Their disciples saw the vitality cost behind promised inheritances. Some remained loyal. Many did not. Qin Wutian's network weakened again. He looked toward Tang Yu. You have exposed thousands of your own illegal operations. Yes. Governments will dismantle your shadow web. Probably. You spent years building it. I did. And you surrender it for people who may imprison you. Afterward, Tang Yu smiled faintly. That is the difference between us. What difference? I know a network is not the same as me. The truth I opened fully. Every hidden line leading into Qin Wutian became visible. He carried power from 732 willing consortium members. He also carried stolen vitality from thousands who had never agreed. Changsheng patients, military prisoners, martial disciples. Ordinary people exposed through false broadcasts. The family saw the structure. Bai Lian's expression changed. He built his realm from every previous operation. Qin Wutian's transcendent cultivation had not appeared tonight. The consortium had been feeding it for years. Lin Feng looked at him. You were never opening the gate for the consortium. I am the consortium. That is not an answer. It is the only answer history remembers. Qin Wutian moved. He crossed the chamber faster than Luo Yuniao's sword light. His hand reached Lin Feng's chest. Lin Feng caught his wrist. The impact traveled through the underground city. Pillars cracked. Stone streets sank. The barrier around Heavenly Cloud Mountain flickered. Lin Feng redirected the remaining force into the empty sky beneath the chamber ceiling. A black opening appeared in the stone, then closed. Qin Wutian's eyes sharpened. You held back. There are people above us. You still believe strength exists to preserve a world built by weaker people. Yes, then you will never use enough of it. Qin Wutian struck again. One palm contained a martial technique from an ancient clan. The next carried a military killing method. The third released medical poison. The fourth triggered a formation. Every discipline the consortium had stolen from the modern world entered his attack. Lin Feng answered each without changing expression. He redirected the martial force. Dispersed the military technique. Neutralized the poison. Reversed the formation. Qin Wutian increased his speed. The platform vanished beneath their feet. They fought above the ancient streets. To ordinary eyes, neither body remained visible. Only the consequences appeared. Only the consequences appeared. A stone bridge split, then rejoined as Lin Feng repaired its formation before it fell. A black wave crossed toward Heavenly Cloud Mountain, then curved harmlessly into the empty earth. Golden weapons filled the chamber, only to stop inside Lin Feng's sword boundary. Qin Wutian combined stolen techniques flawlessly. Lin Feng understood them more deeply. The difference did not immediately decide the battle. Qin Wutian possessed one advantage. Every time Lin Feng protected the city, the mountain or his sisters, Qin Wutian used the opening to advance toward the gate. He did not need to defeat Lin Feng. He needed to reach the completed seal. The circular jade and metal seal floated within the family formation. 7 sisters surrounded it through their domains. Qin Wutian struck the weakest physical position. Mu Qing'er. Her injuries from the 7th node had not healed. He crossed behind Lin Feng and appeared before her. Bai Lian moved the life weave. Luo Yuniao's sword arrived. Han Shui marked the angle. Mu Qing'er did not retreat. She opened heart resonance. Millions of people, who had freely chosen to turn off the false broadcasts, remained faintly connected to her domain. Not as obedient followers. As individuals who had rejected manipulation. Their shared refusal became a wall. Qin Wutian's hand stopped 1 inch from her chest. No overwhelming force pushed him back. The resistance came from countless separate choices that refused to become his formation. Mu Qing'er looked at him. You should have made fewer people angry. Luo Yuniao's blade struck his side. Qin Wutian blocked it, but the delay allowed Lin Feng to reach him. One palm landed against Qin Wutian's chest. His transcendent aura broke through 3 layers. He crossed the chamber and struck the circular platform. The buried city shook. Blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. He looked at it with interest rather than fear. The strongest person in the world. Lin Feng stood between him and the sisters. You knew that before tonight. I knew the reports. You tested them. Yes. And Qin Wudian rose. You are stronger and rose than our highest estimate. Then stop. The answer seemed to amuse him. You still offer restraint. I offer a choice. Choice is useful only when the alternatives possess comparable power. No lion. Lin Feng looked toward the consortium leaders, still struggling against their golden lines. Choice matters most when they do not. The words reached the gate. A second chain turned silver. Qin Wutian's expression changed. He had intended to question Lin Feng until the gate accepted his philosophy. Instead, the family's answers were rewriting the lock. He raised both hands. Every remaining consortium connection tightened. The leaders screamed as their cultivation surged into him. Bai Lian expanded the life weave. Qin Wutian's pressure crushed it backward. The temporary transcendent realm became stable, then climbed. The spiritual source behind the gate answered him. Black gold armor formed across his body. Ancient characters appeared in the air. One will, one order, one heaven. Shen Ruoxi studied them. That is the original central authority formation. Qin Wutian's voice entered every mind in the chamber. Kneel. The order carried the weight of the ancient gatekeeper kings. The consortium leaders collapsed. Stone guardians bowed. Cultivators above the capital felt pressure enter their meridians. Even soldiers and civilians without cultivation experienced an instinctive need to lower their heads. Han Shui's knees bent. She drove her spear into the ground. The command seal opened. No, one word, not louder than Qin Wutian's command. Different. She did not replace his order with her own. She returned the decision to everyone connected through her domain. Across the capital, soldiers felt the pressure and chose whether to stand. Most did. Some could not. Others supported them. The military network remained functional without requiring identical strength. Su Qingyue felt Qin Wutian's authority enter corporate and financial systems. Emergency boards began transferring control toward central accounts. She divided authority across independent directors, regulators, and local managers. No single command could take everything. Bai Lian felt the order inside patients whose false meridians still carried gate traces. She did not force their bodies to resist. She stabilized them while they rejected it at their own pace. Luo Yuniao watched ancient guardians kneel. She cut the command without cutting the obedience they had originally chosen toward their true duty. Tang Yu exposed the order's emotional structure. It did not create loyalty. It amplified fear of standing alone. Mu Qinger sent one truth through heart resonance. You are not alone. Shen Ruoxi divided the central authority formation into millions of survivable local decisions. The order failed. Qin Wutian's perfect hierarchy cracked because it required universal obedience. One person standing became an error. 10 became an instability. Millions became collapse. The words above him shattered. One will became countless separate lights. Qin Wutian looked across the chamber. For the first time, anger entered his face. You mistake disorder for freedom, Su Qingyu answered. We accept disorder because people are not assets. Han Shui said, we accept delay because commands require responsibility. Bai Lian said, we accept uncertainty because life is not a calculation alone. Luo Yuniao raised her sword. We accept weakness because it can improve. Tang Yu opened the truth eye. We accept secrets only when people choose to carry them. Shen Ruoxi placed her hand on the array heart. We accept mistakes because systems should survive them. Mu Qinger looked toward the gate. We accept that people may leave. Lin Feng completed the answer. And no one will stand above the rest. The 7 remaining chains changed. Gold became silver. The completed seal moved toward the heavenly gate. Qin Wutian attacked it. Lin Feng intercepted him. Their fists met. The underground city vanished beneath white light. Above the capital, the red clouds split. Above the capital, the red clouds split. The shadow of the gate appeared across the entire sky. Every hidden cultivator in the country saw the 2 figures standing before it. Qin Wutian wore the combined power of the consortium. Lin Feng wore simple black clothing damaged by 3 days of battle. No imperial robe, no ancient armor, no visible crown. Qin Wutian struck with the force of one centralized world. Lin Feng received it through 7 independent domains. Zhu Qingyue controlled the consequences. Han Shu directed timing. Bai Lian protected life. Luo Yuniao separated corruption. Tang Yu exposed intention. Shen Ruoxi balanced every formation. Mu Qinger preserved the freedom within connection. Lin Feng did not take their power. He fought beside it. Qin Wutian's first strike failed to move him. The second cracked the black gold armor across Qin Wutian's own wrist. The third exposed the hidden lines feeding his realm. Tang Yue marked them. 732 voluntary connections. Luo Yuniao cut those who chose to withdraw. 4,900 stolen. Bai Lian reached the victims through the life weave. Han Shui synchronized the return. Chen Ruoxi built safe channels. Su Qingyu prevented the institutions behind them from collapsing. Mu Qinger carried the victim's shared intention. Give it back. Lin Feng placed one palm against Qin Wutian's chest. The heavenly meridian network entered his artificial foundation. Qin Wutian's expression changed. No. The stolen cultivation began leaving him, not destroyed. Returned. Across the country, patients recovered fragments of vitality. Cultivators regained damaged foundations. Military prisoners felt black seals vanish. Ordinary people exposed through broadcasts woke from unexplained exhaustion. The consortium leaders received only what had originally belonged to them. Nothing more, nothing taken from others. Qin Wutian's cultivation fell. Transcendent, divine, emperor. He struck Lin Feng repeatedly. Every attack became weaker. You think returning power restores justice? No, Lin Feng held him in place. It restores the people you used. Justice requires order. Justice requires consequences. The last stolen line broke. Qin Wutian returned to his true cultivation. Late Emperor realm. Still one of the strongest people in the modern world. No longer close to Lin Feng. The scale of the deception became visible to everyone watching. For years, Qin Wutian had presented himself as a genius who surpassed ancient families. His greatest strength had been a structure built from stolen lives. Lin Feng released him. Qin Wutian staggered once. The humiliation was not that he had become weak. It was that his real strength, extraordinary by any normal measure, appeared small beside the power he had claimed as his own. Consortium leaders looked at him differently. The figure they had believed destined to rule heaven stood exposed as the final beneficiary of their sacrifices. One patriarch tore the golden line from his own chest. Another followed. Then another. Then another. Qin Wutian looked back. You came here willingly. A corporate chairman answered. Not to become fuel. You believed someone else would pay. The chairman had no response. Qin Wutian smiled coldly. Then do not pretend moral outrage. You object only because the formation reached you. The accusation was true. It did not absolve him. Han Shu transmitted every record gathered by Tang Yu into the military investigation network. Su Qingyue froze the consortium's remaining financial channels. Bai Lian preserved the witnesses. Luo Yuniao sealed their cultivation where necessary. Shen Ruoxi locked every formation route. Mu Qinger opened a private record that no artificial media system could alter. The consortium's leaders would survive to face the worlds they had manipulated. Qin Wutian turned toward the gate. The completed seal had reached the first chain. Silver light spread across the doors. He looked at Lin Feng. You still have not chosen. The pressure beyond the gate changed. Images appeared within the opening. A civilization untouched by age. Cities floating beneath stars. Cultivators crossing space. Medicine capable of restoring any injury. Power sufficient to rebuild Heavenly Cloud Mountain instantly. Master stepping out unharmed. Lin Feng's parents standing beside him. The image of his mother held out one hand. The image of his mother held out one hand. The gate did not speak through words. It offered possibility. Open me. Everything lost can return. Bai Lian's breath caught. Tang Yu's truth eye searched the vision. It is not entirely false. Shen Ruoxi analyzed the energy. The gate contains enough power to reconstruct bodies from preserved bloodline memory. Su Qingyu looked toward Lin Feng's parents. It may truly look toward Lin Feng's parents. Be possible. Qin Wutian saw the hesitation. That is why your father reached for the gate 22 years ago. Master's message had shown his parents refusing the consortium's oath. It had not shown the choice before that refusal. Qin Wutian continued. Your father believed he could open the source without surrendering control. Your mother believed the witnesses could contain it. They failed because your master interfered. Heavenly Cloud Mountain's barrier trembled. Master turned for the first time. From within the white formation he looked toward Lin Feng. The gate showed another memory. Master striking the seal from Lin Feng's father's hand. The outer chamber collapsing. His parents remaining behind. The image carried enough truth to hurt. Tang Yu examined it. Altered, what part? Lin Feng asked. I cannot tell. The gate is combining memory with possibility. Qin Wutian stepped toward the opening. Ask him. The mountain barrier weakened enough for one voice to cross. Masters. He is right. The seven sisters looked toward the mountain. Master faced Lin Feng across the chamber. Your father believed the gate could be controlled. Lin Feng held the seal. You stopped him. I did. Did that trap them? Yes, the answer entered the chamber without defense. Su Qingyu's expression tightened. Master continued. I believe preserving the world required closing the passage immediately. Did they agree? Your mother did? And my father? No. Silence spread. Master had taught 7 witnesses to refuse the living key, because he had once stood above another person's decision. The entire system had been built from his regret. Qin Wutian looked at Lin Feng. Your master did not create a better philosophy from wisdom. He created it from failure, Master answered before Lin Feng could. That is often where wisdom begins. Qin Wutian's eyes cooled. You condemned 2 people. I made a decision I believe necessary. You call yourself different from me. I was not. Different enough. Master's admission carried no excuse. That is why the final seal cannot obey me. The completed seal moved in Lin Feng's hands. Master looked toward the 7 sisters. It cannot obey Fenger either. Then toward Lin Feng. And it must never obey the gate. The visions of Lin Feng's parents remained. His mother smiled. His father extended his hand. The possibility of bringing them back was real enough that the seal reacted to his desire. The first silver chain loosened. Bai Lion felt Lin Feng's heartbeat change. Little junior brother. He looked at the 7 sisters. No one told him what to choose. No one said his parents were less important than the world. No one offered obedience disguised as support. Su Qingyue spoke first. I want Master back, Han Shui said. I want the gate closed. Bai Lion looked toward Lin Feng's parents. I want to know whether those lives can truly be restored. Luo Yuniao's hand tightened around her sword. I want Qin Wutian defeated before we decide anything. Tang Yu kept the eye. Dan Yu kept the key. Truth eye open. I do not trust the vision. Shen Ruoxi said. The source may have applications that do not require full opening. Mu Qinger looked at Lin Feng. I want you to choose after hearing us. Not for us. 7 different answers. Not for us. No perfect unity. The completed seal brightened. No will above another. Lin Feng looked toward the gate. I want my parents back. Qin Wutian smiled. The opening widened. Lin Feng continued. I want Master home. Heavenly Cloud Mountain shook. I want the people harmed by the consortium restored. The spiritual source moved closer. I want the world protected. The silver chains strain against different desires. Qin Wutian extended one hand. Then open it. Lin Feng looked at him. No. The gate stopped. Qin Wutian's smile vanished. You admitted the source can give you everything. Possibly. You know the seal can control it. Possibly. Then why refuse? Because possibility is not consent. Lin Feng looked toward the images of his parents. If those memories belong to them. They have not chosen to return. The image of his mother flickered. If they are only copies, bringing them back would satisfy me, not restore them. His father's hand lowered. And if the source requires one person to control everyone else's access, the cost has not changed. The gate attempted another vision. Lin Feng standing above the modern world. Every conflict ended. Every illness cured. Every enemy powerless. 7 sisters safe beside him forever. He closed his eyes. I will not rule the world from behind a door. The visions shattered. The gate answered, not to refusal alone, to the complete choice formed around it. 7 witnesses had disagreed. The living key had listened. No one surrendered judgment. The completed seal changed. The dark metal fragments separated from the clear jade center. Each piece returned to its senior sister. The central jade remained with Lin Feng. 7 independent seals. 1 key with no authority above them. The chains no longer held the gate closed by force. They entered the doors. The gate began transforming. Qin Wutian understood first. You are not sealing it. Shen Ruoxi watched the structure rewrite itself. The gate is becoming a regulated boundary. Master's expression changed. He had expected closure. Lin Feng's parents had sought opening. The family's choice created neither. The spiritual source remained beyond the doors, but no single person could command it. Access would require 7 independent witnesses and 1 living key each time. Every choice would be limited, reversible, shared. The gate could no longer be used as a throne. Qin Wutian attacked. He had lost the consortium's stolen cultivation, but his true emperor realm power remained enough to destroy the incomplete transformation. Luo Yunio intercepted him. Their blades met. Qin Wutian's force drove her backward. Han Shui supported the timing. Bai Lian protected her damaged meridians. Luo Yunio remained standing. Qin Wutian struck again. Su Qingyi redirected the collapsing platform. Tang Yu exposed the hidden angle. Shen Ruoxi stabilized the transforming gate. Mu Qinger carried the family's shared resolve. Luo Yunio returned 1 cut. Qin Wutian's ceremonial robe split from shoulder to waist. No serious wound. A public mark. A public mark. The ruler he had intended to become stood before every surviving consortium leader with his perfect image cut open, his expression twisted. He abandoned the sword and moved toward Lin Feng. You would reduce heaven to a committee. Lin Feng blocked his fist. I would prevent heaven from becoming you. Qin Wuqian released every remaining fragment of his cultivation. The chamber cracked. He struck with no concern for the city, the gate, or his followers. Lin Feng received the first blow, redirected the second, allowed the third to enter the Meridian network. Qin Wuqian felt 7 separate wills around him. He attempted to dominate the network. Han Shu refused his command. He tried to consume its vitality. Bai Lian denied him stolen life. He attempted to cut through by force. Luo Yuniao separated his intention from his power. He concealed a second formation inside the attack. Tang Yu exposed it. He corrupted the array heart. Shen Ruoxi isolated him. He attacked the sisters' emotional connection. Mu Qing'er left him no false image to control. He tried to seize authority through the key. Su Qingyue denied him ownership. Every method failed for a different reason. Lin Feng placed one hand against Qin Wutian's chest. You built a system where every path led to you. Qin Wutian struck his arm. Lin Feng did not release him. That made you powerful. The 7 inheritances aligned. It also made you the only failure point. Lin Feng closed his hand. Qin Wutian's central cultivation seal broke. Not his meridians, not his life. The single authority connecting every stolen technique inside his foundation. His cultivation scattered into its original disciplines: martial energy, formation control, medical force, command authority. None belonged together without the central seal. Qin Wutian fell from emperor realm to saint, then king, then heaven. His true natural foundation remained. The artificial unity did not. Lin Feng released him. Qin Wutian dropped to one knee. The transformed gate sealed its new structure behind him. The red sky above the capital began clearing. The ancient pressure retreated. Heavenly Cloud Mountain's white barrier detached from the doors. Master's formation crossed the chamber. The mountain returned to the world, not to its original location. It settled within the underground city, its forests and temple becoming solid beneath the capital's earth. Master stood on the ridge. For the first time in years, no barrier separated him from his disciples. Lin Feng looked toward Qin Wutian. You lost. Qin Wutian raised his head. The simple statement struck harder than triumph would have. He had prepared speeches for moral disagreement, contingencies for resistance, formations for overwhelming strength. He had never prepared for being reduced to one man among many. Han Shu approached with military restraints designed by Shen Ruoxi and reinforced by Luo Yuniao's sword seals. Qin Wudian looked at them. You believe courts can judge this? No single court can. Su Qingyu said. Tang Yue transmitted the evidence to every affected jurisdiction. You committed crimes in many places. Bai Lian checked his condition. You will survive. He looked toward her. Mercy? No. She closed the medical seal around his damaged cultivation. Testimony. Mu Qing'er activated one secured camera. People will learn enough of the truth to recognize what you did. Qin Wutian looked at Lin Feng. You could still take the gate. Yes. You will be asked again. Probably. Someone among your witnesses will eventually disagree. Yes? Then your system will stop. Yes. Qin Wutian laughed once. You call that strength? Lin Feng looked at his sisters. I call it a safeguard. Han Shu secured the restraints. Qin Wutian did not resist. His followers had already begun giving statements, each hoping cooperation would reduce their consequences. Some would face imprisonment. Some would lose cultivation. Some would spend years repairing institutions they had damaged. None would retain hidden empires untouched by the result. The Heavenly Gate Consortium ended not when its leader fell, but when its secrecy disappeared. Without secrecy, every connection became evidence. Without stolen resources, its promised power vanished. Without one central authority, its branches turned upon one another. Tang Yue watched the last global channels collapse. The consortium network is gone. Su Qingyu echoed her. The formal network is gone, Han Shu added. Remaining cells will require years to remove. Luo Yuniao rested her sword on one shoulder. Then we will have work. Shen Ruoxi examined the transformed gate. Controlled access will also require permanent guardianship. Mu Qing'er looked at Lin. Feng, you thought this would end with one battle? He considered the question. S. The 7 sisters laughed at him. The sound traveled across the ancient chamber. Master descended from Heavenly Cloud Mountain. He walked slowly, leaning on the same wooden staff he had never needed on the mountain. His robe had gained several new tiers. His white hair remained tied carelessly behind him. The 8 disciples faced him. No one moved first. Master looked across them. You took longer than expected. Luo Yuniao's sword left its sheath. Han Shui caught her wrist. Not yet. Su Qingyue stepped forward. You separated us for 16 years. Yes. Bai Lian looked at the cracks along his meridians. You entered the gate passage alone. Yes. Tang Yu folded her arms. You left. Tang Yu folded her arms. You left. Incomplete messages instead of trusting us. Yes. Shen Ruoxi adjusted her glasses. Your formation architecture lacked distributed recovery systems. Yes. Mu Qing'er pointed toward Lin Feng. You gave little junior brother money. That was no? Longer enough for transportation. Master looked at her. That was the greatest error. Lin Feng stood before him. You knew my parents. Master's humor disappeared. Yes. You stopped my father. Yes. Would you do it again? The old man looked again. Toward the transform gate. No. The answer came without hesitation. I would still stop the full opening. I would not decide alone. Lin Feng studied him. Master had spent 22 years building a second chance around one failure. Not to prove he had been right. To ensure no one could repeat the way he had been wrong. Lin Feng bowed. Thank you for saving me. Master's eyes closed briefly. Then Lin Feng straightened and struck him on the shoulder. The blow moved the old man half a step. Every sister stared. Master looked at the place Lin Feng had hit. What was that? Eldest and second senior sisters did it when I returned. Su Qingyi said he deserved more. Han Shui nodded. Master looked toward the 7 women. This reunion is becoming hostile. Bai Lian opened her needle case. You require treatment. I have survived the gate passage. That was not a refusal. Master stepped backward. Luo Yuniao blocked the path. Luo Yuniao blocked the path. Tang Yue closed the hidden exit. Shen Ruoxi activated a containment formation. Mu Qing'er took his staff. Su Qingyue said, Sit. Master looked at Lin Feng. You allowed them to become unreasonable. They were unreasonable before I left the mountain. For the first time since Lin Feng had descended, Master appeared genuinely helpless. He sat. Bai Lian began examining him. The others remained close enough to ensure he did not escape. Above the capital, the final red cloud disappeared. The shadow of the heavenly gate faded from the sky. Technology restarted gradually. Aircraft regained stable controls. The ancient ruins that had opened remained accessible, but their formations no longer pulled people inside. The uncontrolled awakening stopped. Hospitals stabilized. Military units returned to ordinary emergency protocols. The world did not return completely to what it had been. Too many people had seen the sky. Too many had experienced spiritual pressure. Too many hidden organizations had revealed themselves while responding. The existence of cultivation could no longer remain entirely secret. It did not become public overnight. Governments released careful statements about an unprecedented atmospheric and electromagnetic event. Videos of impossible incidents disappeared from some networks and multiplied across others. Experts argued. Witnesses refused to be persuaded that they had imagined everything. The hidden world entered an age of partial visibility. Su Qingyu accepted the problem without trying to purchase every media company involved. Han Shui established a joint response division between ordinary authorities and responsible cultivators. Bai Lian published medical guidance for spontaneous meridian awakenings, without revealing dangerous cultivation methods. Luo Yuniao forced the Martial Alliance to recognize legal responsibility toward ordinary society. Tang Yu dismantled the parts of Shadow Web that depended upon unaccountable surveillance and rebuilt the rest around voluntary cooperation. Shen Ruoxi divided the Earthnode network among independent guardians and published enough technical oversight that no single institute could control it again. Mu Qing'er returned to the public after 3 weeks. She did not pretend the false broadcasts had never happened. She confirmed that her image had been misused, refused to answer questions that would expose the hidden world, and ended contracts with every company that had distributed artificial performances without consent. Several sponsors abandoned her. Her audience grew. People no longer followed a perfect image. They followed a woman who had appeared bruised and restrained, told them to turn off their screens, and trusted them to make their own choice. Lin Feng spent those weeks moving between every domain. He repaired the Martial Alliance formations, assisted Bai Lian with the former Changsheng patients, helped Shen Ruoxi rebuild the Array Heart, trained Han Shui's new cultivator response teams, reviewed Su Qingyue's security formations, allowed Tang Yu to explain exactly how many devices she had accessed without permission. The number was unacceptable. He attended one of Mu Qing'er's rehearsals. She deliberately breathed too early before the highest note. He noticed. She appeared pleased. Qin Wutian, and the surviving consortium leaders remained in a secure facility built through all 7 domains. No single sister controlled access. No single government held every record. No single formation could release them. Their trials would take years. Their influence had already ended. The transformed Heavenly Gate remained beneath the capital, guarded by the returned Heavenly Cloud Mountain. Master complained daily that the modern city lacked proper tea. Su Qingyu imported an entire mountain plantation. He complained that the water tasted different. Shenruoxi installed a filtration formation. He complained that the formation hummed. Luo Yunio threatened to return him to the gate passage. He stopped complaining for almost an hour. 1 month after the crisis, Lin Feng stood inside the bedroom Su Qingyu had prepared 8 years earlier. His cloth bag rested open on the bed. He folded 2 black shirts, placed the wooden box inside, added dried meat, then removed the dried meat after remembering Bai Lion's opinion of it. Moon Severing leaned against the desk. Lu Yunio still refused to take it back. The completed tokens no longer rested inside the wooden box. Each senior sister carried her own seal. Lin Feng carried only the clear central jade. It remained silent. For the first time since leaving Heavenly Cloud Mountain, no crisis called through it. He closed the bag. A voice sounded behind him. "What are you doing?" Su Qingyue stood in the doorway wearing a black business suit. Her hair tied in its familiar high ponytail. "Packing? I can see that. I am returning to Heavenly Cloud Mountain." No, little Lin Feng looked at her. "Master is there. Master is moving here. He said the city is noisy. I purchased the city is noisy. I purchased." Neighboring hill. That does not make it Heavenly Cloud Mountain. It will after 6th sister transfers the outer formations. Shenruoxi appeared beside her. Glasses reflecting a tablet screen. The transfer model is 83% complete. Lin Feng looked between them. "You planned this without asking." Su Qingyu answered. "We anticipated your decision. That is not asking." Tang Yu leaned through the opposite doorway. "I told them you would pack before breakfast. You were watching my room. I was monitoring luggage-related risk." Han Shu arrived behind her. "Her earth behind her." "Cameras have been removed." Tang Yu looked offended. "You found only the visible ones." Han Shui held up 3 tiny devices. Tang Yu became less offended. Bai Lian entered carrying a breakfast tray. "You are not traveling before eating. I can eat on the way." "No." Luo Yuniao followed with a rolled map. "The Martial Alliance has prepared a residence for you on the highest peak." Su Qingyu looked at her. "He will not live at the Alliance. It is safer. My estate survived the consortium, because little junior brother protected it. The Alliance Mountain nearly became a gate altar. That was one incident. It happened during his first visit. Mu Qing'er arrived last. She wore a soft white dress and dark glasses despite being indoors. Without speaking, she walked to Lin Feng, took his bag from the bed and placed it behind herself. "I have a penthouse above Starlight Entertainment." Lin Feng looked at her. "You are rarely home." "I will be home if you are there." Su Qingyu folded her arms. "He is staying here." Han Shui said, "The secure residence near the National Command Center has better protection." Lin Feng looked at her. "I do not need protection. The residence does." Bai Lian placed the breakfast tray on the desk. "My medical pavilion is the most practical. He can assist with patients." Shenruoxi looked at her tablet. "The institute contains the highest concentration of stable spiritual energy." Luo Yunio opened the map. "The Alliance has natural mountain energy." Tang Yu smiled. "My residence does not appear on any map." Han Shu looked at her. "That is not reassuring." Mu Qing'er held Lin Feng's bag against her chest. "Everyone already thinks he lives with me." Su Qingyu's gaze sharpened. "Why?" Mu Qing'er removed her glasses. "Asked who supported me during recovery. What did you say?" "My little junior brother." "That does not imply cohabitation." "I may have said he stays close at night." The room became silent. Lin Feng considered the statement. "I stayed outside the medical room. I left out the door." Su Qingyu looked toward Lin Feng. "You are not moving into her penthouse," Luo Yunio said. "He should choose for himself." 6 women turned toward her. She looked pleased with her reasonableness. Then she added, "After living at the Martial Alliance for 1 year," the argument began. Square footage, security, spiritual density, medical access, travel time, public exposure, formation stability. Lin Feng listened as 7 women who controlled major parts of the modern world debated where their little junior brother should sleep. Master appeared at the doorway behind them. He carried a cup of tea. Lin Feng looked toward him. "Master." The old man immediately stepped backward. I refuse involvement. You planned this. I planned independent witnesses. They are independently making the same demand. Master sipped his tea. That proves the formation worked. Su Qingyu turned. Where are you living? Master froze. 7 senior sisters stopped arguing about Lin Feng and looked at him instead. The old man's eyes moved toward the corridor. Han Shu blocked it. Tang Yu closed the window through a remote command. Shen Ruoxi activated the door formation. Bai Lian opened her medical schedule. Luo Yunniao smiled. Wu Qing'er took Master's cup before he could use it as an excuse. Su Qingyue repeated the question. Where are you living? Master looked at Lin Feng. The strongest person in the world picked up his breakfast and sat beside the window. You told me some battles cannot be solved by cutting something in half. Master's expression darkened. I regret that lesson. Lin Feng ate while the argument expanded to include 2 residences, 1 medical recovery plan, a mountain relocation, an entertainment schedule, and Master's tea requirements. Outside the estate, morning light spread across Jiangzhou. The city had survived. The heavenly gate remained protected. The 7 senior sisters had returned to one another without surrendering the worlds they had built. Lin Feng had descended the mountain expecting to deliver 7 tokens. Instead, he had uncovered his parents' choice, fulfilled Master's final plan, destroyed the consortium, and become one of 8 guardians responsible for a new age. The modern cultivation world now knew his name. Powerful families avoided provoking him. Martial grandmasters respected him. Military commanders consulted him. Medical leaders studied his methods. Corporate empires opened their doors when he arrived. Millions recognized him as the young man who had stood beside Mu Qing'er during the crisis. None of that changed the way his 7 senior sisters saw him. To them, he remained the boy they had carried through snow, argued over a dinner, and waited 16 years to welcome home. Mu Qing'er escaped the discussion long enough to sit beside him. Little junior brother, yes, where are you choosing? Lin Feng looked across the room. 7 prepared homes, 7 expectant sisters, 1 master attempting to leave unnoticed. He considered the mountain, the city, the medical pavilion, the alliance, the hidden estate, the institute, the penthouse. Then he looked at Su Qingyu's 14-bedroom house. Why choose one? The argument stopped. Shen Ruoxi adjusted her glasses. Clarify. We have the node network. Yes, you can connect distant formations. Ah yes, then connect the houses. Shen Ruoxi stared at him. Tang Yu understood first. A private transport network, Han Shu said, with secured access. Bai Lian added, and emergency medical links, Luo Yunniao said. The mountain residence remains the central training location. Su Qingyu looked around her estate. This remains the primary family home. Mu Qing'er leaned against Lin Feng. And he sleeps at my penthouse on performance nights. No, 6 sisters said. The argument resumed with greater energy. Master reached the doorway. Lin Feng activated the command seal and closed it before the old man escaped. Master turned slowly. Fenger, you are part of the family network. I am reconsidering the gate passage. Lin Feng looked at the 7 legendary women surrounding them. For the first time since descending the mountain, he laughed without restraint. Defeating the strongest enemy in the world had been difficult. Surviving life with 7 senior sisters would be harder. He no longer wanted to leave. The lead vehicle cleared the estate gates before the final soldiers had returned to their seats. Lin Feng sat beside Su Qingyu in the 2nd armored car. The colonel who had delivered Han Shu's request occupied the opposite seat, one hand pressed against an earpiece while fragmented reports reached him through static. Detention Wing 3 remains sealed, he said. Internal cameras are unavailable. The emergency team entered 9 minutes ago and has not responded. How many people are inside? Lin Feng asked. 23 soldiers, 4 researchers. The prisoner and Commander Han. Su Qingyu looked up from her phone. Why did your commander enter before the threat was identified? The colonel hesitated, because the first rescue team stopped answering. That does not explain why she went. Herself. It explains it perfectly, Lin Feng said. Su Qingyu looked at him. He remembered Han Shui at 14, standing between him and a black bear twice her height, because she had decided the youngest disciple should not fight while feverish. She had been thrown through 3 trees. Afterwards she had blamed the trees. The prisoner carried something into the base, Lin Feng said. What did your people remove from him? A black metallic fragment, embedded near his heart. It resembled an identification plate, but our instruments could not determine its composition. Who ordered it removed? The research division. Did Commander Han approve? No, Arada. She ordered them to wait for containment specialists. The colonel's jaw tightened. The deputy director overruled her. Su Qingyu returned to her phone. What is the deputy director's name? The colonel glanced at her. Chairwoman Sue. Chairwoman Sue. This is an internal security matter. I asked for his name. Not your classified files, Deputy Director Y. Her thumb moved across the screen. What are you doing? Lin Feng asked. Finding out whether he owns anything I can freeze. The colonel stared at her. Su Qingyue did not look up. If his carelessness endangered my sister, he should learn that internal security matters still require mortgages. The car accelerated through an intersection cleared by military police. Lin Feng opened the wooden box inside his bag. The crescent moon token rested in 2 pieces around the dark metal fragment revealed at the hotel. The 6 remaining tokens had been silent when he left the estate. Now the token marked with a spear carried a weak red glow. He touched it. A cold sensation traveled through his fingers. Not fear, pressure. Thousands of disciplined breaths. Boots striking concrete. Orders obeyed despite danger. At the center of it all stood a presence he had known since childhood. Han Shu. She was alive. She was also using more internal energy than her body could safely sustain. How far? He asked. 4 minutes, the colonel said. Make it 2. The man touched his earpiece. Before he could speak, the engine roared. The driver had heard. Jiangzhou's illuminated towers gave way to low government buildings and restricted roads. Concrete barriers rose from the ground as the convoy approached the military district. 3 checkpoints opened before the vehicles slowed. The final gate was different. A translucent black layer covered the entrance beyond it, visible only when the headlights struck at an angle. Lin Feng leaned forward. Stop! The driver braked. The armored vehicles behind them halted in sequence. The colonel reached for the door. What is it? The formation has reached the gate. That's impossible. The disturbance is limited to Detention Wing 3. Lin Feng opened the door. Cold air entered the vehicle. He stepped onto the road and looked across the base. Ordinary floodlights illuminated training grounds, administrative blocks, and distant hangars. Soldiers moved between emergency positions. Nothing appeared damaged. Beneath the surface, black lines spread through the ground like roots. They traveled from the detention wing into communication towers, security checkpoints, and underground power channels. The base was not containing the formation. The formation was using the base to expand. Lin Feng raised 2 fingers. A strand of spiritual energy touched the nearest black line. Images entered his mind. A metal fragment placed inside a reinforced chamber. Researchers cutting through its outer layer. Dark mist entering the ventilation system. Soldiers collapsing. Doors sealing. A second pulse traveling through the base's underground wiring. Someone had designed the object to respond to containment procedures. The prisoner had not come to escape. He had come to infect the facility. Turn off the underground power grid, Lin Feng said. The colonel stepped beside him. We already attempted that. The backup systems activated automatically. Destroy the connection between the central grid and this checkpoint. That will disable the external defense barrier. The defense barrier already belongs to the enemy. The colonel looked toward the command building. I need authorization. The black layer across the entrance thickened. Lin Feng placed 1 palm against it. The barrier trembled. Get it quickly. The colonel issued the request. A man's voice answered over the radio. Negative. Maintain perimeter integrity until the technical division confirms the nature of the malfunction. Lin Feng heard the voice through the colonel's earpiece. Deputy Director Y? He asked. The colonel nodded. Su Qingyue emerged from the vehicle. I found 3 apartments, 2 investment accounts, and a private golf membership. The colonel stared at her. That was fast. He used his own name. Lin Feng pointed toward a concrete utility structure beside the gate. Destroy that box. The colonel's expression hardened. My orders are to maintain the barrier. If the black formation reaches the command building, every weapon connected to this base's security network will recognize your own soldiers as intruders. The colonel looked across the apparently peaceful compound. How can you know that? Because it is already changing the gate. A warning light turned red. The automated weapon station above the checkpoint rotated, its barrel lowered toward the convoy. Soldiers shouted. The colonel drew his sidearm. Lin Feng flicked 1 finger. The weapon station separated from its mount and landed on the grass without firing. Every soldier near the gate froze. Lin Feng pointed again. The utility box. The colonel made his decision. Demolition team. 2 soldiers rushed forward. They placed a compact charge against the structure and retreated. The explosion shook the gate. Power vanished from the checkpoint. The translucent black barrier collapsed. Across the base, alarms changed tone. The colonel's radio filled with overlapping reports. External defenses offline. Network control restored in Administration Block 2. Unknown signal withdrawn from the western perimeter. Detention Wing 3 remains isolated. The colonel remains isolated. Looked at Lin Feng differently. Su Qingyu placed her phone away. Deputy Director Y's accounts are temporarily restricted. You cannot freeze the assets of a national security official. I froze the bank's access to the verification network. The result is similar. The colonel seemed unsure which sibling concerned him more. A second convoy approached from inside the base. The central vehicle stopped before them. A broad-shouldered man in a general's uniform stepped out, followed by officers and two gray-robed cultivators. His gaze moved over the destroyed checkpoint. Who authorized this? The colonel saluted. General Luo. The formation had compromised the defense system. I ordered the perimeter maintained. That order came from Deputy Director Wei. On my authority. General Luo looked at the fallen weapons station. And who destroyed military equipment? I did. Lin Feng said. The general examined him. You are the civilian Commander Han requested? Yes, you have entered a restricted base. Interfered with security protocols and destroyed government property. The property was about to fire on your soldiers. That has not been established. One of the gray-robed cultivators stepped forward. He appeared to be in his 40s, though the density of his internal energy suggested greater age. His gaze passed over Lin Feng with open skepticism. We detected no hostile spiritual formation at the gate. You were looking for spiritual energy, Lin Feng said. What else would a formation use? Resentment. Blood and electrical current. The cultivator frowned. Electrical current cannot sustain a spiritual formation. Not a traditional one. The second gray-robed man gave a small laugh. A mountain practitioner enters one military facility and decides. He understands formations better than the National Cultivation Bureau. Lin Feng looked at the black residue spreading beneath the destroyed utility box. You may stand there and prove me wrong. The first gray-robed cultivator followed his gaze. A thin line climbed from the ground onto his boot. He noticed too late. Black mist wrapped around his ankle. His internal energy surged. The mist absorbed it. The man stumbled. Lin Feng crossed the distance and tapped the center of his chest. A pulse traveled through the cultivator's meridians. The black mist tore free and struck the ground. Lin Feng stepped on it. The residue vanished beneath his cloth shoe. The cultivator stared at his own leg. His face had turned pale. What was that? A formation you did not detect. General Luo's expression tightened. The second cultivator no longer looked amused. Lin Feng turned toward the detention wing. We are wasting time. General Lu moved into his path. This base does not operate according to a civilian's judgment. Then use your own judgment. Lin Feng pointed toward the command building. A series of lights flickered from white to red. Windows sealed automatically. Metal barriers dropped over the entrances. Several officers reached for their radios. A mechanical voice sounded across the compound. Internal contamination detected. Command personnel designated compromised. Lethal containment authorized. Weapon stations rose from the rooftops. General Luo looked toward the destroyed checkpoint. The only section of the base whose weapons remained inactive was the one Lin Feng had disconnected. Evacuate the open ground, he ordered. Manual shutdown teams to all defense stations. The gray-robed cultivators released their energy. Lin Feng shook his head. Do not feed the formation. They stopped. A gun emplacement fired from the eastern roof. The round crossed 200 meters toward a group of soldiers. Lin Feng raised his hand. The projectile halted in the air. Its metal casing flattened between invisible pressure, then fell harmlessly onto the road. No one spoke. Lin Feng looked at General Luo. May I enter now? The general glanced at the soldiers who would have died. His pride did not disappear. It moved behind duty. What do you need? A map of the underground power channels. Everyone capable of controlling internal energy must stop using it unless I instruct otherwise. Disconnect every automated defense station manually. General Luo turned toward his officers. Do it. The base moved. Lin Feng opened the wooden box again. The spear token glowed brighter. Su Qingyue reached for her jacket. I am coming, General Luo said. No civilians beyond this point. She looked at him. You just allowed one. He has relevant abilities. So do I. What military ability do you possess? 23% of the company manufacturing your emergency communication equipment belongs to Qinjiu Group Adai. Your encrypted network can be isolated from the compromised central system through a maintenance channel not listed in the standard interface. The communications officer stared at her. How do you know that? I approved the acquisition. She held the acquisition out her hand. Give me a terminal. General Luo studied both of them. Commander Han's family is troublesome. Lin Feng nodded. There are 5 more. The general appeared to reconsider the scale of his evening. The detention wing lay beneath the northern training field. By the time Lin Feng reached the entrance, soldiers had established a manual command station around it. Thick steel doors had warped inward. Black patterns spread across their surface, pulsing like veins. A monitor showed fragments from body cameras inside. A corridor. Smoke. A soldier dragging an injured teammate. A flash of red energy. Han Xiu standing before a sealed laboratory door. The image failed. Lin Feng placed his hand on the steel. 28 heartbeats. The prisoner had not been included in the colonel's count. Neither had 4 people moving through the ventilation system. "Your personnel records are wrong," he said. General Luo stood behind him. "How many?" 5 additional intruders, who screened every soldier assigned to this wing. They entered before the prisoner. The black patterns reacted to Lin Feng's palm. The formation attempted to pull spiritual energy from him. He allowed it to take one thread. The line traveled through the steel door, along the walls, then deep beneath the facility. At the center lay the black fragment. Around it, dozens of thinner branches reached toward trapped soldiers. The formation was trying to connect their meridians into one network. A corrupted version of the inheritance master had just given him. Lin Feng withdrew his hand. "The fragment is building a human formation." The bureau cultivator beside General Luo frowned. "What purpose? To create a temporary gate, inside a military base. This base was built over something older, General." Luo looked toward the ground. "There are no registered ruins here. The people who built the original formation did not register it." Lin Feng took the crescent moon token from his box. The dark metal fragment inside it vibrated. The black lines across the door responded. Both came from the same source. "The enemy wanted your researchers to cut the fragment open," he said. "The moment they did, it began using everyone inside as formation anchors. When enough meridians connect, whatever is beneath this base will open." "What is beneath us?" General Luo asked. "I do not know yet." An impact struck the other side of the steel doors. The warped metal shifted. A woman's voice came through the emergency speaker. "Open the door, Han Xiu." General Luo reached for the control panel. Lin Feng stopped him. "That is not her." The speaker activated again. General Luo opened the door immediately. The voice was exact, cold, controlled. Even the pauses matched. General Luo's hand remained above the controls. "How can you tell? She did not call me little junior brother." Silence followed. Then the voice changed. A man laughed through the speaker. "So the stories were true." Black energy flooded the door. Soldiers raised their weapons. Lin Feng pressed the crescent token against the steel. Silver light traveled through the black patterns. The two forces collided. The door groaned. Behind him, the command station screens returned. Su Qingyue's voice came through the radio. "I isolated the emergency network. You have 6 minutes before the formation adapts." "Enough. Do not say that confidently unless it is true." "It is true." "It is true. Then say 5 minutes and return early." Lin Feng almost smiled. He placed both palms against the door. The heavenly meridian network unfolded inside his mind. The formation master had given him was designed to connect willing allies. The enemy formation relied upon force. That difference gave it a weakness. Lin Feng sent a thread of spiritual perception through each black branch. He found every trapped soldier, every researcher, and every infiltrator. The 23 soldiers resisted the foreign energy unconsciously. The researchers panicked. The infiltrators accepted it. Han Shui stood at the center, holding several branches away from her people through raw internal force. Her meridians were beginning to tear. Lin Feng touched her consciousness. "Second, senior sister." Her resistance stopped for one breath. "Little junior brother?" The enemy formation surged toward the opening. Han Shu immediately tried to sever the connection. Lin Feng held it. "Do not fight me. You should not be here. You called." "I expected the Bureau to send you after the situation was controlled." "Then why call?" A pause. "I wanted to hear your voice." The answer carried no softness. That made it more honest. Lin Feng expanded the network. Han Shui felt his presence pass through every trapped soldier. "What are you doing? Sharing the burden?" "No. Their meridians cannot withstand your energy. They will not receive my energy. They will receive yours." Her concentration shifted. The first inheritance responded. Lin Feng created 23 channels around Han Shu, each thinner than a strand of hair. Her disciplined internal energy traveled through them, not as force, but as instruction. Every soldier inside the facility felt the same command. "Breathe. Lower your pulse. Reject the black energy on the third breath." Han Shu understood. Her voice sounded through the corridor. "Everyone's still conscious. Follow my count. 1. The black formation tightened. 2. The infiltrators sensed the change. 323 soldiers rejected the formation simultaneously. The black network lost half its anchors. Lin Feng pulled. The steel doors tore open. Cold black mist rushed outward. The bureau cultivators raised their hands. "Do not use energy," Lin Feng said. He stepped into the mist. It parted around him. The corridor beyond looked as though it had been submerged in ink. Emergency lights glowed weakly through the darkness. Soldiers lay against the walls, conscious but unable to move. A black line ran from each person toward the laboratory. Lin Feng walked forward, cutting the connections with 2 fingers. The soldiers gasped as pressure left their bodies. General Luo entered behind him with a manual rescue team. "Remove them without using internal energy," Lin Feng said. "Do not touch the black lines directly." "What about Commander Han? She is ahead." Lin Feng continued alone. 3 infiltrators emerged from a side corridor. They wore military uniforms. Black markings covered their necks. The first drove a knife toward Lin Feng's ribs. Lin Feng caught his wrist. The man's strength reached the mystic realm, far above what an ordinary soldier could possess. It made no difference. Lin Feng turned the wrist, redirected the knife into the wall, and struck the man once beneath the collarbone. The infiltrator collapsed. The second and third attacked together. One released poison powder. The other triggered a talisman beneath his sleeve. Lin Feng inhaled the poison. The attacker faltered. Lin Feng exhaled. The powder returned in a concentrated stream and struck both men. Their muscles locked. The talisman fell from numb fingers. Lin Feng caught it before it touched the ground. A gate symbol had been drawn in blood across its surface. He folded the talisman and placed it inside his pocket. The 4th infiltrator waited inside the ventilation shaft above him. Lin Feng looked up. "You may come down." Nothing moved. Lin Feng tapped the wall. The ventilation cover fell away. A man dropped with it, landing unconscious on the corridor floor. "Young people lack patience," a familiar female voice said. Han Shui stepped from the darkness. Her red military jacket had been torn at one shoulder. A narrow cut marked her cheek. Her long black hair, usually bound with perfect discipline, had partly loosened. She held an unconscious researcher beneath one arm and dragged a wounded soldier with the other. Lin Feng crossed the distance. She released both people into his care, then struck him in the chest. The blow carried more force than Su Qingyi's had. He remained still. "You came inside alone. You were inside alone. I am the commander. I am your junior brother. That is not a military rank. It outranks commander on Heavenly Cloud Mountain." Han Shui stared at him. The coldness in her face cracked. She pulled him against her. The embrace lasted only a moment. Then she pushed him back and checked his shoulders. "Arms and chest for injuries. You are thinner." Eldest senior sister said I grew taller. She avoids unpleasant truths. "I can hear you," Su Qingyu said through the radio attached to Lin Feng's collar. Han Shui looked at the device. "Why is she on the military channel?" "Because your emergency system is poorly designed," Su Qingyu replied. "It survived an enemy formation. Only after I repaired it. Remotely interfering with military. Communications is illegal. Freezing a deputy director's accounts was probably illegal too." Han Shui looked at Lin Feng. "You brought her." "She refused to stay." "Of course she did." A roar shook the corridor. The laboratory doors bent outward. Han Shui's expression changed. "The prisoner is inside. The fragment has fused with him." "What about the researchers?" "3 are alive. One was working with the infiltrators. Deputy Director Wei. Not here." Lin Feng examined the wounded soldier. The black line attached to his meridians had gone deeper than the others. "Take them back." Han Shui lifted her spear from the floor. "You came to assist me, not replace me. Your meridians are damaged. They will hold for 5 minutes. That is enough." Su Qingyi's voice entered both their radios. "It is not." Han Shui ignored her. Lin Feng placed 2 fingers against Han Shui's wrist. She tried to pull away. He tightened his grip. The damage inside her body became clear. Years of forced breakthroughs, old wounds across the lungs, a sealed poison near the heart. New tears created by holding back the formation. "You have been injured for a long time. I've been busy." 3rd senior sister would be angry. She is always angry when patients refuse to rest. She smiles while angry. That makes it worse. Lin Feng released her wrist. "Do not exceed the heaven realm." Han Shui's eyes narrowed. "My normal cultivation is beyond the heaven realm. Not tonight." The laboratory doors buckled again. Lin Feng stepped forward. Han Shui moved beside him. Neither argued further. The doors burst. A wave of black energy filled the corridor. Lin Feng raised one hand. The wave stopped. Han Shu thrust her spear through it. Red light divided the darkness. They entered together. The laboratory had been transformed. Black roots covered the walls and ceiling. The missing metallic fragment floated above the central containment platform, enlarged into a jagged structure the size of a human torso. Beneath it knelt the prisoner. His ribs had opened around the fragment without blood. Dark lines connected his body to 4 researchers suspended against the walls. One researcher wore no restraints. He stood beside the platform in a white coat, watching the formation with fascination. "Commander Han," he said, "you should have remained outside." Han Shu leveled her spear. "Professor Du," the researcher smiled. "You always suspected me." "I suspected everyone. That must be exhausting." "It saves time." Lin Feng looked at the fragment. The dark metal piece from the first token vibrated inside his bag. This object was larger but incomplete. It was not part of the gate itself. It was a seed. A device designed to grow temporary passages by consuming human meridians. Professor Du studied him. "Youngest disciple Lin Feng, you know me. We have waited 18 years for you to descend." "Why?" The professor's smile widened. "Because the mountain protected you. The cities will not." The prisoner raised his head. His eyes had become completely black. "Living key," he said. The words came from several voices at once. Han Shu moved. Her spear crossed the room toward Professor Du. A wall of black roots rose between them. The spear penetrated halfway, then stopped. Han Shu increased her energy. Lin Feng caught the shaft. "Do not feed it." The black roots were already drawing power from the weapon. Han Shu released the spear without hesitation. Lin Feng pulled it free. Professor Du laughed. The great Commander Han disarmed inside her own base. Han Shui drew a short blade. He stopped laughing. Lin Feng examined the 4 suspended researchers. 3 resisted the black energy. The 4th accepted it. Another infiltrator. "The formation needs 7 living anchors," Lin Feng said. "You have 5. Professor Du glanced toward the prisoner and 4 researchers. Six. Including myself. "You are not an anchor." The professor's smile faded. "You are fuel." The roots around his feet tightened. He looked down. Dark lines had already entered his shoes. "What?" "The formation does not recognize loyalty," Lin Feng said. "Only useful meridians." Professor Du released his internal energy in panic. The roots surged up his legs. "Stop it. You built it. I studied it." "I did not build it." "Then your understanding is poor." The professor tore at the roots. His cultivation entered them and vanished. Han Shui watched without sympathy. "Where's Deputy Director Wei?" Professor Du looked at her. "Safe. That means outside the base." The black structure above the platform pulsed. The prisoner rose. His movements no longer resembled those of a person. The seed had replaced parts of his spine and chest, forcing his body upright through black threads. His aura climbed. Earth realm, mystic realm, heaven realm, king realm, king realm. General Luo and the bureau cultivators reached the laboratory entrance. The pressure forced them back. The prisoner's aura continued rising. Saint realm. The bureau cultivators became pale. "No one in Jiangsu should possess that level of cultivation," one whispered. "He does not," Lin Feng said. "The formation is borrowing it." "From where?" Lin Feng looked beneath the platform. "Below us." The ancient formation under the city responded to the seed. The floor cracked. Black light shone through. The prisoner struck. His fist crossed the laboratory with enough force to collapse the underground wing. Han Shu stepped forward. Lin Feng was faster. He placed one palm against the prisoner's fist. The impact disappeared. Not blocked. Not redirected. Gone. The prisoner's black eyes widened. Lin Feng closed his hand around the fist. The artificial Saint Realm aura shattered. Every black root in the room snapped taut. "You borrowed power through an unstable gate," Lin Feng said. "That does not make it yours." He pulled the prisoner forward and struck 2 fingers against the seed embedded in his chest. A clear sound rang through the laboratory. The seed cracked. The prisoner screamed. Black energy erupted from his body. Han Shu drove her short blade into the floor. A red barrier protected the suspended researchers. General Luo dragged Professor Du away from the roots. Lin Feng stood within the eruption. The black energy wrapped around him. Searching for meridians it could consume. It found an ocean. The seed hesitated. Lin Feng's spiritual pressure descended. The darkness collapsed around him. One layer after another compressed into a sphere above his palm. The prisoner fell. The metal structure separated from his body and shrank until it became a black fragment no larger than a coin. Lin Feng caught it. The entire facility became still. A final black root moved beneath the floor. It traveled away from the laboratory, toward the command building. "Someone activated a second core," Lin Feng said. Han Shui touched her earpiece. "Command center." Stu Qingyue answered. "Deputy Director Y has entered the central control room." General Luo's face darkened. "Seal the building." "I cannot," Su Qingyue said. He brought manual authorization codes. "He is reconnecting the defense network." Han Shui retrieved her spear. "Distance, 400 meters and 3 reinforced levels." Lin Feng looked at the spear token. It floated from the wooden box. Red light filled the laboratory. The token pointed toward Han Shu, then toward the command building. The trial was not finished. Han Shui saw it. "What does it require?" "I do not know." A warning sounded through the base. The weapons systems began rebooting. Su Qingyue's voice remained calm. 70 seconds until the network reconnects. General Luo issued orders. "Assault teams to the central building. They will not arrive in time," Han Shu said. She looked toward the ceiling. The command building stood directly above the western section of the underground wing. "I can reach it." Her cultivation surged. The damaged meridians near her heart tightened. Lin Feng caught her shoulder. "You cannot. I can break through 3 levels, and collapse afterward, then treat me afterward. That is not an acceptable plan. It is a military base. Thousands of weapons are about to turn toward the city." The spear token burned brighter. Han Shui pulled free. "A commander does not remain safe while others pay for her failure. It was not your failure. It happened under my command. That is not the same. Tell me the difference after the base is secure." She bent her knees. Lin Feng understood the token, not courage. Han Shu possessed more courage than the trial could measure. Her weakness was the same one Master had identified in Su Qingyu. She believed responsibility meant placing herself first in every danger. The spear token did not need her to charge alone. It needed her to command. Lin Feng activated the Heavenly Meridian Network. Silver lines spread from him through the laboratory, along the corridors, and into every conscious soldier inside the base. Han Shu felt the connections. "What are you doing?" "Giving you an army. They cannot fight the formation. They do not need to." Lin Feng linked their senses. Hundreds of fragments entered Han Shu's awareness. A maintenance soldier beside the eastern power channel. A communications officer near the manual relay. A demolition team beneath the command building. A sniper with a clear view of the control room's external antenna. An engineer beside the emergency cooling system. Each person waited for orders. Han Shu out trying to break through the ceiling. Her expression settled. The commander returned. "Eastern maintenance team," she said. "Sever channels 4 and 6. 2 distant soldiers moved. Communications. Route every surviving manual signal through the external checkpoint." The colonel at the gate answered. "Ready. Demolition team. Place charges beneath the western foundation. Do not trigger. Charges set. Sniper 3'd. Destroy the rooftop antenna." A rifle fired. The shared network carried the result before the radio report arrived. The command building lost its external connection. "Cooling team," Han Shui continued. "Release emergency suppressant into the central control room." White vapor flooded the room around Deputy Director Wei. He staggered from the controls. Assault Team 1 breached the north stairwell. Soldiers entered. Deputy Director Wei drew a black talisman. Lin Feng saw it through their shared senses. "Do not approach," he said. Han Shui adjusted immediately. "Hold position. Demolition team, detonate the western charges." The explosion lifted one side of the building. Not enough to collapse it, enough to break the formation channels beneath it. Deputy Director Wei's talisman lost its connection. "Advance," Han Shu ordered. The assault team entered. 30 seconds later, the deputy director lay restrained on the control room floor. The weapon network failed before completing its restart. Silence spread through the base. The spear token moved toward Han Shui. Its red symbol joined the silver light of Lin Feng's network. Master's voice entered their minds. Shu'er Han Shu stood straight. The laboratory disappeared from their perception. Heavenly Cloud Mountain replaced it. Master sat beside the frozen training lake. A younger Han Shu stood on the ice, gripping a spear with bleeding hands. "You were the second to leave because you understood duty before you understood yourself." The recorded Han Shu thrust the spear again. The ice cracked beneath her feet. "You will place yourself between danger and everyone you value. Others will praise your courage. Few will recognize that courage can become another form of fear." The present Han Shu's expression remained still. Lin Feng felt a truth strike through the network. "You fear trusting others with burdens you believe are yours." Master's image looked toward her. A commander who fights every battle alone is only a soldier with a title. The younger Han Shui with a title. The younger Han Shui lowered her spear. Learn to give orders that allow others to stand beside you. The vision shifted. Thousands of points of red light formed a vast battlefield. Lin Feng stood at the center. Ancient characters unfolded within his mind. Heavenly Command Seal, an extension of the Heavenly Meridian Network. With consent, he could connect perception, timing, and intent across trusted allies. He could not control them. He could allow them to act as one without losing themselves. The inheritance required trust in both directions. The Heavenly Gate's defenders did not fail because they lacked power, Master said. They failed because each guarded a separate wall while the enemy moved beneath them. The battlefield became a map. 7 cities shone across it. Jiangsu was one. Beneath each city rested an ancient node. One had darkened. The consortium is awakening the Earth nodes. Each node can strengthen the seal or weaken it. The difference depends upon who commands the formation when the living key arrives. Master's gaze settled on Lin Feng. Do not let the enemy decide where you stand. The vision faded. The spear token opened. A second fragment of dark metal fell into Han Shui's hand. It carried another part of the incomplete character. The 2 metal pieces pulled toward one another. When Lin Feng placed them together, the symbol became clearer. Not only gate. Beneath it was the beginning of another character. Blood. Han Shui studied it. The living key is connected to blood. Possibly. Your blood. Possibly. I dislike that answer. It is the only one I have. She closed her hand around the metal pieces. Then we find the remaining answers before anyone mine. Takes your blood. Lin Feng looked at her damaged meridians. First, you go to a hospital. I am working. You are injured. I have sustained worse. Third senior sister would not accept that answer. Hong Shui's eyes narrowed. Do not call her. Su Qingyu spoke through the radio. I already did. Han Shui closed through the radio. Her eyes. For the first time that night, she appeared defeated. Bai Lian arrived at the military hospital 43 minutes later. She crossed the entrance hall wearing a white coat over a fitted white suit. Her long black hair fell over one shoulder. Doctors, administrators, and armed guards moved aside before she reached them. The head of the military hospital hurried behind her. Divine Dr. Bai, the exposed soldiers are in isolation ward 2. Commander Han refused examination until they were stabilized. Bai Lian continued walking. Where is my junior brother? The hospital director faltered. Mr. Lin is with Commander Han. Then why are you taking me toward isolation ward 2? He changed direction immediately. Lin Feng stood beside a treatment room while Han Shu argued with 3 military doctors. I do not require bed rest. Your cardiac rhythm is unstable, one doctor said. It has been unstable for years. That does not make it healthy. It makes it consistent. Lin Feng saw Bai Lian approaching. Third senior sister. Han Shui stopped arguing. Bai Lian walked past her. She reached Lin Feng, placed both hands on his face, and examined him from several angles. Open your mouth. Why? Open. He obeyed. She checked his eyes, pulse and breathing. You have not slept. I left the mountain this morning. What did you eat? Dried meat. Fish. Something with a very small amount of beef. Su Qingyu arrived behind Bai Lian. The beef was part of a formal banquet. Bai Lian looked at her. You allowed him to eat dried meat on his first day. I arrived with it. You own restaurants? Caused a financial investigation before dinner. That is not a reason to neglect him. I did not neglect him. Han Shu moved toward the door. Bai Lian caught the back of her red jacket without looking. Sit. Han Shu stopped. I need to question the prisoners. You need treatment. The base remains under investigation. And your heart remains damaged. The room became quiet. Bai Lian's gentle expression did not change. You sealed a poison beside the 3rd cardiac meridian, she said. It has been there for at least 4 years. Lin Feng looked at Han Shui. You said you were busy. Han Shui sat. It was contained. Bai Lian touched 2 fingers to her wrist. Poorly. It did not interfere with duty. It altered your pulse, weakened your lungs, and reduced your sleep. I adapted. Bai Lian smiled. Han Shu's shoulders tightened. You always make that face before using needles. You remember. I still have scars. You moved. You used 36 needles. You required 37 Lin. Looked between them. Should I leave? No, both man. Sister said. Su Qingyu is at near the window. I will stay and ensure neither kills the other. Bai Lian opened a silver case. Rows of needles reflected the hospital lights. Han Shui looked at Lin Feng. You could treat me? I could. Then do it. Third senior sister would be offended. I am already offended, Bai Lian said. She placed the first needle. Han Shui did not react. The second entered near her shoulder. The third touched a meridian beneath her ribs. By the ninth, the poison sealed near her heart began moving. Lin Feng watched the technique. Bai Lian's control had changed completely since the mountain. She no longer treated individual acupoints. Each needle formed part of a living pattern that adjusted to Han Shui's pulse. Your green lotus method reached the 9th layer, he said. Bai Lian glanced at him. You recognize it? You used the 7th layer incorrectly when you left. I was 17. You set Master's sleeve on fire. He distracted me. He was asleep. He snored. Han Shui's breathing steady. The poison gathered beneath the final needle. Bai Lian removed it in one motion. A drop of black liquid fell into a glass container. It carried the same faint gate pattern as the seed from the military base. Lin Feng's expression changed. Where did you receive this injury? Han Shu opened her eyes. A raid on an illegal laboratory 4 years ago. The attacker died before questioning. Bai Lian sealed the container. I have seen similar residue in 3 patients this month. Cultivators? Lin Feng asked. Owen cultivator. 2 ordinary people. How were they exposed? A medical treatment. Su Qingyu looked up from her phone. What treatment? Bai Lian removed the remaining needles. Changsheng Pharmaceutical released an experimental therapy called Meridian Renewal. Publicly, it repairs nerve damage and strengthens circulation. Privately, wealthy families have been purchasing a stronger version that claims to awaken martial potential. Han Shu adjusted her jacket. Why was this not reported? I reported it. To whom? The National Medical Council. And they invited Changsheng Pharmaceutical to present the treatment at tomorrow's International Medical Forum. Su Qingyu's expression cooled. Who controls Changsheng? Chairman Xu and the Su medical family. Su Qingyu searched her phone. They received investment through a... Searched her phone. They received investment through a... Tianhe Capital subsidiary. The sisters looked toward Lin Feng. He sighed. The consortium? An alarm sounded in the corridor. The hospital director entered quickly. Divine Dr. Bai. One of the exposed soldiers is deteriorating. The black lines have reached his heart. Bai Lian closed her needle case. Prepare isolation ward 2. The ward contained 12 soldiers from detention wing 3. Each lay beneath monitoring equipment. Dark lines moved under their skin, following the paths of their meridians. Military doctors had attempted blood filtration, antidotes, and spiritual suppression. Nothing had stopped the spread. The youngest soldier's heartbeat weakened as Lin Feng entered. Bai Lian reached the bed first. His body is rejecting the formation residue. It is not residue, Lin Feng said. He placed 2 fingers against the soldier's wrist. A weak black thread reacted. The formation left instructions inside their meridians. Han Shu stood at the foot of the bed. Can you remove them? Individually. Bai Lian looked across the ward. There are 12 here. 11 more are being transferred. The soldier's monitor sounded. His heart stopped. Bai Lian placed both hands over his chest. Green spiritual light entered his body. The dark lines surged toward it. They consume healing energy, she said. Lin Feng activated the Heavenly Meridian Network. Silver threads spread from the young soldier to every patient in the ward. Bai Lian felt the connection. You unlocked Master's Network Technique, the first token. You are linking their meridians? Only the damaged sections. The hospital doctors stepped back as silver light passed across the beds. Lin Feng took the black instructions inside each patient and gathered them into one controlled path. The strain transferred toward him. Bai Lian saw what he intended. No, I can contain it. That is not treatment. That is moving the poison into yourself. It cannot harm me. You do not know what the gate fragments do. I know what they do to these soldiers. The youngest patient's heart remained still. Bai Lian placed 1 needle directly above it. Then do not take everything. She sent her green lotus energy into the network. Lin Feng looked at her. I will stabilize their vitality, she said. You remove the instructions. Han Shu placed 1 hand against the bed frame. What can I do? Keep them calm, Lin Feng said. She activated the heavenly command seal. Her presence traveled through the network. Not an order spoken aloud. A certainty. Hold. 23 damaged bodies responded to her discipline. Lin Feng pulled the black instructions free. They resisted as one. Bai Lian's vitality protected the patients from the strain. Han Shu maintained their rhythm. The youngest soldier's heart moved. 1 beat, then another. The monitor returned. Across the ward, dark lines retreated toward the patient's wrists. Lin Feng formed a seal. The instructions emerged as strands of black mist and gathered above his palm. He compressed them into a small crystal. The remaining transferred soldiers were connected as they arrived. For 9 minutes, the 3 disciples worked as one system. When the final black line left the final patient, the ward became quiet. The doctors stared at 23 stable monitors. The hospital director looked toward Bai Lian. What technique was that? She removed her gloves. Not one technique, her eyes rested on Lin Feng and Han Shu. Family, the third token inside Lin Feng's box warmed, but did not open. The lotus symbol glowed faintly. Bai Lian noticed. So Master left one for me. Yes. What is the trial? He refused to explain. Of course he did. A nurse entered. Divine Dr. Bai. Divine Dr. Bai. The child from the private ward is deteriorating again. Bai Lian's expression sharpened. Which child? Lin Feng asked. The daughter of one of Changsheng Pharmaceuticals' earliest patients. They crossed to a sealed room on the upper floor. A girl no older than 10 lay beneath a clear oxygen hood. Her face was pale. Thin golden lines moved beneath her skin, beautiful at first glance. Lin Feng saw what they truly were. Artificial meridians. Dozens had been forced into a body too young to support them. An exhausted couple stood beside the bed. The father wore an expensive suit, but the cuffs were wrinkled, and his tie had been removed. The mother held the girl's hand with both of hers. Bai Lian approached gently. Mr. and Mrs. Zhou. This is my junior brother, Lin Feng. The father looked at him. Then toward Bai Lian. You said you were bringing another specialist. I did. He is very young. He is better than I am. The man looked at Lin Feng again. Grief defeated skepticism. Please save her. Lin Feng touched the child's wrist. The artificial meridians reacted immediately. They attempted to connect to his spiritual energy. He withdrew before they succeeded. When did she receive the treatment? 6 weeks ago, the mother said. She was born with damaged nerves in both legs. Chang Sheng said their therapy could help her walk. Did it? For 12 days. The father's voice broke. She stood for the first time. Then the golden lines had begun spreading. Chang Sheng's doctors called it a normal adjustment. 2 weeks later, the child lost consciousness. Where is the doctor who performed the treatment? Lin Feng asked. At the International Medical Forum, Bai Lian said. He will present her early results tomorrow as proof of success. The father turned. They are still turned. They are still. Using her case, they removed the later records. His grief hardened into anger. Can you cure her? Lin Feng examined the false meridians. They were built from condensed life force. The mother tightened her hold on the child. Whose life force? Hers. Bai Lian understood. The treatment did not create new meridians. It forced her body to burn years of vitality to imitate them. How many years? The father asked. Lin Feng did not answer immediately. Most of them. The mother lowered her head over the child's hand. The lotus token grew warmer. Lin Feng looked at Bai Lian. She had already opened her needle case. We can stabilize her, she said. Not cure her without the original formation design. Chang Sheng will have it. At the forum, Han Shui's phone vibrated. I can seize their laboratories tonight, Su Qingyu said. They will destroy the records the moment military vehicles move. I can prevent that. Not without exposing the investigation. Bai Lian placed needles around the child's false meridians. We keep her alive until tomorrow. The father stepped forward. What if tomorrow is too late? Lin Feng placed the crescent and spear fragments beside the bed. The dark metal reacted to the golden lines beneath the child's skin. The same force. Different application. We will not let it be. He connected the child to himself through a single silver thread. Not enough to move the damage, enough to lend her body a stable rhythm. Bai Lian reinforced the connection. The golden lines stopped spreading. The girl's breathing eased. Her parents remained beside her through the night. Lin Feng did not leave the room. Neither did his sisters. Su Qingyu worked from a chair near the window, quietly acquiring every available share connected to Changsheng Pharmaceuticals distributors. Han Shu coordinated the investigation through an encrypted terminal. Bai Lian adjusted the needles whenever the child's pulse changed. Shortly before dawn, the girl opened her eyes. She looked at the 4 strangers around her bed. Then at her parents. Did I miss school? Her mother began crying. The girl frowned weakly. I can go tomorrow. Her father held her hand against his forehead. You can miss as much school as you want. That seems irresponsible, Lin Feng said. Su Qingyue looked at him. This is not the time. The girl noticed him. Are you a doctor? No. Bai Lian smiled. He is. Lin Feng looked at her. You said you were not, the girl whispered. I did not attend a modern medical school. Then, are you... A secret doctor? He considered it. Yes. She accepted this immediately. Children in the modern world seemed more reasonable than adults. The International Medical Forum opened at 9 in the morning. Its main hall occupied 3 floors of the Jiangzhou Convention Center. Physicians, researchers, investors, and government representatives filled the auditorium. Banners displayed the forum's central presentation, the future of human meridian regeneration. Changsheng Pharmaceutical logos appeared beneath it. Bai Lian entered through the main doors with Lin Feng beside her. Su Qingyu and Han Shu followed. The hall noticed them in stages. First, the divine doctor. Then Jiangzhou's most powerful chairwoman. Then the commander whose presence was rarely acknowledged publicly. Finally, the young man in simple black clothing walking between them. Whispers spread. A forum organizer approached. Divine Dr. Bai, your seat is on the central stage. Your guests have been assigned to the front row. They will sit with me. The stage is reserved for accredited medical experts. Bai Lian looked at Lin Feng. He taught me half of what I know. I corrected several things. Lin Feng said, Third. Senior sister learned most of it herself. The organizer stared at him. An elderly physician approached from the stage. Professor Luo, chairman of the National Medical Council, wore a dark traditional jacket and a gold forum badge. Dr. Bai, he said, this event concerns medical science. Personal relationships should not override professional standards. Bai Lian's smile remained gentle. Then Changsheng Pharmaceutical should not have paid your counsel to approve an incomplete trial. The organizer stopped breathing. Professor Luo's expression hardened. That is a serious accusation. Yes, you have no evidence. Then allow my junior brother onto the stage. The professor looked at Lin Feng. Is this another traditional practitioner claiming secret mountain? Is this another traditional practitioner claiming secret mountain? Knowledge? Lin Feng glanced toward the presentation screens. No. I came for the treatment records you concealed. The surrounding conversation disappeared. Professor Luo's gaze cooled. Young man, do you understand the damage careless words can cause? Yes. Then apologize before security removes you. Han Shu took out her identification. Security will not remove him. Professor Luo saw the seal. His expression changed. Su Qingyue looked toward the investors gathered near the stage. Neither will the forum's sponsors. Several phones began ringing. Changsheng executives checked messages. One of them turned pale. Su Qingyue had suspended financing through 3 banks and acquired the debt of 2 major distributors before breakfast. A man in a silver suit rose from the central table. Chairman Shu of Changsheng Pharmaceutical. He appeared calm despite the sudden financial alerts. Chairwoman Su. Weaponizing business influence during a medical forum is beneath you. Using dying children in incomplete presentations is beneath everyone. Chairman Shu looked toward Bai Lian. You have opposed Meridian Renewal since its announcement. Is this another attempt to protect the reputation of outdated medicine? Bai Lian opened her needle case. I oppose treatments that consume patients to create temporary results. A younger man stepped onto the stage. Dr. Shu, the chairman's son and lead researcher behind Meridian Renewal. He wore a white coat tailored more carefully than most suits. Our therapy has restored movement in 42 patients, he said. Every result has been independently reviewed by Professor Luo's counsel, Lin Feng said. Professor Luo struck the table. You will remain silent. Lin Feng looked at him. Your pulse is fast. That is irrelevant. You took Meridian Renewal 3 months ago. Professor Luo's hand moved toward his chest. A faint golden line appeared beneath his neck. Several physicians noticed. Professor Luo covered it. Dr. Shu moved between them. The professor volunteered for an early adult trial. His health has improved significantly. He gained internal energy, Lin Feng said. He lost approximately 11 years of life. The auditorium erupted. Professor Luo's face changed. That is impossible. Your hair began darkening after the treatment. Your joints strengthened. Your vision improved. The professor's breathing accelerated. Those are signs of recovery. The golden lines reach your heart whenever your pulse rises. Professor Luo touched his chest again. Pain entered his face. Dr. Shu said, anxiety can create temporary discomfort. Lin Feng stepped onto the stage. Professor Luo backed away. You have no authority to examine me. You asked for professional standards. Lin Feng pointed toward the screen. Display his pre-treatment blood records. Dr. Xu laughed. Confidential patient records cannot be displayed for a performance. Han Shu's phone chimed. Warrant approved. Uniformed investigators entered the auditorium. The room changed. Chairman Xu rose. This is harassment based on unverified claims. Han Shu handed the warrant to Forum Security. It concerns illegal human cultivation trials, falsified records, and suspected involvement with a hostile organization. Dr. Yusu's confidence finally shifted. You cannot connect medical research to national security. Lin Feng took the folded talisman from his pocket and placed it on the stage. Its blood-drawn gate symbol faced the audience. Then he placed the black crystal removed from the soldiers beside it. The golden lines beneath Professor Luo's skin reacted. They turned dark. The professor collapsed. Physicians rushed forward. Bai Lian reached him first. Do not use spiritual energy. Dr. Su ignored her. He placed one hand against Professor Luo's chest and released a bright golden force. The dark lines surged. Professor Luo screamed. Lin Feng pulled Dr. Xu away. You are feeding it. Dr. Xu, my technique has stabilized dozens of patients. It delayed the collapse by giving the false meridians more life force. Bai Lian inserted 3 needles around Professor Luo's heart. The dark lines stopped advancing. She looked toward Dr. Xu. Where is the original formation design? There is no formation. Then he dies. Dr. Xu's face became pale. You claim to be the divine doctor. I can save him, Bai Lian said. But if I remove the false meridian said, without understanding how you anchored them, he will lose every year of life they consumed at once. Professor Luo gripped her sleeve. Dr. Xu. The younger man looked away. Professor Luo's voice shook. You promised there were no long-term risks. The treatment worked. I trusted you. Dr. Xu remained silent. Lin Feng looked at Chairman Xu. The older man's heartbeat had barely changed. He knew. Bring the girl's records, Lin Feng said. Chairman Xu's eyes narrowed. What girl? Jia Xinyi. 10 years old. Trial subject 17. The screen behind him changed. A medical presentation appeared. A smiling child stood between parallel bars, taking her first steps. Applause had been recorded beneath the video. The next page showed the approved result. Successful nerve regeneration. Su Jingyi controlled the screen from her tablet. Then the concealed records appeared. Vitality decline. Organ instability. Artificial meridians spread. Emergency admission. Chairman Xu turned toward the technical booth. How did you obtain those? Your data security was poor, Su Jingyi said. Somewhere unseen, Tang Yu was probably smiling. The auditorium filled with angry voices. Parents of other patients stood. Doctors demanded access to the full trial data. Professor Luo stared at the concealed records. You showed the council only the first 12 days. Dr. Xu said nothing. Lin Feng crouched beside the professor. Do you still believe this is recovery? The elderly man looked at his own darkening veins. No. Then tell the truth. Professor Luo closed his eyes. The council received private funding from Changsheng. I approved the presentation before the long-term review was complete. The confession silenced the room. Chairman Xu moved toward the exit. Han Shu's officers blocked him. You have no evidence I knew about falsified results. Lin Feng pointed toward the chairman's right hand. A black ring rested on his finger. The same material as the gate seed. Remove it. Chairman Xu hid the hand behind his back. Han Shui moved. She caught his wrist and twisted it forward. The ring released a pulse of dark energy. Several officers reached for their weapons. Lin Feng took the ring between 2 fingers. The energy stopped. A tiny gate symbol opened across its surface. An unfamiliar voice emerged. Destroy the research. Chairman Xu's face emptied. The ring cracked. Flames rose inside every Changsheng laboratory connected to the forum network. Su Qingyue pressed one key. Nothing else happened. Chairman Xu stared toward her. I acquired your building control provider at 6 this morning, she said. Your remote access was removed at 8:40. Han Shui tightened the restraints around his wrists. Your laboratories are already secure. Dr. Xu backed toward the stage curtain. Professor Luo looked at him. You knew. I knew the treatment required vitality. You treated me anyway. You wanted strength. The accusation struck. Professor Luo had wanted it. Prestige had not been enough. Age had begun taking his authority, and he had accepted a miracle without asking whose life paid for it. Dr. Xu pointed toward Lin Feng. He is no different. Look at him. Do you believe power like that comes without cost? Lin Feng looked at the frightened physicians and patients filling the hall. My power has a cost. Dr. Xu's eyes sharpened. What cost? Training. A few people laughed, despite the tension. Dr. Xu's face twisted. He drew a syringe from inside his coat and drove it into his neck. Bai Lian moved. She was too far away. Golden light erupted through Dr. Xu's body. His muscles tightened. False meridians spread across his face and arms. The energy inside him climbed from Earth Realm to Mystic Realm, then Heaven Realm. The stage floor cracked beneath his feet. You call it poison because you fear progress, he said. His voice had deepened. This is the future of cultivation. He crossed the stage toward Lin Feng. The movement exceeded what most of the audience could follow. Lin Feng caught him by the forehead. Dr. Xu stopped. His artificial Heaven Realm strength shook the stage but could not move another inch. Lin Feng studied the golden lines. You used the concentrated version. Dr. Xu struck his chest repeatedly. Each blow released enough force to shatter stone. Lin Feng's clothing shifted slightly. Nothing else happened. You stole vitality from 63 patients, Lin Feng said. Dr. Kasu's face changed. The energy inside his false meridians carried traces from every person used in the research. You cannot know that. 42 public patients. 20 hidden trials. One child whose records were divided across 2 files. The auditorium heard every number. Dr. Xu tried to pull away. Lin Feng tightened his grip. You did not create strength. He pressed one finger against the center of Dr. Xu's chest. You gathered stolen time. The golden meridians became visible through the man's body. 63 threads extended outward like chains. Lin Feng activated the heavenly meridian network. Each thread sought its original owner. Several people inside the auditorium gasped as faint golden light returned to their bodies. Across Jiangzhou, patients in hospital rooms felt warmth enter weakened limbs. In the private ward, Zhou Jinyi opened her eyes. Dr. Xu's borrowed strength collapsed. He aged in seconds, not beyond his natural age. Only to the condition his own vitality should have held without what he had stolen. His hair thinned. His skin lost its artificial color. He fell to his knees. Lin Feng released him. That is your real body. Dr. Xu stared at his shaking hands. Give it back. It was never yours. Bai Lian continued stabilizing Professor Luo. The elderly physician's false meridians began collapsing as the stolen vitality left them. His pulse weakened. Dr. Xu looked toward him. He approved the trials. He approved the trial. Let him suffer the consequences. Bai Lian's expression remained gentle. Consequences are not the same as death. He would have let the children die. Yes, then why save him? Because I am a doctor. Dr. Xu laughed bitterly. That mercy is. Why people like my father win. Bai Lian placed another needle. No. Mercy without truth allows people like your father to win. She looked at Professor Luo. When he survives, he will testify. He will face every family whose trust he sold. He will spend the rest of his life remembering that the people he failed still chose not to become like him. The lotus token rose from Lin Feng's box. Soft green light spread across the stage. Bai Lian looked toward it. Master's voice entered their minds. Lioner. The auditorium disappeared. Heavenly Cloud Mountain emerged beneath spring rain. A younger Bai Lian knelt beside an injured bird, using far too much spiritual energy to repair one wing. Master stood behind her. You were the third to leave because compassion without strength becomes grief, while strength without compassion becomes cruelty. The young Bai Lion lifted the healed bird. It flew. You will save people who deserve it. You will also meet people who do not. The mountain scene changed. Patience filled an endless road. Some grateful, some demanding, some honest, some cruel. You will be tempted to measure every life before offering your hand. The present Bai Lion lowered her gaze. Do not mistake mercy for blindness. Discover the truth. Stop the harm. Preserve the life when preservation does not endanger others. Master's image turned toward Lin Feng. Ancient characters formed within his mind. Heavenly Life Weave, a healing application built upon the Meridian Network and Command Seal. It allowed vitality to be circulated through willing participants without consuming any individual. Injuries could be distributed, stabilized, and repaired according to the strength each person freely offered. It could not steal life. It could only share it. The enemy will offer power purchased with other people's years, Master said. That is how the first gate was opened. The vision darkened. Ancient cultivators stood around a colossal door, feeding prisoners into formations carved across the earth. Blood traveled through the lines. The gate opened one hand's width. Something looked back from the other side. The living key does not create the passage. The key decides whether stolen life becomes an opening or a seal. The dark metal fragments appeared again. Blood. Meridians. Choice. The consortium cannot complete the heavenly gate without the key's will and decision. Lin Feng's expression changed. They need me to choose. Master's recorded gaze offered no answer. Find the remaining disciples. Learn why the first defenders chose wrongly. The vision faded. The lotus token opened. A third metal fragment fell into Bai Lion's palm. When joined with the others, the second character became complete. Blood Oath. Han Shui read it aloud. The living key must agree. So Qingyue looked toward Lin Feng. Then the consortium cannot force you. They can force circumstances, he said. Qin Wudian's intention became clearer. The enemy did not need to overpower him. They needed to create a moment when opening the gate appeared to be the only way to protect someone he loved. Bai Lian placed the 3 fragments inside the wooden box. Then none of us will give them that moment. The lotus light entered her needles. The heavenly life weave connected Professor Luo to 3 consenting physicians nearby. Bai Lian guided a small amount of vitality through the network. Not enough to harm anyone. Enough to prevent the elderly man's heart from failing while she removed the false meridians. Lin Feng joined her. The stolen years returned to their owners. The artificial channels dissolved. Professor Luo survived. So did every patient whose records Changsheng had concealed. By noon, Chairman Xu, Dr. Xu, and the compromised council members were in custody. Changsheng Pharmaceuticals laboratories had been secured. The company's treatment program was suspended. Su Qingyu established a compensation fund using Changsheng assets before its board could transfer them. Han Shui assigned protected investigators to every patient. Bai Lian took control of the medical recovery program. Lin Feng sat in Zhou Yin's hospital room while she moved 1 foot beneath the blanket. The original nerve damage remained. The false meridians had been removed, but the miracle of 12 days had disappeared with them. She looked at her legs. I cannot walk again. Not today, Lin Feng said. Her father stood behind him. Can the damage be repaired? Yes. The parents looked at him. Lin Feng pointed toward Bai Lian, who had just entered. 3rd senior sister will create a real treatment. Bai Lian smiled. With help, Lin Feng nodded. With help? Zhou Xinyi looked between them. How long? Bai Lian sat beside the bed. Real treatment takes time. The girl treatment takes time. Thought carefully. Will it hurt? Sometimes. Will it work? We will tell you when we know. We will not lie to make you feel better. The child accepted that too. Then I can wait. The lotus token remained warm. Not every victory required an instant miracle. Some promises became meaningful because they demanded work after the applause ended. That evening, the 4 disciples gathered in Bai Lian's private medical office. Su Qingyu had changed into a black blouse after spending the afternoon in emergency meetings. Han Shui wore a fresh red jacket, though Bai Lian had forbidden her from returning to active duty for 48 hours. Bai Lian reviewed patient charts while drinking tea. Lin Feng stood near the window with the 3 open tokens. So Su Qingyu said, in less than 2 days, little junior brother has disrupted Tianhe capital, exposed military infiltration, and collapsed a pharmaceutical dynasty. Han Shu leaned against the wall. He also destroyed government equipment. It was hostile. It still requires a report. Bai Lian looked at Lin Feng. Did you sleep? No. Then he is not allowed to destroy anything else until tomorrow. Lin Feng closed the wooden box. The consortium will not wait for me to rest. It has waited 18 years, Bai Lian said. It can wait 8 hours. Han Shui's phone vibrated. She read the message. Her posture changed. Su Qingyu noticed. What is it? A formal notice from the Hidden Martial Alliance. Lin Feng looked toward her. The 4th token? Possibly. Han Shu placed the message on the office screen. An invitation appeared against a dark blue background. At its center rested the silver emblem of the Martial Alliance. Beneath it were the seals of 100 hidden families and sects. The message contained only 4 lines. To Lin Feng of Heavenly Cloud Mountain, your actions in Jiangzhou have disturbed the established order. The 100 Families Martial Gathering will convene in 3 days. The hidden martial world wishes to test the mountain disciple. A handwritten sentence appeared beneath the formal notice. Its silver ink carried a familiar sword intent. Do not embarrass me, little junior brother. Lin Feng touched the token marked with a sword. It answered, with cold blue light. 4th senior sister, he said. Han Shui studied the invitation. She could have called. Su Qingyu folded her arms. Yu Niao never speaks when she can challenge someone instead. Bai Lian closed the final patient chart. She is probably... Then him. She used to claim victory whenever masters stopped their sparring, Han Shui said. She was losing, Lin Feng replied. She knew. Then why claim victory? The three sisters looked at him. Su Qingyu eyed. Some things truly did not improve on the mountain. Outside the window, Jiang Zhou's lights stretched toward the distant mountains. 3 heavenly tokens had opened. 3 fragments of Master's message had been recovered. The consortium had lost its business proxy, its military seed, and its medical program. For the first time, the enemy's hidden war had become visible. Beyond the city, ancient families received the same invitation. Martial heirs ended their secluded training. Sect elders opened halls sealed for decades. Grandmasters who had ignored the modern world began traveling toward the 100 families gathering. They had heard different versions of the story. A country boy protected by Su Qingyue. A mysterious doctor connected to Bai Lion. A formation expert who interfered with national security. An arrogant mountain disciple who had defeated a heaven realm cultivator with a chopstick. Few believed every account. All intended to judge him. In a secluded courtyard far from Jiangzhou, a silver-haired woman stood beneath falling leaves. A blue sword rested across her knees. The sword token's answering light traveled through the night and entered the blade. Luo Yuniao opened her eyes. A smile appeared. You finally came down. Behind her, elders of the Martial Alliance waited in silence. One gathered the courage to speak. Alliance leader? Should we prepare restrictions for the mountain disciple? No. Several families intend to challenge him. I know. Then the gathering may become difficult to control. Luo Yuniao lifted her sword. Anyone foolish enough to challenge my junior brother should learn why control is impossible. Her smile deepened. Prepare the main arena. Back in the hospital office, Lin Feng placed the sword token with the others. The blue light did not fade. It pointed beyond Jiangzhou, toward the gathering hidden from ordinary society. The modern world had judged him by his clothes, his age, and his lack of status. Now the cultivation world intended to judge his strength. Lin Feng looked at his 3 senior sisters. When do we leave? Han Shu answered first. After you sleep. Bai Lion nodded. 8 hours. So Qingyu took his cracked phone from the desk. And after we replace this, the phone works, the screen works, is broken. It still receives calls. It failed to save my number. You changed your number. That is not the phone's fault, Han Shui said. Su Qingyu looked at her. You are supposed to support me. I support accurate statements. Bai Lion placed a cup of tea before Lin Feng. Drink, he obeyed. 3 legendary women who ruled business, national security and medicine immediately resumed, arguing over his sleeping arrangements, clothes, and phone. Lin Feng listened for a while. Then he looked at the sword token shining inside the box. Master had sent him down the mountain to gather 7 answers. The first 3 had taught him to share responsibility, command through trust, and preserve life without ignoring truth. The 4th waited in a world where every answer was usually decided through strength. Lin Feng closed the box. Beyond the hospital walls, the hidden martial world prepared to test him. It had no idea that the mountain had finished testing him years ago.